ones were I think around that size, and that was good.
Yeah, let me check a big one.
I mean, I can tell you guys exactly what I export things at. Like, let me open up.
This is gonna be a wee transfer moment. Hold on.
Las Joyas small was let me get it. Where is open? Properties.
Let me check.
It was 18 by around 9,000 for Las Joyas small.
WTQ.
It's a little bit bigger than average because I was like insect sizes, but
I'm transferring it right now. There we go.
Yeah, the Irin mana is 12,000 pixel wide.
This should be. Much better.
So, are we streaming yet?
Indeed,
Are we live?
Time.
we are.
Well, there's
It is
something we have to
time.
do first.
Yes.
yeah.
Before we start the stream,
Oh no!
It was
No.
someone's birthday yesterday, and he wasn't
It
here.
was someone's
Ah!
birthday yesterday.
someone is old.
Someone's
Wait,
I
what?
older.
traveled all the way to the Eifel region to avoid this. Oh, what a cruel
You
twist
cannot
of fate!
run from us.
And
No.
You'll never be able to run from time, Yoshua.
Ah!
Dread it. Run from it. Destiny still arrives.
Henry should be joining us in a sec, so we might need to we have an extra
Wait a
voice.
minute. Double birthday?
You
Double?
do?
Who's
Yeah,
Drew?
it was mine
Oh,
yesterday.
Drew Hughes as well.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Happy
No,
birthday, Brazilian.
and Brennan too. And oh god, there's quite a
And
few
Brennan
birthdays.
today, there's so many people.
Oh my god, we
Right.
could do a triple. Oh baby, a triple.
Do
That
we do it
is
3
not-
times in a
Oh
row?
yeah.
Or
Yes.
do we just... Oh, okay.
No,
We
I
just
think it's
sing
better
all
if we
once.
just torture ourselves for 3 times in a row.
No, I would like to have eardrums after tonight, please and thank you.
No, you won't.
Should we start?
Should we start?
All
Also,
right.
who the hell is Henry? I might be stupid.
Henry is a
paleo
paleo
guy.
One
guy.
of the
Oh, the
New
Philly.
Zealander. One of the Zealanders.
One of the Kiwis. He has a YouTube channel. He
There's a
doesn't-
kiwi.
There he is.
There is the
Oh,
Philly.
another one.
That's the wrong.
Another
That's
one.
the wrong kiwi. You fools.
That's not a
It's the
kiwi.
wrong
That's a
African
kakapo.
kiwi.
Kakapo.
Hop
Hang on
onto the
just a second.
stage.
They're both round and spherical. I mixed them up.
But one is green and one is brown.
I'm gonna, bro.
Which one do you flush
Vidax.
down?
Vidax, not on
What?
stream, please.
With the...
I had an incredible, very niche meme idea today that I will probably make. You know the meme when they're pointing at something and it says it's not my name.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Not what I'm called.
I just wanna make like a Medra Brown butterfly flying in. Hey guys, I'm gonna brown. That's not my name.
Why do you say it again?
And
Okay, it's getting a little crowded in here though. Like, if we're gonna have more of the New Zealand people joining,
I'm strictly here for the song.
fair enough.
Yeah.
let us sing.
Should we start then?
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
In 3,
Oh no.
2, 1.
Happy
birthday to you.
Oh my god.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
He's died.
I got
I
a
understand.
Captured on a screenshot.
Thank you, I got a screenshot.
I did, and you know what's even
Amazing.
better? It's on the VOD as well. You can see it on stream.
Yes.
How old are you now, big man? 3.
30.
Oh, that's
He's 1 year
really
older
old.
than me.
He's
Three.
33.
33.
33.
Two numbers, they're the same. Beautiful.
I caught a very nice screenshot. If you look at quotes, I just caught pads going down.
That's pretty good.
I got the same. But
Did you enjoy
I
the
have-
I love how all of us are lit up green and Yoshua's just dying.
Yeah.
Yes.
the Knooper has
Knooper.
Stenocranio.
Yes. Him.
Did my card ever arrive?
Sorry, what?
Damn.
Did you?
Did my card ever arrive?
Yes, it did actually a few days
Okay.
ago, but I didn't want it to open it before for today.
Ah.
Wait. And I haven't opened it yet.
Aw.
Mm.
Open it on stream, Yosh. Live
Okay,
unboxing.
I'm opening it now.
Real.
All right.
Okay.
Is Henry coming today?
I did message him. He should be around.
Ooh.
Do you even stream?
Oh wait,
Okay.
Videx. There's something that
Mhm.
Natalia posted that you might be interested in.
He's in, by the
Ah.
way, Joe.
Very nice
okay.
card.
Kokako.
Thank you very much,
South
Grace.
Island
Where is he?
Pukako. South
You're
Island
welcome.
Pukako is in the size chart.
I didn't
I mean,
find him.
uh,
Oh yes, because
Yeah,
I think you
everything.
put him as a skeleton. Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
no, he's in as there's a mounted specimen.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I see it now.
Top left next to Haastigel.
Well, there's people that don't even think they're extinct. The last sighting of them was in 2007. So
Oh.
They're potentially
interesting.
not extinct, potentially extinct.
yeah. So it's
Pretty
kind of
much so.
like Bigfoot, but not as cringe.
It's like a
See, that's what I meant,
semi-cryptid.
I could
I
describe
was
the
gonna
most of New
say.
Zealand.
I mean,
I was gonna
2007 is
say,
not that long ago.
It's like thylacines, but not as much of a cope.
Yeah. I mean,
Mm.
2007 is not that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, anywho, I will free up space for somebody else. I will see most of you probably tomorrow. I don't know how
Yep,
long
yep.
this is gonna run on.
We'll
Uh,
see.
7 hours at least.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
And I got
I mean,
another little
that's
guy that we
normal.
could add.
That's just bad.
Anyway, Yoshua, I know you already enjoyed your birthday, but enjoy more of your birthday. Later.
Yippee. I mean, birthday was yesterday, but yeah.
So,
I know.
We're stretching it into 2 days.
Yes.
Birthday
Alright.
2, much like the Lemuria.
Oh, Henry is here.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey.
he's another cool guy to add.
Time to let him up.
There we go.
Henry, you just missed it. It was beautiful.
Hello, Henry.
Yes, I've seen the message. I was like, oh, that seemed wonderful. You
Yeah,
were falling over. Yes.
Henry, you missed me. You missed me just asking. Like you are the person that we need today, and like everybody's, oh, Henry's gonna come here, and I'm like, wait, who's Henry?
Loyalty, that
No, that's fair
loyalty.
enough. Yes, I'm,
Like,
I'm
yes, the
very,
most important person for tonight.
No way.
with so many of them that you would think.
I'll be honest, Nath, looking through the extant bird list you made, I did not realize that the great crested grebe had that big of a range.
Yeah, no, it's actually it's a subspecies, but
I was like, is this
It is.
native? Is this introduced? But yeah, it's native.
it's like
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
It's
exact-
real.
the subspecies.
Is that a brown teal as well? You got a brown teal. I like brown
Yeah,
teal. actually,
Nat
yeah.
did all the extant birds, which are like in the top and on the right. I did the extinct birds, which is
Oh,
bottom
okay.
and left.
Everything that is
I
bone.
was just think,
Mm.
I was just thinking if there is grey teal, looks like there could be grey teal, scorp,
Yeah.
grey duck, brown teal. They did live in the South Island until recently, so
Oh, you quite least.
they
Yeah.
would. Yeah, so they would definitely be on the list.
Yeah. I wonder if
A
we would
brown
have.
teal.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
based
Oh.
Faunalist on
Pyramid Valley.
They're very
yeah,
small.
Pyramid Valley.
Yeah, they would have
and-
definitely been there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the extant animals are also partly based on modern observation list in the locality that Josh wants to portray.
I was gonna
Hmm.
say, INAT.
No,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
INAT,
yeah.
actually.
I naturally helped quite a bit with this. So for tonight, for people who have not guessed it yet, we are covering the extinct and potentially also a little bit of the extant fauna of New Zealand. The stuff that was still there before humans arrived, and maybe
South Island.
persisted even through human occupation partially for some time at least.
Yeah, from what Tim said quickly, specifically the Southern Island, because
Yeah.
the Northern and Southern Island had pretty different faunas.
Yeah, it looks like
Yes.
like most of these species are pretty widespread across these islands, but there is distinctions between Southern and Northern Island, which is why we restricted that a little bit. There's no real formation we draw from this time exactly. Instead, we basically have chosen two localities to stand in for us. We have a coprolite locality from the Dart River Valley and Pyramid Valley, another one where a lot of different skeletal remains were found.
Yeah.
The Dart River Valley mostly because it's just so cinematic.
Yeah, because the Pyramid Valley is literally just what you think of when you think, oh, hey, this is Southern Island, New Zealand during the Holocene, because it has all 4 species of moa and a ton of other stuff.
Yeah. And the Dart River Valley is so cinematic that it is actually one of the places where they filmed Lord of the Rings. It's where they filmed all the Isengard stuff. So you might recognize the mountains in the background.
It's kind of
I knew that is why you'd picked it.
Yeah, luckily both are highland habitats, so we didn't need to worry too much about if things would be in one but not the other. Like, this would be a little bit more open of an environment, but outside of that.
Yeah, but because it's also a little bit more open, that also allows us to have the Haast eagle in here, which appears to prefer not necessarily the dense forests.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely less.
I was gonna.
Though we do have Haast at that other site too, so it was there at some point.
Yeah, but that other site is also mostly island prairies.
Yeah. It's a good way to put a bunch of different faunas in an area because you got the braided river and then you got the forest nearby and some open areas. So it's great.
Another thing that came to the deposit where the coprolites come from is an former landslide, which happened in this valley to this day and would create new open areas, basically, once in a while, before forest swallows this again. And so we have basically our staging ground for various animals to come out into the open to be seen, also to divert a little bit of river and stuff like that. And it gives also like a beautiful patch of wasteland from which a big dark tower may rise.
Because of course he could not help himself.
I could not help myself because this is our composition for tonight.
Haast's eagle, Screen the Goo, is the big skeletal There's three
Hmm,
birds next to one
hmm.
another. It's like
Yeah.
if you go diagonally to the top right from the human, you'll find it
This
quite
stuff
fast.
here. Hiatus morae.
Speaking of which, this is something that I didn't manage to include on the little text. Haast eagle, I spoke with Ghost, would have had sexual dimorphism.
Yeah.
The biggest
Yep, that's true.
individual is roughly okay for a female, and the middle individual should be good for a male.
Okay.
There we go.
Nice.
Is there plans like because you know they got the foreground? Is there going to be plans for like tuatara or any like geckos or anything?
There's got to be some
potentially.
perps.
We
Yeah.
did not scale the
Oh, cool.
extant reptiles.
I did scale.
Okay, I was just curious if that was in the plan.
We
hold
could.
on.
Yeah, there is another NFP, but we also have another one in Pyramid Valley.
Oh, it is scaled. Never mind. Sorry, Nath, I missed that.
No. But we also have a few things and frogs from this
I see
area
it, I see
now
it
that
now.
I've just found.
Well,
Yeah,
Oh,
we
you
have
have got brown
two
tail.
extinct
Cool.
frogs at least, but they're so tiny that they'll probably be very difficult to include.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to add frogs or lizards, just ask and somebody will post them in.
Yep, I've actually got a book on New Zealand lizards and stuff, so I could pick species off the brain right now. Oh, and I got one right now. Lived in the area, short-tailed gecko.
That sounds fun.
That sounded exactly like how I imagined the people that rediscovered crested geckos sounded when one just fell through the tent.
There's a lot of very interesting names for New Zealand geckos. I don't think, jeweled geckos would be there. Jeweled geckos. I'm just going to go through. There's a lot of geckos and skinks. There's about 150 so species of gecko and skink. So
Today
definitely.
in this area we have
We're still
geckos
finding
from
water.
the genera Woodruffia, Oligosoma, and Noltinus.
It's not showing
Yeah,
up as a critter. Jeweled gecko, you said?
Yeah, very beautiful.
Yes, jeweled gecko. So it is a member of the Nautilus genus. It's from New Zealand, obviously. But
I don't
it's. Let me
think
just grab the thing.
Yeah,
There's also the orange.
Yeah.
There's a looking one.
There is quite a few different species that kind of live in these alpine habitats. So.
Yeah, there is no native frog, though. At least on 9
Yeah, most of the native frogs at the moment are from the North Island, but there
There are
was
some
a
from the
couple
South
species, like
Island.
the Aurora. Yep,
Yeah,
the Aurora frog is from the South Island.
We had another one, I think. I just didn't scale that because it's tiny as hell. What's it called again?
I don't think
frog.
there's. Yeah, I think that one's from there as well. I think because there's no the Waitomo frog, which is from Waitomo. Let me check because I know there's the one Pliocene frog from the South Island, but I know there's the Aurora frog, and I'm not sure about the other one.
Yeah, Markham's frog. El Markami.
Yeah. For the fishes, we have the New Zealand eel, two species of Gobiomorphus, and the Coaro.
Well, that's cool.
And
might be fun. I know we said this earlier in voice. Might be fun to have an egret on one of the big Dinornis females.
Yeah, we have.
like a cattle egret.
Yeah.
We have a few kinds.
I was going to say what I thought would be pretty cool would be having a Haast eagle if you're going to do it hunting not a moa, have it hunting like a swan or a goose or something.
Or like an adspill.
Yeah, something like that.
Or
even a take or a kakapo.
And it's true. Like I have never seen Haast eagle hunt anything but moas.
I was working on an art piece that had one hunting a South Island goose, but that's the closest. It's not finished.
They're very good animals. I'm a big fan of South Island geese.
Yeah,
they're quite cool.
The closest relatives are the Cape Barren geese, which we do have now because they've been introduced.
Oh,
they're quite ready.
Yeah, we were looking at them earlier. They're pretty fun.
Let me post
Yeah.
that in.
They've got
Oh,
very
I think I
nice.
forgot to include Scarlet
Let me-
Shearwater.
Yes,
And we have a
that would
lot
be.
of shearwaters already.
Yeah, true, but this is an extinct species, so
Yeah, that is extinct. Oh, wait, doesn't it?
probably
Yeah, it is.
more inclined to include that over an extant species.
Yeah. I see as well spear-winged plover are on the list. However, they weren't found breeding until the 1930s.
Really?
So they could well have been here, but they wouldn't have been very common at all, if they even were here.
Oh, okay.
Because they came here
Hmm.
when a lot of the lowland forests were cleared, and that was
Yeah.
like there was quite a lot of alien turnover during the early 1900s, late 1800s.
Oh, it
Interesting.
And I was
seems
gonna
I
say as well.
forgot two tags actually. My bad. The
And
New
I
Zealand
look-
stiff-tailed duck and the
Mhm.
scarlet shearwater.
Yeah,
Yes.
those are two that are definitely missing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also looking as well at like the extant animals, things like the pukiko and the what's the other one? There is the spoonbill. They were pretty recent arrivals. So
Yeah, the royal spoonbill. Yeah.
yeah. So
Same
they
with
probably would
silver
have. They would have probably been vagrants, which is
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Hmm.
They
Yeah. You
I
could have
assume
one like in like
the
the
Pukeko won't even get in because we have an extinct swamp hen type
Yeah,
animal.
yeah.
We have the Hodgins water hen.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was just using it for an example. There's like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of
Yeah.
stuff has changed.
Yeah.
But it's still like possible because there's vagrants that are really
Yeah.
weird everywhere.
Yeah.
There's
You
even
could have
like
one-
apparently fossils of pelicans, Australian pelicans.
Oh, I remember
Yeah, there are.
reading
Yeah.
New
that, yeah.
Zealand.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Yeah.
had that Stellar's eagle recently that just decided, I'm gonna go to the U.S. for a vacation. Like,
Yeah.
Let's
One of the
see multiple of
weirdest
those,
vagrants I've
apparently.
ever heard. One of the rarest vagrants I've ever heard of was a southern elephant seal in Thailand or Sri Lanka, I think it was.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's
That's
like, what the
mental.
hell are you doing there?
fun in the sun.
And
What
apparently
going
there
on?
is a fossil. There is a fossil vagrant of a not South Island, southern elephant seal, ending up in California.
Oh, I heard
Oh.
of that. Yeah, yeah. Someone made some paleo art with that at some point, like meeting some Colombian
Channel
mammoths on the
Island
beach or so.
mammoths. It was Channel
Yeah.
Island mammoths. So then you had like the big
yeah,
elephant
yeah.
seal and the small mammoth. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember that.
I mean, there
Although-
would have been northern elephant
I-
seals there
yeah,
as well.
I think
but-
those were just northerns.
Yeah.
Was it just? Oh, maybe.
It's doing their own thing.
But
Would
there
be
was
fun
a
if they
southern and the
hybridized.
northern somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely like it's not the end. It's not impossible because you think of some of the weird vagrants that exist. So if you wanted to put
Yeah.
one there, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you could put one in like the very corner of
No,
like the
I actually
picture.
have plans to put in seals here.
Oh, that'd be
As
cool
you
because
should.
I know they can be found
Yes.
quite.
Yeah. No, we actually
Inland.
Ghost said that in his talk about Haast Eagle, like that's the behavior of like New Zealand seals, that they go so much inland. The pups especially might be because of
Yeah.
Haast Eagle, so it's a more closed
Yeah.
environment, so they can't be picked off easily. And
Yeah,
apparently,
yeah.
according to
That makes sense.
iNaturalist, even today, you sometimes find New Zealand seals not too far from here.
I will say, with full honesty, we were all saying to Yash, like, we can't do that. This is way too
Yeah,
far
yeah.
inland. And he said, look at iNaturalist. And there was like one occurrence exactly where this piece is happening.
I was gonna say
And
you could do that with a New Zealand sea lion too. That would be quite cool because
Yeah.
New Zealand sea lions did live across New Zealand before the
Yeah.
sealers, or like the Māori and the
Yeah.
sealers.
Yeah,
came.
that's the thing.
So you could
Their
literally
their
just
population would have been so much bigger back in the day. So
That's cool.
occurrences like
Yeah.
these would have been statistically so much more frequent.
Yeah, I did.
And I was gonna
scale
say-
the fur seal, not the sea lion.
Yeah, I noticed that because sea lion would
Yeah.
be much bigger. But I was going to say as well, there was even potentially we know elephant seals did breed in the South Island as well, and we also know that leopard seals did too. So maybe even a leopard seal could swim up. So
And there's still occasional vagrants.
Yeah.
Wait, they were breeding on the coast of the South Island?
They were breeding on they were breeding on the South Island.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And same
just
with
came
leopard
back.
seals.
Oh, what we're breeding?
Leopard seals.
Leopards.
Yeah. Leopard and elephant seal.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be cool to have an elephant seal in here. But
Yeah,
I doubt,
no.
I doubt that.
I mean, there are observations of seals in this area on INAT.
An elephant seal might
Yeah.
take up a bit too much space. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Also,
Just
log.
a pair,
I mean, it
of
doesn't-
female house eagles just dragging, just airdropping an elephant seal.
Listen,
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be an adult.
Exactly.
A very
It could be
Probably
like
like
Neil the
2%
Seal,
lost
but like
power.
the ancient version.
Yosh, no humans, right?
No humans except for maybe a little bit of smoke in the background, like from a
That would be
campsite,
cool.
something like that.
Then you could potentially add like a Curie, a Polynesian rat, or you could add.
I've brought that up.
Could
Yeah,
be
that was already
yeah.
suggested. I don't like
I would
Sadia,
try and
honestly.
No, fair enough. It's another thing to add.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Be like try and spot him in a
Yeah, ancient Neil the Seal. That would be
Alternatively,
pretty
have the Haast's eagle on your tree there with a curry. I don't know how big they would have been.
My
It would have been pretty
my
small.
my only opinion on it is this is specifically Holocene New Zealand, and it'd be a little bit weird to show no human influence in the.
Well, the
in
Maori didn't arrive until very recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
speaking.
Yeah.
So even if you set this 1,000 years ago, you'd still not have any of those mammals and things. So
Yeah.
I mean, under 1,000
weren't
years
there-
ago is when this site is from, like the coprolite site.
Yeah, but
And
they,
if there
they
were,
in
they
the
wouldn't be that far south.
13th or 14th century actually.
I think they the most recent estimates I've read is like 1250 or something.
Yeah. 13th
Yes,
century.
and there may well be some earlier records too, but they're not from the sites we're covering.
Yeah, okay.
They would have
Yes.
arrived probably on the North Island, right, and then moved
Yeah,
southward.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly, but
A lot warmer.
So yeah,
Yeah,
if
the
we were
North
showing,
Island.
so if we were showing the North Island at this time, it would be more. There would be more of a precedent to show influence than this.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I was thinking even
Yeah, 'cause
today,
it's
like if you look today, there's about 3 million people living on the North Island, and then just over 1 million on the South Island.
Oh.
Yeah.
Even though it's bigger.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like the Southern Alps are
Interesting.
just massive. Yeah. So just you have mainly these are the populations in like Christchurch. So you have about 360,000 people there, and then you got about like 50,000 in Nelson. So you've already got like nearly half the population in just two areas, and they're all concentrated. Apart from that, everything. Oh, and you've also got like Dunedin and Invercargill. Don't talk about Invercargill. No.
Queenstown? How big is that? Small, probably.
Not
right?
very big.
Not geographically, it's not very big. The population's.
It's got an airport. That means there must be.
I mean, everything
There's
has
quite
an
a few people.
airport.
Well, to be fair, it is a pretty popular holiday spot. So
Yeah,
probably
that's
see
one of
it.
our.
I'd say I'm just mentioning it because it's quite close to the Dart River. Like it's on the lake.
Yeah.
What is the population? Where is it? It's about 29,000.
That's decent.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of people.
You think to have an airport? That's quite a bit.
I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty impressive actually.
I do imagine
Especially
at
getting-
some point you do have to have an airport in areas like this, just because it's so difficult to traverse the terrain with any other way.
Yeah,
Mm,
you can
definitely.
take a boat. I've taken the boat to get in there, which is quite nice. But that's definitely not too big. Not too big of a thing.
I think it's funny looking at more of like the southern North Island at Wellington. I think it's funny that the runway for the airport almost like cuts off a part of the peninsula.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
It's
it's very
just
funny. Like,
a road on each side, and that's it.
yeah.
Trust it's
It was
coast
quite,
to
and there's
coast.
been, yeah, there was one time I went and my flight was nearly cancelled coming in because the wind was so heavy, and we nearly had to get turned away. I was like, oh no.
Oops.
Oh.
Can get pretty temperamental. But apart from that, all the times I've been there have been really nice, but I've just been very lucky.
Wasn't there at some
Oh,
point
yeah.
an major earthquake in New Zealand that like raised part of the seabed around one of the major cities, and they just built
Yeah,
a
that was
runway on
around
there?
Kaikoura, yeah.
Yeah, Kaikoura was insane. That was. It cut off the whole road and bridge
Yeah.
network.
And it raised
Massive
the
one.
sea level by a meter, so the
Yeah.
coast was a meter, you know.
Oops, another peninsula.
Just
And it
like
took out
basically instantly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yash,
Half of
right?
the shearwater population got taken out, I think.
Oof.
Oh.
I think it was half. Yeah.
Uh,
So a lot of their burrows got taken out.
Terrible.
Like they faced enough stresses with bloody ocean plastic and introduced predators eating their eggs. You know, they didn't need it.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor
uh,
little guys.
Yes, Jeremy?
Yash.
Yeah.
Right quick. We do have a list of specific plants that would be in the area where these guys overlapped.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, here's the like 6
the
genera.
Nice picture.
Posted in stream material.
Yeah. Yeah, the Coprosma have some nice berries. The white ones are best to have if you're in the bush and you need something to eat.
And a lot of them have
Well,
caffeine
if
in them.
anyone ever gets stuck in the bush in New Zealand,
Yes, I'll find an image.
Eat
They're
the
really
white
tasty.
berries.
and there's
Noted.
no like mimic white berry that instantly kills you of like I don't know bleeding from your butt when you eat it.
Thankfully not. It's the mushrooms to be careful of.
Yeah.
We have a lot of regional mushrooms.
But what of the truffles?
Where are the white berries? I need to find an image.
Oh,
Here they
right.
are.
We do need to
And then
include
you-
those, Joshua. That's a good point that you bring that up.
That's
We need to include the truffles.
we need the truffles.
Yeah.
The purple
They-
boys.
You know,
they make-
Atlantis was first far south.
They
these are
make
really
them a
nice.
lot more tasty.
I mean, also, this environment doesn't like seem like a good place. Like this is a lot of rocky. Like you would need to have a moa carrying it from somewhere else, not really digging it up.
Well, it could be like in the trees a bit more. Maybe in the landslide if there's like a bit of rotting wood. I'm not sure how they grow.
Thinking is, do we have Dactylanthus from this far south? Because I know it's found in the North Island.
Yeah, was that paper specifically North Island or like what's?
No, I don't think so.
I think it was something.
Oh, here we are.
I think it was South Island actually.
Dactylanthus taylori.
Yeah, it was.
It's endemic to
pretty
New
sure it was
Zealand.
on Termidor.
This is what you need to be eating.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
It is currently only found in North Island, even though it lived recently in the Northern South Island. So I think it's too far north for this one. That's a bit sad.
Yeah.
But it's a really cool flower. It's sometimes called. It's got some really cool names. It's also known the wood rose, or kind of the flower of the underworld, and it's the fully parasitic flowering plant.
Yeah. Parasitic plants are cool.
And it used to be pollinated by short-tailed bats and kakapo.
Yeah.
Nice.
I assume, that it's not doing the best right now.
Oh, it's doing okay.
No.
It is endangered.
Yeah, that sounds about right, based off of what pollinates it.
Yeah. It
One
would certainly
extinct,
help if they were
two
about.
on islands.
It has
Dynamos
been
wanted to back up.
rediscovered in. Oh, it has. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry.
It has been rediscovered in Wellington, though, so it's definitely doing a little bit better than.
Nice.
we
Yeah.
thought.
Welcome back to Nemo.
There were some I mean, there were some kakapo that were introduced to a sanctuary in the North Island, and they're quite tricky because some of them will try and climb over the predator-proof
Yeah.
fences. There was one landowner that found one. He was like, "What on earth are you doing out here?" And he quickly contacted the people who were running the site to get him back in because it was
I've got an even better story than that.
away. Do you?
So that
You must provide.
that place is about 20 minutes away from me, the Mangatotiri. That's the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a guy that was a trucker who nearly run one over.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I must have
Luckily he
been,
did stop.
They tried
I mean, they're all
so
named as
hard to
well,
go
so-
extinct. My God.
Yeah.
Luckily he did stop and grabbed it. It was fine, but he was like, "What the hell is a kakapo doing here?" Because obviously he wasn't aware of much of what's going
Yeah.
on with the release there. But they're doing pretty well there apparently.
Yeah.
They're just getting too adventurous.
Yeah, they're curious. They're like, "Oh, big fence. I must climb. I must see what's over the other side."
Well, how they've been doing it is because they tried to kakapo-proof the fence before they released them, but they've been because it's that reserve is all old forest, so it's a lot of really old, pretty much virgin forest.
Yeah.
They just climb up the tree and parachute off over the
Yeah.
other side.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, I had a PDF of the paper, but I can't find it anymore, which is a little annoying.
I mean, you could probably just look up the word truffle in Paleo News, and then it'll come up.
Yeah, but there's no PDF,
Yeah.
and if I have to download the PDF, I need to
Wait,
get access.
wasn't
and
it
it's
open
not
access?
allowing me to.
What journal is it from?
Royal Society Publishing.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Pretty sure there was.
I thought it was open access.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
I
if
thought so too.
hold on.
Maybe they changed it.
I'm pretty sure it was always open access. I remember seeing that paper and being able to just click on it and oops, there it is.
Yeah.
I'm taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Comment
It's also
from
not
Twitch
showing
by-
up when I'm looking for it. Huh? That's weird.
Comment from Twitch. Vampire Gnome 777 says that they heard from a book called Doomsday Book of Animals that Moa would lash and kick with their claws to defend themselves. Even though usually when Moa are depicted, they're just always shown as hapless against humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's
It is
just
Maori
bias.
folklore. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know how they reacted
Yeah.
against humans. I think.
There we go.
I
Got
mean,
the PDF.
if any of them had the temperament of a kiwi or a cassowary,
Yeah.
I'm sure that they would have
Oh,
given
they
them a
would.
wide berth.
Yeah. I think there's some folklore of them being aggressive, and those stories have been attributed to Moa. I'd have to
Yeah.
track them down.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to
But I
say
do
for
But then
remember
again, there are
sure,
different
but yeah.
species, so
That would especially track with Moa pretty much being the only tall bipeds. So they see, oh, this tall biped is not immediately backing down. Are you trying to fight?
Your rival?
You want me?
Are you trying to get my
Come and
big
get
girl?
me.
What do you want? What are you doing?
I was
Are
going
you
to say
going
that
after you're going after my sizable wife? What do you want?
it's quite. It actually would be the opposite way round. It'd be the females fighting for the males. So it'd be you going for my twink husband. Get out of here!
I read, which is pretty interesting. I read a paper, well, skimmed more like while we were researching for this, about Moa eggs, and that they were apparently very thin, very fragile, and that maybe that is one of the reasons why there's such extreme sexual dimorphism that the males were incubating.
Definitely, yeah, that is one of the big things about that.
It's pretty neat.
And you think
It
about
also didn't help
literally a third the
that-
size of an adult female, and the
I mean,
largest.
yeah, in the size chart, I have one of our new silhouettes that we have on Wikipedia, where it's the male and the female for robustus.
Yeah, I guess that if only one gender is sitting on the eggs, you don't really need to worry about the other ones crushing it. That's not really something that you'll
I mean, in most,
you can
for.
see
to
that,
my
eh?
knowledge, to my knowledge, in most like ratites, the male is sitting on the eggs anyway. So
Yeah.
Yes.
there was like an incentive from the start for the male to remain small, I guess.
Here's
Yeah.
the shrooms, by the way.
And you could argue as well with the because typically the males get bigger because they're the ones fighting for the mates. But in Moa, it was the females, so you'd think they'd get bigger to be able to better fight for good males.
Hey Tim, did you get the paper?
I did.
Can you post it in chat because I'm wanting to look at it too.
I will download it and send it. It's for the upland Moa. That's at least what the Carpelite is from.
Yeah, I mean they're here.
So you can.
Which is the same.
Oh, I've got a thing
There's
to
a
add for
PDF.
you. Because on the chart,
You're-
I'm having a read of it.
How? No, sorry.
There is.
I'm drinking.
Tweaking. There is. You've got the Australian bittern, but New Zealand had its own species of bittern, and it looked slightly different. So.
Oh, we have that. We have that.
Where is it?
Ixobricus
is it in
Nova
the-
Zelandii. It's
Oh yeah, I see it.
above the bush moa.
I see it. Lemoa.
Of course, something to consider. I said this already, Ashra, but keep the different neck posture in mind. Because like the bush moa and the heavy-footed, they're very nice mounts from that we got the images of, but they do still, I think, have like the outdated neck posture.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, one thing
checking.
as well, you could just assume they're not using a neutral pose. They would be standing
is
up
true, too.
potentially.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah.
They could also note.
So, yeah, the coprolites are from northernmost southern island. So that sort of lines up what was said earlier with certain ranges.
Real.
Yeah.
Shortcut to shrooms.
I think they're too restricted.
Jim.
Yes, Videx?
Yeah.
What was the bird you said, like, what that we made a funny sound out of?
The pew pew?
Oh, the Pio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Star Wars bird.
Yeah, they apparently have one of the most beautiful songs of any New Zealand bird. But unfortunately, when they became extinct, no one had recorded them. That's the only sounds we do have is of people who imitated them. And they do a really good job, so you can get a sense of it. But yeah, that's just been lost now. So it's really tragic.
Yeah.
They're like song thrush size birds. They would
Yeah.
have found there.
I
The
saw
other name was
Wikipedia-
like the New Zealand thrush.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
alternative common name I found.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
Always
for
Even though
the
they're not
Kiwis
related
in
to
the
thrushes at all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And they were doing like okay, unlike the West Coast, that was kind of like their main like last bastion. But it was stoats and the larger rats that Europeans brought over that finished them off.
Yeah,
Yippee!
sounds about right.
Oh, if you're
For the
curious
Kiwi.
what kiwi would have been at the site, it would have been most likely the southern brown kiwi.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So that lines up with what I said.
Maybe the Orinoco brown kiwi, but I don't think they range this far south, and maybe a little spotted.
Actually, there was.
Yeah, I would think little spotted could be found. Yeah.
Yeah, because
one in
the ranges, because the North Island brown kiwi is just North Island. The Orinoco brown kiwi was found in the South Island and bottom half of the North Island.
Yeah.
The great spotted is found in the West Coast. The southern brown kiwis are pretty much all of the South Island, and
Yeah.
the little spotted was found everywhere.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
the
And then they've just reintroduced to Nelson too.
Yes,
Yes,
Videx?
yes. Right as
Basically-
they get hit by a storm and their bloody fence gets
Yeah.
hit and chopped right down.
Yeah. Yeah, my poor little dudes.
Yes, Videx?
Okay, now
Apparently
Vidax.
they did well though. They were
guys.
Let Vidax speak, please.
For the for this like for the talk 5 minutes ago, what I wanted to ask. for the Kiwis in chat, is there an animal in New Zealand which is not endangered?
Paradise
It's not
shelter.
endangered.
That's doing fine.
I mean, the bellbirds and teal aren't endangered, and they're quite common. They've got some of the most beautiful songs you can imagine, which is pretty good.
Bellbirds are more
Oh, they're
endangered.
everywhere.
But you're doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, two are good. Two used to be in a lot of areas in South Canterbury, like locally extinct. But now they've started to come back quite a bit now, and now I hear them in my garden.
Oh, real.
What
They're coming back.
Videx,
done pretty well.
Videx, I know that this is not the sort of thing that you're fully asking, but as someone who's currently mothing, I assume that you meant vertebrates.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's.
I mean, like
because you
Paradise
just said
Shelter, so
animal.
I mean, you can legally hunt them in duck hunting season, so they must be doing all right.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I
And I think
assume
it's
the
about
Now, here are very rare. There's only about 3,000 to 5,000 of them left.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, there used to be a lot of them. There were like hundreds of thousands.
And they used to range up until right over the New Zealand. They used to be right up to like
in the lowlands.
Farewell
Kaka.
Spit, yeah.
And
And
well,
right
Kaka
up
are doing
to
better.
yeah, much better, yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because at work where I have 2 Kia and 2 Kaka, and I always mention that. So I'm like, oh, they used to live all around. Think of them living in the South Island, but they were everywhere. Penguins, little blues, Fiordland crested penguins, yellow-eyed penguins would have been around here, but they probably wouldn't go nowhere near this far north.
Yeah, we were considering
funny
it.
thing about penguins. Earlier, when we were looking at potential vagrant stuff, Dynamo found one species that was literally the next mountain over from this locality.
The INAT.
Yeah, Fiordland.
Which,
Fiordland.
Yeah, that would
the
be the
next mountain
Fiordland.
over.
which was hilarious.
Like
that would be
here's
the Fiordland crested penguin, yeah.
Here's the screenshot from my naturalist.
Yeah.
You can see the Dart River right beneath Mount Pikirakatahi.
That's about right,
Yep.
yeah.
It's like
right
there.
It's so unfortunate. But you do have some observations of seals in that lake.
Exactly one observation of seals, like right next to Queenstown.
That's enough for me.
It's
We're
wild.
gonna make it seal.
It's wild enough that they got this far inland.
It seals the deal.
Yeah.
Okay, Ash, let's get you to bed.
I would be lying if I did not enjoy that.
Yes. There are some seals that walk up to like people's flats and they just like sit in their doors.
Yeah.
And like I've got
like Neil the Seal.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to Twitch chat real quick.
The seal.
How do you pronounce that name? It's the South Island Kokako?
Yeah, Kokako.
Yes.
Kokako.
Kokako. Yes.
Kokako.
And then may or
It will probably be present screen to go. It's on the list.
Oh yeah.
So
I know
the O with the stripe over it is a O, more like.
It's a macron, yeah. So the macron kind of extends it, so it's how you say it is like there's multiple O's, but you don't want to go ka, with multiple O's.
Yeah.
So it's just like the shortened way of typing it.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, enunciating a little differently. Yeah.
Like when you say weta has a macron, it's like weta. That's how it should be sounding, but you don't want to say weta, you say weta. So
yeah. Weta.
It would be funny if we extend that to Weta Workshop. But do it on all the consonants. That's Weta Workshop. They just make all the
that would actually kind of work.
That sounds like the new of Weta Workshops doing like an haka.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
I was going to say, there actually would be species of Weta up here. I need to find it now.
Ooh.
Yes. And I do think
it's funny. I know a guy who I work with who's like a renowned expert on Weta and actually helps species. So I'm going to try and find.
Oh yeah, I did not look at
Weta
invertebrates. Sorry for the invert enthusiasts.
That's right.
Yeah.
But
If there's a
giant
wetter,
weta are so
if there's a
cool.
wetter,
Yeah.
if there's a wetter,
they
is there a
definitely-
dryer?
There's a dryer. Like that joke.
Someone
bottom.
kick him out, please.
Those are
Kick
the
him out.
wetter houses.
Huh.
Goodbye,
They'd be
Vidax.
too small. Yeah, no. Right. I mean, yeah, they'd be too small for the piece. I did find a very cool cave wetter. That was under my gate. So I'll find the
That's
image for that.
Ooh.
It was a size female and like the big I'm an ovipositor.
No, that would
It was
be a
very
bit
cool.
too-
You know, I'm sure you could
I can-
showcase one like either just standing or crawling in the very foreground, or like in the beak of one of the birds in the foreground.
You could have a giant beak, yeah. They're like carrot sized.
Tibiaspina's the wrong one. So there's 11 different species of giant weta, which include the some couple that I've worked with, which is really cool.
Dang.
Both are quite rare. But there's the Mount Cook giant weta, which is Dendrocata polyvarus, which I think would be the most likely species because it was found on Mount Cook, which is not too far away from here. That would probably be the most likely species if you wanted to add one.
Yeah,
And it's a cool little guy. Yeah. Because there's 11 species of giant weta, and those are the really big ones that they keep going on about.
Oh.
Yeah.
So here's a reference
Sorry.
if you want it.
Sorry, I just checked iNaturalist. There's a really pretty species of cicada up there.
Yeah, we do have
Yes.
some pretty cool cicadas.
Yeah, there's some beautiful green ones you find quite common around, like the chorus cicadas.
Yeah, they're
I've got
quite
one
cool.
pinned. Yeah. I've got one pinned in my room.
Nice.
Nice.
Pretty cool, big one. I'll share the thing.
Wahoo!
What?
Oh, that's a lovely weta.
Hopefully,
Yeah, those guys. Yeah, yeah, I love them.
hopefully we can find
I've
like
got a few
a.
of them. Funny, the place I live at the moment is actually named after the Māori name for cicada.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
So that's a cool little fact.
Speaking of insects, I would assume that dragonfly should probably be in here somewhere, or at least
Oh
one
yeah,
thing.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some, yeah, we have some big ones you could put in.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I also just found a
Hold on, where's-
gorgeous butterfly you could add if you wanted.
Is it the red admiral?
Wait a minute.
Because red admirals would be up there.
There's also forest ringlet. That would be another really good one. That's New Zealand's rarest butterfly. Forest ringlet would be a good one.
Oh, that'd be a good
They're
like,
pretty-
little.
Yeah, that's a red admiral. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful.
I'll grab a forest ringlet for you.
Mhm.
So they're a really cool species of butterfly. They're quite rare because of introduced wasps. So now they can only be really found at altitudes that are too high for wasps to live in. So they are quite rare.
Oh.
So they were naturally
Ah.
not that common, but they're
Did-
even worse now.
Did they just get affected by some parasitoid that got brought in to take care
No,
of
like
something
they got-
else?
No, they literally just got eaten by wasps.
Oh no, I was asking
Yeah.
like if it was like a stinging one or if it was just a parasitoid that was brought in to
No,
control some
like
other
a
thing.
stinging wasp, like German wasps.
Okay. I was curious. Because I know that other thing also happens sometimes when people don't do enough research.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But not a parasitoid one, it's just literally just like a common or German wasp is what's caused them to go extinct. I mean, to go mostly extinct.
To people posting seal stuff in stream material, literally one of my favorite seal pictures ever is from a more inland photo of a sea lion at from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite funny.
Beautiful.
Where's the fun one? Oh, there was one on a surfboard recently. Oh, that's really funny. Oh, look at him.
I remember having a really funny picture. It was like you're walking in the forest and it's just like it's there.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember this.
Oh, that's really good.
Oh my god.
Having
Oh.
so jovial.
Yep.
Yeah, this is how far away? This is not far away from where I live at all. What the hell? It's pretty neat.
Oh, actually, I was just reminded of another bug that might be cool to put in, although maybe not at this distance. Or
Yeah.
if it would be, it would just be dots. But there's quite a few mayflies known from these rivers.
Yeah.
Yes. There are many. There are also a lot of toe buzzers. A lot of
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. It's a really cute photo. Oh, I've got it.
At some
This is
point we
cute.
need to. At some point we need
Look
to
at the-
do a formation during mayfly season.
Yes.
Look at the whimsy of this photograph.
I wish
I'll
to
just
see
put it
the
in
whimsy.
the chat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that is very whimsical.
Just
Oh,
enjoying
let's see,
life
let's
to
see.
the fullest.
Aww.
Yeah.
Speaking of whimsy,
Yeah.
should we let him back up?
No.
Here's another one.
Aw. Sorry,
How
Linux,
many-
I
Yeah,
tried.
these are the,
I
I
like
find the toe buzz.
I like this one.
Why was the V-Man? But
A lot of these are on the Auckland Islands, which are south of New Zealand, like a subantarctic island, and they don't have really trees, but they have like these mega flowers. So it almost looks like something out of like Avatar.
Yeah, those are really cool.
Well. If it,
Yeah, these
if
are
I
toe
don't live again.
This one is actually very cool. I'm a huge fan of this with the like dead trees in the back, or like the fence posts, I
Ooh.
believe, in the background, like in
Yeah, those are
the
fence posts.
Yeah, those
yeah, and like this being during fall with all the dead grass. This is good.
yeah.
What type of flower is that? The big one.
They look like bottle brushes, but I don't think they are. They're like some
They're
kind
from
of
this
Later
from
thing.
the Auckland Islands, so they get like a bunch of megaherbs. So
yeah. But yeah, all right. And these are the toe buzzers, Archiloloides. So these are quite common.
Oh.
I know I found a photo of a weirdly inland leopard seal that was like pretty south of here.
Oh, I know exactly the pictures that you like.
It's like for some reason in like it's alive, but it's in like a ditch with some mangrove trees.
Grows in a ditch.
I'll need to find
Right.
it.
You fell.
Look at this one.
You fell.
Or not mangrove trees. I found the image that I was talking about. There he is.
Yeah, that's Ophar. Yeah, Ophar the leopard seal. It's her.
Just. That's a good one.
I hate
yeah,
how
it is in New
reptilian
Zealand.
these fuckers look.
Oh wait, no, this is in northern New Zealand.
Yeah, that's Ophar. So she was
That's
actually
weird.
quite famous leopard seal that was swimming around like the Auckland area, and she was destroying boats and things.
Yeah.
Based.
Vandalism. Yeah.
There's actually a video of her on YouTube. I need to grab it.
I love marine mammals and their sudden urge to destroy watercraft.
Yeah. I mean, now they joined the killer whale pod in the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
They must join forces
Destroy
somehow.
the yacht.
Let's join forces.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be
Creature
pissed
from
the next time they sail one of those giant fucking rafts through my hometown.
Yeah. Screen the Goo.
I was gonna watch this.
Screen the Goo. Yes, there was a paper published last year about that.
Oh, that's her.
That's her. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I
That's all
love that video.
sounds.
That's her. So she was
Very
quite
impressive.
a famous seal. So there is a bit of a blurb on her. She's got on her own wiki page.
Oh, yeah. Everyone must know about it.
Oh,
He is
the
a pretty great
sounds.
animal.
He's
Oh,
just
I
as
always
famous as
forget.
me.
Billions of them.
All
So
of
this
us have
is-
too much bias to translate your Wikipedia page, so someone else needs to do it.
I could do it. I can claim I don't have bias.
You would never have.
I'm Yoshua's biggest critic. You know, Yosh, you stink. There.
Roasted. Yes,
No,
and they're
No,
racing
no,
in New
no, no.
Zealand too.
He's right. He's right. I haven't showered today.
No.
Fair enough.
I am El Stinky.
Yeah.
Durga. Yeah, I forgot.
The
We
only sad
had
thing is that Ofa hasn't been seen since 2022, so don't know what she's up to now.
How old was she last time she was seen?
2022.
No, like how old was she in 2022?
Don't know.
young.
We think he was born before 2012. That's probably the only thing that we know. Because she's a wild animal. It's not like we watched her. She kind of just swam up one day and just was chilling.
Oh, yeah, she probably just appears whenever.
Yeah, she's very whimsical like that.
Whimsical.
Yeah. Just having a little pop up, having a little cruise. That's just how it be.
Yeah, she's just
doing a little bit of mischief.
Yeah.
Gotta
I think I
keep
got
those
the
monsters. Look at this.
see.
You're gonna bite him.
Yes.
No.
Perilously close. Still got his hands in.
Full Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I am.
This is what.
I am afraid of these guys so much, irrationally.
I think they're very
look.
cute.
They look.
But look,
they look
this is
too May I finish, please?
They are very reptilian looking.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. They don't look mammalian to me like other seals.
I think it's because they're like they don't look like other seals since they don't have like a sloping to their skull. It's just like
no.
Wow, it's flat.
It's almost like
Plus the eyes are so low.
No whiskers, no big whiskers, no.
I mean, they have some big whiskers. Like you can sort of see them in that photo.
No, they look very, very reptilian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like
but
no whimsy.
Especially
to me, they
the
look like they need a good scratch on the back of the head.
Yeah, especially the nose. Like it's definitely the nose that also looks a little bit more reptilian.
Like here's the skull.
Yeah. And the back teeth are for sieving krill, which because they're closer.
Right,
that
they're
makes
relatively
sense.
crab eater seal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they also do eat the crab.
The reason why Coronodon has been thought to be like partially filter feeding back when that redescription happened.
Yeah, similar teeth.
Yeah.
One thing about Ophir as well is that she was actually shot by someone, but she recovered.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, some
I was
some
about
dickhead
to
in
say,
the
is that why she went missing?
Power to her. I mean, gets
I know.
shot,
Well,
survives,
Kurt-
destroys more boats.
Full Kurt
Does not
Cobain
care.
style.
Yeah. Does not care.
So were leopard seals officially designated as native? Yes, they were a few years ago.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw on the Wikipedia page for her that they're now labeled as vagrant species. So yeah.
They were labelled as so they're considered a native species to New Zealand now.
Yeah.
Which is pretty true. It seems that there would have been a lot of like evidence of them in middens and things like that, so they are believed to have been around a lot more than they are now, of course.
Yeah. Because if they're showing up in there, then they've been a substantial presence.
I imagine all the penguins definitely were like an attraction towards New Zealand back in the day.
Oh yeah, New Zealand would have had millions of penguins.
Everywhere.
Also, real quick, I was looking for more leopard sealed images, and I found a lovely thing. Sort of. You know how
maybe
their pupils are quite big a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Someone shrank. Someone went and shrank the pupils, and
Ah!
Oh,
It literally looks like a
no,
cartoon.
no.
What is, what is this?
you're talking about
If you don't become, you'll be scared of that. Literally looks like a cartoon.
Leopard seals want to
What are you
see orcas behind them.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Leopard seals when they're no longer the biggest marine mammal in the region. And the pot of orca be showing up. Oh, it's so
Beautiful. I love it.
When the Doom
Thanks,
music
Dynamo.
stops playing
Oh,
and you have to
yes.
log
Oh my
in.
God.
Yeah.
Oh,
Damn,
Webby
those
is really
cetaceans coming in.
Oh no, wait.
It is.
There's more. Someone shrank the irises of more photos.
Yay.
I found out
no.
something beautiful
yes,
that I
please.
do need to share with you all.
Oh
Yes.
god, the last
Oh,
one.
they look like my.
Why does the last one
So-
look like AI?
So you
It's like the
know-
glosses.
When
Yeah.
It's so-
when balloons get stuck on the roof in buildings,
Yeah.
Yes.
you know how they get those off?
Oh.
Oh.
Another
Oh, do it.
balloon with tape attached to it.
That'll do it.
But what happens if
Would.
you lose that balloon?
Well, then you have to get another balloon.
Clearly
and
you
put
haven't
tape on
used
it, and
more-
then you don't
enough
have to lose
tape.
that one.
You can go through a bunch of them. You'll be all good.
You have a big string of balloons that you can just pull down.
Eventually they will dislodge. Probably.
Yeah. If you throw big enough one up there, I guess.
I
Yeah.
guess
Then
if you
maybe
throw
you can
enough
do
at a
it.
problem, you can solve it.
Yeah. I think at that point you'll be all good.
Eventually you just call your local dart master and
Actually, yeah, just get a blowgun.
After that, you'll be good. Just quickly throw like a tack up there. They have to be very forceful.
I love leopard seals. They're sweet, such cool animals.
Yeah.
They're so silly. All seals are very silly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Silly season.
Very, a very opposite kind of animal in terms of appearance. But I found this. I found the photos of the cave wetter I took that were sitting on my gate.
Ooh.
The cave wetter.
Let's have a look.
Able to send message. What are you talking?
Uh,
I want to retry that. Hold on, I'll sort it. I'll sort it out. It just done with everything.
Yeah.
I love raw seals because they just look like chibi leopard seals. Like they're trying to
Yeah.
do the whole terrifying and intimidating thing like leopard seals do, but they're just
But a very cute.
failing at it and they end up
Ross,
just looking more
Successfully
adorable.
Paleontologist from Friends?
Whoa.
Nah.
the
stop.
paleontologist?
Is that what you do
You
for a
mean
living?
Melman
What?
from Madagascar?
Mm,
God.
what have you been doing?
You like
That was
jazz?
that was a deep cut right there.
What have I unleashed?
I love the Weddell seal babies as well.
Oh, they're cute. Yeah, 100%.
Weddle. Very
Weddell.
fun words.
Mm. Just a little guy. Mm.
It's what you consider a little goober, even.
I would consider him so.
Ah,
This big sniffing nose.
I know we are getting
Hmm.
like Mike Taylor for
Dinocon.
for Dinocon. I wish we could also get
Ooh.
Matt Weddle, so we could give him a Weddle.
Oh, he's there. He's
Sure.
there.
Wait, he is?
Wait.
Yes.
Oh,
Must.
damn.
No, it must.
Taylor
Yeah.
Weddle and
Alright.
Tess is also going to be there.
I know that Tess. I just
It's
recently
the-
talked with her.
It's big sauropod, Morrison sauropod gathering.
Damn.
Well, But for that,
Oh.
we'd also need Curtis and
Wait,
more people.
Do they even have a sauropod symposium this time? Or roundtable discussion? I don't think they have.
No, they don't.
I don't think.
But we do get a lot of sauropod talks. So.
Yeah, like a good 50% of the talks are sauropods
Well,
from
not
the
50%, but it's a decent
feels
amount.
like
Yeah.
It is a
And
good
the
bit.
rest of it is Tyrannosaur stuff and other things.
Yeah, you have to get the first crowd in. You know? First time they try to do it like this, so the big
Yeah.
names.
That's
have to
Ulfa.
be there.
There she is. McGill.
All right, we are kind of filling up stream materials with images of an animal that's not even going to appear in the piece. So could we
Yeah.
as much as I
fair.
love leopard seals, can we
A
tone
little
it down?
bit back to on topic.
Yeah.
True. Let's post more seals that are in the forest.
Spam it into other talk text if you want.
Show
Yes.
us your best seals that are relevant for the piece.
I think I
Like
have
one of your, like one of your Australasian seals.
or that one raptor in that one article recently.
That rocks.
How very specific, Fang. That one raptor in that one article.
It was like the one about like the budget of Rebirth or something.
Oh, I saw earlier the next episode for Behind the Bastards is out about the direwolf stuff.
Ooh.
I have a total of 7.5 hours to sort of just sit around tomorrow, so I guess I'll film part of it.
Feel
with
that with so many bastards. Oh, it's honestly glorious.
Yeah, because I'm or it'll be 6.5 hours around that. Because I'll be being driven to a ferry launch, which is 4 hours away. Then it's 2.5 hours on the ferry.
Oh wow!
Yay!
Keep it busy.
Ferry launch. What are you doing there?
Oh, I mean, it's like a dock for the ferry to arrive.
Yes, but why? Just cause or?
Where are you being
Because I
ferried to?
I have a course on an island.
Oh.
Out in the Great Lake.
Yes.
Is it really that great of a lake?
Yeah, and there are plural as well.
Yes.
The Great
Yeah.
Lakes.
It's actually
With an
a pretty decently sized island.
I mean, if I remember correctly, these lakes are larger than New Zealand, so I think they are quite great.
Are you talking about the Great Lakes, like the Great Lakes?
Yeah. The island I will be on is it's pretty big for an island in like this area. It's 145 square kilometers.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, it's decent size. There's New Zealand.
Let me
look at the whimsy.
More whimsy, you say?
Ooh. Yes.
Oh my god, that is literally just in a forest.
Yeah,
It's
fine.
Just having a fun time.
I like the cut of your jib.
Yes. An adventure.
Forest.
He's like a little guy.
Yeah.
Just on his nose.
The lake that it is in is, I just checked it up, 58,000 square kilometers.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a
big
big
lake.
old lake.
That is a lot of water.
Yes.
And a lot of fish.
Why am I hearing children scream outside? It's like 12:30.
The children yearn.
Get off.
The children yearn for the dark.
The children
Yearn
yearn
for
for
mines.
bicycle terrorism. Hold on.
What?
What?
Yours is more confusing than what I said.
We'll be right back. After this.
It's amazing, like with art, like you could just do a bunch of lines and then it looks amazing when you just look out because you think, oh, that looks gross when you're looking up close, but then you look out, it's like, wow, that's actually amazing.
Oh, dead branch is good. I assume that
Dead
you could
branch.
have more dead stuff there, since I assume those rocks are from an avalanche.
Yeah, like I modified.
Yeah, they'd be tumbling.
Yeah.
Modified this quite a bit here.
Not gonna let that slide, are you?
Hey.
A while ago, Dynamo posted a bunch of images in Mammalia of like, oh hey, here's like this ecosystem, like a little figure of it, and there was a really nice one of a dead tree where its branches were pointing towards the camera.
Ooh.
Dynamo, do you know the images I'm talking about?
I'm always very happy about more dead tree images.
Unfortunately, I do not.
You posted them. It was like where you had the cows and like digging stuff up and stuff like that. Like it was illustrations.
Oh, wait a second. Hang on.
Now you know the ones I'm talking about.
I think so. Yep.
Core memory unlocked.
I had to mention a mammal.
Mm-hmm.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammal.
So
I'll scroll through your Mammalia posts.
Channel.
It must have been a few weeks. Oh, I found him.
Damn, I'm old enough to remember that song.
It would not be good for this composition, but here's the image I was talking about.
Oh, nice. Oh, I think I have a bunch of these in my inspiration folder.
Yeah.
There's also like an wild cattle pit where the sand basin I think is part of that too. So
this artist has done a ton of pieces for rewilding Europe.
Dead log and stuff.
Yeah,
soil and.
I'm a huge fan of this one. This is great.
Yep.
It's got like bees as well. Super neat.
Also, I'm sorry, I just noticed. Look at the wild boar in that soil life image.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looks like he's stuck like a potato.
He's so happy.
Where's the boar? Oh, there.
With a missile.
He's just chilling.
There's a dead bison as well. Is also very funny.
Yeah.
He's all stretched. Oh. Dead as crap.
I've also found some reptiles from this particular locale of New Zealand.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, if the photos will load, come on.
Well, there's obviously the tuatara. There's also jeweled geckos and probably a lot of Woodworthia geckos.
Found some.
Roro.
Yep, now that's the one I mentioned. You know, the short-toed gecko.
Hey. Yeah, short toed is one of my favorites. I really like him.
McCann skink. It'd be really cool if you had the Sinbad skink, because that's one from Fiordland. That's got a lot of green on it. It's a cool one.
I've not heard of that one.
Look up Sinbad skink. You'll quite like that one.
You're being licensed.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
See?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Can you post it?
Yes, absolutely. Hang on. I need to get some good photos of this.
He's very glossy.
You could say he doesn't look too bad.
Oh yeah, I've seen photos of the skink while looking for color references.
Ooh,
yeah.
Nice.
Very pretty.
I was actually thinking when I get back into doing a bit more art, I was wanting to do a reconstruction of the Northland skink because no one's done one yet.
Ooh.
And it was quite a big skink. It was bigger than the robust skink. It was about the same size as a bearded dragon, apparently.
Okay.
About,
yeah. Oh yeah. That's
50 centimeters long.
Dang.
Damn.
It's like and I was thinking doing that as well as some of the reconstructions of the like the Waitomo and the Harkmans and the Aurora frogs. I'm thinking of doing something like that.
Also,
and because I've got my Cintiq, I could do them life size. So I was thinking that would be quite cool.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Very
Also,
interesting.
in checking INAT, it appears there are tons of frogs living in that area.
Yeah.
They're all just two species of southern Australian frog: the brown tree frog and the southern
Yeah,
bell frog.
Yeah, those are all introduced. Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're not having them.
Oh, and we're being
Yeah.
raided.
Oh,
Is
Oh
it
no!
Danny?
Oh no!
Who is it?
Schmurgle.
Schmurgle!
Oh, hey, Schmargle.
Oh, hello there. Welcome to the stream.
Babylon.
I hope you guys had a beautiful stream over there in Schmurgleland. Welcome to Paleostream. Welcome to the Holocene of New Zealand stream, where we will have a look at a lot of very large birds.
Yeah. Hope you guys
Yeah,
had a
we're
good
doing
stream.
Extinct.
Many of them extinct, yeah.
Need some more.
Yeah.
We need some
me
more
some
more
more.
in here.
I did
We're
see
doing
you
it
post stuff on Twitter, Schmirgle. It's looking pretty good.
Indeed.
Just do a Haas-Eagle not eating a moa. Do it eating something else.
I was considering
Yeah.
just having like perch on Isengard here, maybe. Not
Well, that'd be cool.
not
That'd be
doing
pretty cool.
anything violent, just
It could be
looking.
it could be like a
Just
leucistic
vibing.
one as well.
Logistic.
That'd be
Or
cool.
piebald.
I mean, well, we could
Sorry.
take an opportunity to showcase like its proper coloring, since we now know about that,
Yeah.
and
true.
I
That is
don't
true.
think a lot of people are aware of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I'll post this in the stream materials. I posted in the the talk chat, but this is a coloration I did for painting that I'm still kind of working on after years. But
Yeah, I was gonna say you showed it off during your
Yeah.
stream talk.
Ghost showed it off during the stream talk. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was Ghost.
Let me grab their.
yeah, this is a few years old now.
Their
Actually,
slide.
it was 2020. Wait, was
That's
this showed
nice.
off?
No, this was.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. Yeah.
That's a pretty
Yeah.
boy.
Let me try to
Was there
find the one
talk
that I made during
posted
the
on the
talk.
It's not up yet, Joshua.
Okay.
I know.
I would love.
I thought all
I
of
had
them were up.
watched the ones that were up.
Oh yeah.
I actually quite liked watching the PaleoCon little things when they come out, because they're not very long and you can just watch them and be like, yeah, it's quite cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the size of the average YouTube video, where it's like you
Exactly.
can't just turn
We
it
were
on real quick.
very much like
Yeah.
when we decided on the length of these, it was like, okay, shouldn't be like 10 minutes or 15 minutes because you cannot really pack much in there. But 20 minutes is pretty good. And then have
I
5
think
more
it's a
minutes
good
for questions.
middle ground.
So yeah, it's like you have to consider the attention spans of people nowadays.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sadly, it's not the greatest.
I just mean as well, it's like how many people have the time to watch like an hour and a half video when we've got busy lives?
You can always watch them in chunks, but even then, it's like you don't get the full experience.
No, you got to watch the whole thing. The longest video I watched a while ago was a hodgepodge video on Prehistoric Planet when he did like a whole review of season 1 and 2, and that was like a 4-hour video, and I sit down and watched the whole thing, and it was.
For me, probably Magnus Archive, I think.
Yes, I am currently re-listening to it.
I need to re-listen to it and then listen to the new stuff.
The longest I ever saw, as a video, I mean, I have seen a lot of stuff like right after another where they split it into several videos.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, was the New Zealand talk?
A what?
The New Zealand talk on the Haas-Eagle and all that.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Oh yeah.
It will be on YouTube eventually.
Neato. I look forward to it.
Yeah.
Very epic. I deem this epic.
I I think
Yes.
I'm basically done with the
You
environment.
deemed it so.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
my
looks pretty damn good to me.
I have my biases, but definitely, in my opinion, the two best talks from that were the Prototex IDs and the Oriodont talks.
Yes.
I really like that Prototaxis talk. That was pretty cool.
Jules did a great job.
Oh, have you
I really like.
Joe? Have you seen the Oriodon talk?
Not yet. No, I've only seen the ones that are up on YouTube.
you will like that.
Yeah, the Oriodonts are great.
Yes.
I love Oriodonts. Yeah. I always have a thing for animals that are like always with weird anatomy that's never properly.
Yeah,
Like
Oriodonts are
people just
It's
a
not
lot
like
of people just
Gunjustice.
tend to forget anatomy, you know. A lot of people just tend to throw out anatomy, like even like great artists like Terrell Whitlatch. Like she does a lot of modern and extinct animals, and then you look at her art, and then you compare it to like her extinct animal art, and you think like, where did your knowledge of anatomy go? Like these look like two different art
Yeah.
styles.
Yeah.
I'll actually grab a picture right now, and I'll show you what I mean.
I know what you mean. She gets a little loosey goosey there, sometimes.
Yeah.
I also like it's similar to when you compare the mammals and the dinosaurs of Charles R. Knight, and you realize, oh yeah, this guy was a mammal person.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, he was a
his art is amazing in that regard. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to find a good example.
Early mammal supremacy.
Yeah. It messes me up that Agriochirus is an Oriodont because it doesn't look like one at all.
And it climb.
Yeah.
And that's not to say the art's bad. She's got a really great understanding of anatomy, but it's just kind of
Yeah.
there seems to be a disconnect there. I'm just trying to find a good examples. One of her artworks. It's probably a best example. You can see there's a bunch of modern and imagined animals with it. I'll put it in the text chat, but you can kind of see. What I mean.
Yeah. I have the book where that comes from.
Yeah, I have
me too.
all of Whitlatch's books. I got them.
I just wanted to
years
post
ago.
an example up here to like demonstrate what I was meaning.
Honestly, the body
Quickly,
and
the legs are very good.
Cutting in
I really
quickly,
like
Josh. Did you see what message
Yeah.
Schmergel said when he joined?
Yes.
Wait. No, I don't think.
Look at Twitch chat. I think you'll get a chuckle out of it.
Who up gooning for the Paleocabal? Yeah.
Oh, here's a great example. Okay, so here's
Thank you, Schmergel, for that little chuckle there.
spectacled face bear reconstruction she did, and then you compare that to a short face bear.
Oh, I'm interested in that. Ooh.
So here's probably the most direct comparison.
So gangly.
Yeah, like it's almost like she forgot that they've got big tummies.
And also, like,
for some reason.
I'm saving that spectacled bear.
That's very
You know,
good.
like she does some
awesome.
really good like reference work for like especially the muscle
No,
and
it's
stuff that
amazing.
you usually don't see
Yeah, 100%.
anywhere.
Yeah. And also you can pretty clearly see how the spectacled bear, even though it's usually not thought of as short face, has a really short skull, but the soft tissue kind of doesn't let that on. Like not
then
nearly
even
as
compare
bulldog as
that.
Arctodus.
Yeah, and then you compare that to Arctodus and how she's reconstructed it. Like, it's almost like she forgot the belly. Like it looks like it's got anorexic.
It's been
the Joshua bear.
He hasn't had any money for a while.
It's me.
It's still rendered amazingly and everything. It's just
The
that
fur
weird
texture and
disconnect there.
everything really well done. I'm quickly getting something to drink, and I think then we can start basically with the animals here.
Alrighty.
Animals. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I will also be right back.
I had an idea for the Haarseagull on a nest.
Wait.
Yes. Having a little
Haarseagull
nest.
I can
with
only,
babies.
I can only imagine
Haarseagull
how
nest?
big Haarseagull nests would be.
I don't
Oh,
think
it'd
it
be
fits
enormous.
in the current composition.
I mean, what could be
Oh.
interesting is that, like from the avalanche, you could have, if it's recent enough, like a Haarseagull's nest that's just on the ground from the avalanche.
That'd be
To be
cool.
fair, I don't think. I think if a Astigol were to come in this environment, every single other animal would immediately flee.
No, that would be
Maybe
probably
they
true.
maybe it's only just arrived. But like they've only just landed on the tree.
Yeah.
It's just
Could
like
be that it's killed
I mean, it's
something and has something in its claws. Like if it's got a prey item,
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be likely that the rest bolts.
Yeah.
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 Whereas like, these like, taken like 5 seconds like before disaster. Like 5
And you
seconds
think how
after
big the
disaster.
bald eagle is?
Yeah, considering bald eagle nests are big enough for a human to sit in, and let me grab because Ghost helpfully drew a comparison between Hast and a couple of bigger eagles, of big eagles, I should say, because it's the biggest.
Yeah. And an Asbill would be a good size for it to just if it were to be holding on to something. Like that's
Well, yeah, they're just about the same size.
I think
yeah.
there's really better use for Asbill in this space.
Or even like a little bush mower if you wanted to do a mower and you were like
Yeah,
sorting
that might be a good idea. Give it a little bush mower.
Yeah,
That's
South
like-
Island Raven is also a decent size.
South Island Raven,
Yeah.
also a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
talked about
Good.
not giving it more to it.
Yeah. It could even be an extant thing. Like it might be good to just give it something that we weren't too worried about anyway.
Look at Takahe.
Ooh, that's actually a
Landed
pretty
fish
neat
on
idea.
seal.
Have
Yeah.
the Takahe, yeah.
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 It stands out quite well.
Yeah, and plus because we know how brightly colored they were, it would be pretty obvious. Like,
Yeah. We know
Yeah,
who he is.
It'd be also good to have the
Yeah.
coot in the foreground and not be the thing that it's grabbing, since that guy's weirdly
Yeah.
big.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think a Takahe
Yeah, I
would
do.
actually be a good one because it's a modern bird too, so it kind of like blurs the
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, there's often like a disconnect there.
Yeah,
It's just like hunting.
Yeah, I mean that's why in our like late Pleistocene, early Holocene stuff that we've done in the past, why we do have some extant stuff.
It's always the Haast eagle who hunted the mythical giant moa, and it's like, yeah, well, yeah, but
Yeah,
There's
like
many other
there
things
was-
for it to
other
hunt.
things it would have hunted. Yeah,
Yeah, it was-
the bald eagle, because someone brought up that its nests are big enough for a human to sit in, is so small in comparison, it's not even included here on this size comparison.
How big are Philippine eagle nests?
Well, I can tell you from personal experience how big Stellar's nests are, and those things are fucking massive.
Yeah.
That's an amazing picture. I quite like it.
It's by
I would
Ghost,
love-
who did the talk on Paleostream Con.
Yeah,
I would
eagle
love to
nests.
see like. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let you go.
No, you go.
Honestly, I would love to see falconry with Haas eagle. That would be amazing.
I don't think
Would
that
be
would be
dope.
that easy to do. I think you'd probably have a hard time keeping your arm up.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
it just crushes your
That'd be
arm.
I mean, yeah, I have seen like
Yeah.
I actually
And
tried
this-
that once.
I have seen people like holding like harpy eagles, and it's like, oh fuck, that thing
Yeah,
is
but if you-
only is basically allowing your arm to live.
And if you
Yeah.
look on
Yeah.
the comparison, you can see with a harpy eagle, look at the feet compared to Haast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Like
think
seeing
if
them
you
in
were, I think potentially if you tried to do like falconry with it would just like it would damage your arm without even trying.
You would have
Yeah,
to
See,
use
the
I
it
thing
think
to-
is
earlier
here-
today I noticed it
You've
while
always-
scaling. Many of the big New Zealand birds do also have a tendency to evolve big feet for some reason.
Yeah.
Well,
That is
that way they
something-
say about big feet.
It's quite like terrestrial as well.
Yeah, like
Well, I was going to say, for the case of the Takahe, they did have swamp hen ancestors, which already had big feet. So
yeah, the musk duck has longer legs and shorter wings than the
yeah.
extant one. Like there's a good amount of leg extension in these guys.
That's
Yeah.
That's
They're
actually
doing a
for a
lot
lot
more.
of species. Yeah, there are a lot of species that have closely related, like Australian relatives. They often just have larger legs. That's kind of the way that they define them as different species, and that's because they probably were just more terrestrial. In most
Yeah.
aspects, they probably would have been pretty similar.
Yeah, like a very good example of that is with the black swans, because we had a New Zealand black swan, and they're essentially just described as being like rugby players, and like the Australian ones like football ones.
Yeah, because I read through that. It's like,
Very
the
good.
black swan's like 6 kilograms, and the New Zealand swan is 10 kilograms. Like it's just fat.
Yeah.
I think Tim's like sort of comparison to trumpeter size is pretty accurate.
Yeah,
like
and I was going to say
trumpeter
too,
swan rage.
Yeah.
vampire gnome, there would have been Asbills that would probably have eaten a Huss eagle egg, most likely.
Yeah. If they
So
could
it'd
get
still
one.
be a great incentive to nest in a tree still.
Oh yeah.
And plus, they were pretty rare on the landscape. Actually, I think the population estimates was no more than a few thousand pairs, so they were quite not a very
I mean,
common
like
sight.
looking at modern day eagles, they have enormous territories. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the population
Exactly.
was like 7,000 pairs. So you think that's not a lot?
Yeah. No.
Going back to the falconer thing, you probably would see like the little people like me and Armin who actually been able to probably ride on a large female hashed eagle.
Yeah.
That's the falconer you want.
I mean, wasn't there that one report of a harpy eagle attacking a person pretty recently?
Yeah.
Like that paper.
Oh,
I don't think
yeah, that the paper that they had photos of the wounds caused and
Yeah.
Like it was unlikely to succeed even if she was alone, but it was well, eagles sometimes get a little more ambitious than they usually do.
Yeah, and I can sort of assume if a Hass eagle would have made that sort of attempt, that it would be a little bit more successful.
Well, I mean, the big thing with Hass eagles is they're already hunting human-sized bipeds and bigger.
Yeah.
Harpy eagles do not.
If Haast's eagle grabbed your skull, it would probably just explode. Let's be honest.
Probably.
Yes. Yeah, your skull would not exist.
Like you,
It is absolutely.
You can look at the feet of Hass eagle like specimens, and oh my gosh, they are very big, and the bones are so thick.
I mean, yeah, again,
They've got literal tiger claws.
Stream materials.
Yeah.
Storks and aurochs,
remind
could
everyone
the
here-
eagle have caught an old man with a grey beard? Caught, yes. Carried away, no.
No.
I will say, because I read this in an article in the National Geographic once on harpy eagles, they already have their claws. They're already bigger than grizzly bear claws.
Yeah, I remember that.
Haast's claws are just bigger than that still.
Yeah, they're like tiger claws, like literal tiger claws.
Yeah, you
Bigger,
can see
probably.
like
I think
that
they're quite a bit bigger than tiger claws.
Much bigger.
Well, if you account for the keratin, I guess.
Yeah, keratin. Like it's already scary without the keratin.
And like the force as well from them like flying into you, it'd be the equivalent. I mean, it's the equivalent. I've read up on this. It's like the equivalent of like a brick falling from like 9 stories, and of course it's much more. Yeah. So you
I
just
actually remember going into a bit of a like deep dive. I'm going to answer Mr. CDP's question soon, but I was doing a bit of research into that a while ago. But Haas eagle, they obviously took the interpretation of them coming down like that, but that's very unlike a lot of birds, like a lot of falcons and eagles would have hunted. So I'm not sure, like, because they talk about the puncture marks and things like that match Haas eagle claws supposedly, but I'm actually favoring the interpretation that there were more marks from Kia, because Kia, have very strong beaks and very sharp beaks as well, and that's been another interpretation that I've been kind of think is a bit more.
Yeah. Like I've seen that about. So that's another interesting thing to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Because it depends on like how like the punctures are distributed as well.
Yeah.
So there's evidence.
Yeah.
I'm reading on that.
And I guess it's a little bit more just how you interpret kind of it, I guess.
I would assume that wear patterns would also be different between the two, like if you were to look at the microstructure.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I just don't know if those studies and things have been done. So it's
I mean, that's the thing.
valid
Do we have
interpretation both ways, I
have
think.
claws of Horst eagle with a keratin sheet still? Because you wouldn't see that on the bone.
I don't think.
I don't.
No, I don't think
No,
so.
we don't. No.
That is
No, I
tragic.
haven't seen it.
And on the topic of
Maybe
ants
I'll-
bills, there has been isotope studies to look into what they've been eating, but it seems they were not just insectivores; they were eating invertebrates. So they were eating potentially like things like tuatara, big lizards, potentially even small birds. So they were quite carnivorous.
Yeah. Just pretty much
So
just
they-
eat
Oh, yeah, it's
anything
that size.
enough to get in their mouth.
So anything smaller than them, pretty much.
Yeah. If it can fit in their mouth, they will have it.
Yeah, but they don't seem to be omnivores. It seems.
See.
Yeah. Are there
So though,
native?
I imagine.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I
Gonna
was gonna say
ask-
it was kind of like almost like a jackal.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, jackal's a good comparison. Are there native crawfish in this area?
Yes.
That
Yes.
I was wondering if we could have an Asville that going into like a crawfish burrow.
Didn't we have that for the St. Bathans one?
We did that. We did.
We
I remember we were
did?
talking about.
Yes, it
I
was in the
remember
St.
talking-
Bathans one. Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be funny if we did it twice.
Wait, but I can't remember if we
Continuity.
actually. I think we talked about, but I can't remember if we actually did that on stream.
I do remember we were talking about having something in the Asbill mouth, and I'm pretty sure we talked about the crayfish.
Yeah,
Freshwater
wait, let
crayfish.
me,
I'm pretty sure.
let me check. I
think I brought it up.
I have it. I have
I
it.
have my folder open.
Let me find the
Oh,
piece.
true. Yeah. It has a blue lobster.
Hey.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm back.
It returns.
Oh,
Hooray.
Hi,
We
back.
got some
Oh,
good
yeah.
shit. We got some good
Yeah,
shit.
we could-
We got some good shit, my boys.
What?
Oh,
What
got some
has-
animals up in
Show
here.
us, show us the photos.
Okay, let me go step by step in order to talk with things. I got an assassin bug. I didn't get this before.
Oh, that's a weird thing to get at a blacklight.
Yeah. Look at this guy.
Yeah, that's
Then
a
there
pretty
is
cool
the
guy.
ruby tiger. This guy's beautiful. It's very red, but it has like a colorful abdomen when it opens its wings.
You also got a second little moth of some sort right next to it, seemingly.
I know that wouldn't be impossible. There is this guy, which is one of my favorite moths. I really like this guy.
Oh, you got lucky
However,
tonight.
There is another with the luck. There is the crown jewels. I am shaking. My guy, GW, I am fucking shaking. I did
Show
the
me.
Dynamo. I am shaking. I did not
Oh.
expect this. There's 3 of them. They're coming in.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, it's a dog.
They are beautiful. They are
My
absolutely beautiful.
Nice.
Lucky
I
as.
have to, I'm gonna at Nick.
Ooh.
Tonight is
They
good.
should, yeah.
Tonight we are winning. We keep winning.
That's a good day.
Yeah, let me
Oh,
let
wow.
me show you how the sheet
Moth.
looks.
Poor moths.
This is the sheet.
blue
currently.
moth, yippee! I love blue moth
This
so
is the
much.
sheet, but they can
Friends.
go on the other side. So this is what
There are
the others.
so many moths there that you didn't take pictures of.
Yeah, a lot of these I've already documented. So
I mean, you should
Nice.
still take pictures of the things that you've
I
already
did.
documented.
I did. They're going on iNaturalist. I don't
Good,
take a picture
good.
of every single one because that's gonna be endless because they move around.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
this is pretty okay for the time of year. This is with the new setup, which is not just the light and not just the black. It's both the black light and the regular light.
Okay.
The never try LEDs. LEDs absolutely fucking suck for this.
Yeah, I mean, you want black light or mercury bulbs. Those are the
Yeah,
really only
using,
two
I'm
good.
using a normal iridescent one with the tungsten wire
Yeah.
is completely passable.
Yeah.
That and the ones with halogen ones. What are they called? You know, like the tubes.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
are really good. Those are excellent. I haven't tried that because I don't have any at hand, but it's a little bit more complicated to set up because you need to I mean, it's not that you just need a holder. This works for me, but I need to make a different thing out of wood or out of some isolating material where I can put it to. I have a ceramic holder, ceramic neck for the bulb. I have a 200-watt bulb. This is 150 because the 200-watt bulb would melt the fucking plastic on my current holder.
Yeah.
So I need something for that, and then I'm gonna maybe even get the second black light.
Yeah.
Because I have the extended cable that has 4 shits for it. So mercury vapor is almost impossible to get where I am. The bulb is, when people are selling it, there's for 20, 40 bucks, but you need a transformer. A
Yeah,
separate
it's
transformer
so
for
annoying.
200 fucking bucks. I'm not paying that. I'd
Yeah,
rather
no.
get a big
Damn.
black light.
I fell into that trap. I got the mercury light. I was like, oh, how do I set up? And then I saw the transformer cost.
Yeah, you don't.
Oh no.
I've seen mercury vapor. I'm gonna actually put it in chat, since I don't know if any of you guys. I know some of us are into mothing here, but I don't know how you guys are some of the newer people, not the newer people, people who are not always here. How are you guys
I've never done it before, but moths are epic.
Yeah.
Also very.
Mothing is really cool. You should try it. I want to see the New Zealand moths.
Yeah, the Periri.
Yeah, the
I love
Peruri
them.
moths are really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is so easy to set up. It is just get a white bed sheet and a black light. There you go. You are done.
Yeah, you just need you need a good spot. I'm lucky that I have a relatively good spot here in the garden, but this is still probably kind of mid. The best thing would be, oh my god, what is that?
Ooh, looks like it
Peruri
mimics. Looks like it
Jeez.
camouflages in moss.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh,
Periri moth.
Oh, and it's big too.
I got several species of similar colors, but they're not as big.
It's a big one.
Yeah, they're massive. They're also known as ghost moths because they're quite rare. Ghost
Nice.
moth. Yeah, absolutely massive. One of the biggest moths in the world. I think they're right up there with the Atlas.
I'm sharing what a mercury bulb does. This is in a sports park, so heavily managed. You get what I mean? You got yellowish LEDs with one bug on them, and then in the middle, atop of the what's it called, the football field, you got a old mercury lamp that still works. Let me. This is what. No. What is this called? This is auto talk text. Okay, let me just get it. This is a 6-second video of what this looks. This is, I think, end of June last year.
I don't think I will do it
Who's going in
right
first?
now, but I'm craving a little bit of violence, and since Tim already puts them next to each other here, I think it could be cool to show a New Zealand swan, being very aggressive towards a heavy-footed moa. Or something like that. Because they are nearly the same size, basically.
Real.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe instead doing an upland mower. I'm just thinking because there is a big size difference between a heavy-footed. Because a heavy-footed's 120 kilos.
I mean, yeah, but also you have to remember how aggressive swans can be. So
that is a valid point.
Yeah.
I have been attacked by swans. So
honk.
Honk.
We have seen it before.
We were also talking about potentially having a takahe getting eaten by an ice eagle to kind of bridge that gap a bit. Because I think it'd be cool to have a modern animal.
I think it could be interesting if the focus of the one case of violence in the piece is actually between two herbivores.
True.
Yeah, that would be
Mm.
a valid
be
point
fun.
too.
True,
The
but it
Haas
would
that
be
mean we're
just
interesting to have
watching?
Haast finally with something other than a Moa, even if it just has it in its talons.
Mm.
You could argue that not showing it predating anything at all is a bit of a switch up.
Happens
Will
more
we
often
ever
than it
see?
I guess-
predating on something other
I
than a
guess
Moa.
it's a switch up either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all about
It's a matter of
breaking
preference.
trends here.
The biggest
Something
switch up
that-
is them not having anything.
Something that could be interesting to portray is the fact that there is so many mine birds that show up in predatory sites in South Island.
So many what?
Mine bird, puffins, petrels, storm petrels.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, New Zealand is considered the seabird capital of the world.
It is, yeah. I think we have over.
seabirds.
Don't we have over like 50 species? I think. I think it is.
I think 100-something
New
species or so.
Zealand Bird of the Week-
Must
Yeah. New Zealand Bird of the Week was pretty much just Seabird Bird of the Week for quite a lot of it.
Seabird.
I was
Yeah,
going to say
true,
as
yeah.
well.
I noticed that.
Seabird. Bird of the week. Seabird.
Oh,
Bird
at
of
work the
week.
other day, we had a black petrel come in.
Ooh.
It was a cool little
And
guy.
it's
Or cool, pretty big.
But we need a little bit
It
more
came from the vet.
Isengard
Someone found it
references
on a
here.
farm.
There we go. And human
Oh,
influence.
nice.
Oh no. It's
The fires of industry.
no.
Let me
It's
grab
going down.
the Caxela. They drew that size chart, right? The Moa size chart. Who did that?
Which one?
There was one recently, but I can't find it.
Oh, was that Astrapiante?
How do you spell that?
Strapionte.
Oh yeah, found it.
Yep. There it is.
Yep.
And there's the Moa.
They got no more.
No more.
This has most of them.
Oh, hi, Zach.
Oh yeah.
Hello, folks.
Oh yeah.
Zach.
Zacchaeus.
There we go.
I remember seeing one. I got the Moa chart that I did got plagiarized a little while ago, and I was like, "Huh?" It was like,
Oh.
and it was almost like it was like a badge of honor. I was like, "What the god? What the heck? What the heck?"
I mean, I find it funny how big he's made the feet.
Yeah.
they're way too big.
Even by Moa
Yeah.
standards.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they just took the feet from like the heavy-footed mower, cranked them up, and then just like get on everyone. Everyone's
How
going-
going-
It's not even
the
correct.
proportions are a little janky.
Yeah.
They're,
The
they're a
size
little
chart's not
scrunched
even
up.
correct. Wait, I've got to grab my one. I posted my one a little bit earlier, but my one's
Especially-
actually correct.
Like I like the appearances, especially the crested Moa looks very nice, like the head.
Yeah, the feathering is really good.
I don't
Yeah, I
know
like
what's
this.
going
I like-
on with the upland Moa though. Like
Yeah,
He's got stupid long legs.
everyone's
they
got
do have
short
those-
legs, and then the upland Moa's got like extension legs, extra high heels.
Yeah. And they did have quite big feet, but definitely nowhere near that big.
Here's the recent size chart that was drawn for Wiki.
Nice.
The ones that I did here, this was actually for a paper, so there is a paper with some artwork from mine, which is cool.
This
There
is
you
the one we have on the wiki page for Moa.
Yeah, that still seems a little too small. It doesn't seem quite right to me.
Yeah.
I see one of them's got like a wassail structure.
Yeah, that's the eastern, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, eastern or coastal mole.
Hey. Oh, cool.
So I decided, because I was only doing the silhouettes, I was like, I need to do something to make them all different.
And then
Yeah.
this one is just for Dinornis to show the sexual dimorphism.
Yeah.
That is incredible. I'm
Oh, look at him.
I don't want to do like it's stream is PG. I don't want to ask.
Yeah.
How it goes
It's not
with the stream.
PG, Vidax.
Oh,
No,
so-
okay,
yeah,
how did
yeah,
they
yeah.
do it?
Let
How did they do it?
let Zach have a word in for once.
Sorry, Zach.
Hello,
Yeah.
Zach.
How goes the stream?
It is good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
We are adding more and more and more.
Ha ha ha.
More. Even more.
Also, hello, Joe. Not seen you in a little while.
No, I haven't been around too much. I've been real busy, living life.
No, that's
Yeah,
fair.
likewise.
What is life?
Well, I'm a zookeeper now, so that's cool.
That's cool.
That is indeed awesome.
That is very cool. Awesome.
Congrats on that.
I need
When
to
I
go
was-
to the zoo again. I haven't been in so long.
Can you take us with
When I
you?
was in the
Yes.
when I was in the UK for 3 weeks. I've still got to share the photos of all the wildlife I took there.
That'd be cool.
I saw 5 kites on the way from Heathrow because they were taking advantage of like the thermals. Very, very neat.
Living animal in England? Wow.
Shocking.
More common than you might think. Thanks.
More common than you might think.
I mean,
there was
tons
more
of
than I
humans there, too.
expected. I was living.
That's
I
a really
stayed in
nice
quite-
picture.
Yeah, that's really good.
I'm also gonna say.
I mean, that
real
could be-
quick. Sorry. You go.
Oh no, you
No,
go.
you finish.
You're all good.
Go.
Oh yeah. No, I was going to say you could, instead of the eagle or like Haas eagle grabbing a small bird, you post in stream materials. It could be for the Isles's harrier. You could do something with them.
Yeah.
in a similar way.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah. Could be
The
getting
other
a
big ass fucking bird of prey.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't
We tried
nearly
to
as
rent-
big as Haas Eagle,
Of
but it was
course,
still
but
quite
for a harrier, it's still big.
Oh yeah. Pretty chunky.
And its closest
Yeah, they-
relative, I'm pretty sure, is the spotted harrier. So
Which is in the size
Yeah.
chart because I couldn't find a good skeleton of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I scaled
Yeah,
the
they could be
skeleton
going
spotted and
left
then
You could have them
Just
going
scaled
for
it
like a bush, something like that. There's like a little group of them. Could it be good?
you could have
Yeah,
a group of
always.
them maybe
Or
harassing
honestly,
a moa.
maybe have both in here. Have the harrier on Isengard, and then more sneakily,
Yes.
on the dead tree here to the side, have the Haas eagle.
Yeah, that could be
Yeah,
good.
that's a good idea. Actually. Yeah.
With the
The
Takate,
true white
like,
wizard
dangling.
returns to its tower.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I just had the idea you could have the Haas eagle just standing on top and just an Isles harrier mobbing it, harassing it.
Also interesting idea.
There is also that. Yeah.
So
Of course, if you want to have the
regardless,
original mobber, we've got the South Island Raven.
true.
Yeah.
Honestly,
it could have a few-
the ravens could be interesting to use here. Like again, Lord of the Rings reference with like the ravens being used by Saruman
you-
to spy on the Fellowship.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fair point. Fair point.
Very, very quickly, since I need to go back to getting myself some food. A unexpected visitor appeared in my backyard. I sent Dynamo a very far away photo of it. But
Be interesting to see.
I will post it in other talk and text. Let me.
Visitor. Bear.
Far view.
Ooh.
Oh, took it.
Turkey vulture.
Yeah,
Easy.
What is it eating?
Oh, wow.
not sure.
Where?
I
Squirrel?
thought it was like a fox because it's got like a bushy tail.
Yeah, it does look like a fox.
Yeah.
Considering the size, though, I think squirrel.
Hamburger squirrel, yeah.
Yeah, squirrel is what we were thinking.
Doesn't really look like
Yeah.
a squirrel.
I was thinking like the upper bit was like the ear, but that could be
Did the-
something else.
Did the carcass just laser or bring it? Did it bring it there?
I don't think that these guys can.
And
like,
I know
my-
they are not known to carry stuff, but in theory they still have like a halux. So
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really went into the
Hmm.
backyard all too often today, so like, he could have been there without me realizing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
quick
now I
thing-
must
quick-
go back.
Quick
See
thing
ya.
before you go, JW.
Go back.
Yeah.
Have you seen the lamp? The video. 6 seconds.
I have now.
that is a lot of guys on
It's-
that land.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see some decent sized moths within that.
Yeah, that is what the mercury vapor does. It is.
Yeah,
It
I
is
mean, I
ridiculous.
know mercury vapor. I know what it does. I've seen like
Yeah.
the videos of like you
It
need
is
to turn
ridiculous.
it off. You need to turn that off when you're near it.
Yeah.
For like that stuff will
Yeah,
blind you.
I have like I have.
Oh no.
I think it would be really cool if I had it, but anyway. Also,
That's
I
a cute
identified
little
the
guy.
assassin bug.
Awesome.
The assassin bug has a cool name. Masked hunter.
Oh,
Still
I also
not
like.
still not
I
the
li-
coolest one.
I like the Latin name.
I like this goose.
Reduvius personatus. I think that has a really nice ring to
Yeah.
it.
It is. It's not as cool as wheel bugs.
Not true. Wheel bugs are there. There is a wheel bug, like I think wheel bug adjacent guy with like the ridge.
Yeah.
It's a red and black.
They are some of the coolest true bugs in general.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
them.
I'm looking at.
There is that guy native to Croatia. Apparently, it appears sometimes in like more continental areas, but it is. I've seen it like several times in the more.
Yeah. For people who don't know what a wheel bug is, I will post an example of in other talking text. I love the way that the ridges that are flat and other like assassin bugs are like upturned, and then you also have the like wheel ridge. It's very cool.
This one is not a wheel bug. Yeah, we don't have a.
Aren't
We
wheel
don't
bugs
have a wheel bug.
common ancestors of the cars from Cars?
Yeah. We got this guy. We don't have true wheel bugs. I misremembered. This is a really big one.
I'll be right back.
I mean, that is a pretty assassin bug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we only have really green assassin bugs. Like that's the most common one over here.
Yeah, the mask hunter is like almost completely jet black. It looks really cool.
Yeah.
Let me. Oh my god! It's called the mask hunter because the juvenile has sand grains on it.
Ah.
Oh my god, that is a cool fucker.
Yeah. One of my favorite true bugs also. It is very tiny. The Pennsylvania ambush bug. I love these guys. They have like they have raptorial forelimbs. They're great.
Yeah,
That's
we got
awesome.
ambush bugs too. We got ambush bugs in.
Yeah,
in
ambush
Europe.
bugs are such a cool group. I love
Yeah,
them.
they're very small. I think if I remember correctly.
Yeah, these guys over here hang out on goldenrod a lot.
Yeah, and flowers and stuff. Yeah.
They
Also,
really
you
like
need to go
remind
get food.
They've got like big like tree hopper energy to them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they're like a centimeter or less, like usually less. They are very small.
Oh, just a little guy.
Yeah, they hunt like aphids and stuff, I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
Anyways, I must go. I have something in the oven. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Alrighty. Actually, Yash, before you get too far on the geese, I dare say
Yeah.
you've not made them plump enough.
Keep in mind that the necks of these guys are proportionally quite a bit longer than in their modern relatives.
Fair, but I just mean the width.
The chunkiness.
Because these things, I've at least from the photos of Cape Barren geese that I've seen in front view, they're very, very wide.
I was going to say the South Island goose, I think, got up to about the same size as some of the smaller moa, so about like 20, 30 kilos.
Here's a reference for Cape Barren front view, or like almost front view.
Let's see. Oh yeah, they're
Yeah,
chunky.
They are nice,
chunky dude.
plump lads.
Longer necks. Yeah, longer necks are all good though.
Got
Excellent
some.
for roasting. No, kidding.
Yeah.
Kidding.
Okay, but look
Actually,
at this.
On that one, the smaller skeleton is a skeleton of Cabernagus.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, the neck is quite
Yeah,
long.
I cut that out of the, or I took that out of the skeleton for the chart.
Oh, good. Are those Moa in the background, or are they?
No, that's just more.
Oh, it's more goose. Okay.
Yeah.
More geese.
More geese.
I was going to say there
It's
is
good to have.
evidence, and I think Henry put this in one of the videos, but some Moas potentially did live in like flocks or herds, so that could be a cool thing to potentially portray.
Yeah, no, that's certainly something I also want to show here. I'm not yet sure where to put the real big guys, just because like they take up so much space. So I'm not sure if I want to like put them quite close to the camera or more further in the back, so I just have more space in the foreground to put stuff in.
What if you have like a flock of heavy-footed Moa like coming in and like coming to drink, like with these guys, and then maybe you have like a Dionysus coming out from like that area on the side from the landslide, climbing through bush or something, or the logs.
I think on the side here on the right, I think that works better to have like smaller stuff on. I can't really see these big dynamics.
I was meaning on the left.
Oh, on the left here.
Yeah, like up in that corner, like between the tree and
Oh, there. Maybe.
Like just like walking into the river. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that kind of like no more. Yeah, kind of either there or like coming out from the tree, like walking in the underbrush, because I think that's kind of where your eye goes.
Yeah.
So that you can, yeah.
Do keep in mind that if you want to include Hast on that dead tree, you'd probably have to account for that too.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true.
Yash, there is
but
one
again,
other.
it's a watering hole. A lot of animals don't really.
Yeah. But there is one other little thing I wanted to mention that might help them look a little bit more plump without actually doing much to the body. The fact that the upper half of the neck, like further towards the head, is quite slender, but then it immediately becomes so plump that it just melts into the body outline. There's not like a sharp distinction between body and skinny neck. Even when it bends a lot, like it just is a pretty gentle curve.
And Seriforms do be like that.
Yeah, just
might be a good one for that, with a more curved back neck to make that transition a little smoother.
Yeah.
From the back of the neck into the actual like back.
Extra plump. Oh, these ones walking on a beach are definitely a cool vibe.
Yeah.
These ones.
Oh yeah, I like that a lot.
They're good lads.
Yeah, bigger.
By all accounts, the legs again are quite robust.
Yep.
Yeah.
And are they webbed or are they not? They don't look.
I think they are, but
I think they're a little bit webbed. A little bit, but
Yeah, they
much
have
less
webbing.
than in others.
Oh no, they're webbed.
Yeah.
It's in
There we
the
go.
image I sent.
Oh
of the
no, it
front
was
view.
it was this other goosey thingy I was thinking of. Yeah. What was the name again of these guys?
By the way, what the fuck is that size?
Oh, here's a good front view, and it just straight up has an
size for
hourglass
what?
for a neck.
Looking through materials.
I mean, I think that's a
it's
little
big.
bit of false perspective too.
Still, comparing it to the hand, that is a pretty big.
Yeah, it's a
head.
big bird, for
It's
sure.
a pretty big bird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Actually, yeah, that's probably the best.
They look small. Like they have small bird energy.
What
Yeah.
those? Cape Barren goose.
I feel like they've got
They're about a
big
meter
energy.
tall. They're enormous.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
looking at them like isolated like this,
Mm.
they don't have large
Yeah.
bird energy. They don't feel like they would be big.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Wait,
see what
okay, I
you mean.
understand what you mean.
We've seen them. Yeah.
I think it's because
these
those
are-
rounded features. They almost look like a pygmy goose, like a really cute little
Yes.
thing, but they're actually
That's
enormous.
what you're
It's got,
going
like,
for.
big,
Like
yeah, it's got
meter
big eyes and
tall.
little. Yeah.
Also, JW is back.
Come back to them.
They are aggressive.
Oof.
There's a Cape Barren goose. There was one that used to live at my work, so his goose, the Cape Barren goose, and he would murder mallard ducks. He would just straight up kill them.
no. I fear these geese because they have goslings near them. I fear these.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
no.
would. They would. Wait, they killed mallards, right? That's what.
Yeah,
he said.
mallard ducks. So mallards are pretty
They're
good
like-
ducks, you know.
They are like
Mallards are the duck ever.
Gives a new
They-
definition to the duck goose.
they look
Swan.
they look him straight in the eye and like, you shouldn't belong here, and just kills it. You don't belong
that
here.
actually works because mallards were introduced to New Zealand. They're like, you don't belong.
Yeah, that's the joke. You don't belong here.
Invasive spotted.
Invasive species officers.
Invasive spotted.
Would be
Actually,
funny
in,
if geese just decided to go for the invasive species.
Yeah. That comment that Zach made did make me remember there was a scrapped animated film called Larrikins, and in it there's like a saltwater crocodile that's basically a border officer that doesn't let invasives cross his river.
Damn.
Huh. That.
See if I can find it.
Oh, interesting that you're going for like a green, a greener tint on the beak there, Joshua.
Yeah, I want. I don't want to make it like a copycat of the modern relatives.
Oh, we got raided.
Again?
Apologizing with 400
Danny!
Holy
my
cow.
God.
Danny.
The raid begins.
Apologizing's going off.
Welcome, Raiders.
Get raided,
Welcome to
artists.
Paleostream.
Oh, no. Hello, paleontologizing. Welcome to Paleostream.
Better that beak color. Looks really nice.
What's the address today, by the way?
Oh boy, oh boy. You all come
I
in at
think
the
it
right
was-
time. We are talking about dinosaurs, but the avian kind. A lot of them,
Yes,
actually.
you're very.
Old kind.
Yes. We're talking about birds that humans actually met and are no longer meetable. Today, we are talking about the Holocene of New Zealand and all its birdish and sometimes not so birdish glory. From the famous moas over smaller moas to vast eagles, the largest eagle that ever lived, or the New Zealand swan that was probably just as much of an asshole as their modern relatives. Yep. And
Maybe
in a
you
moment, we're
should
adding our
also-
first animal, which is a South Island goose.
Yes.
Which is a very, very
Which
large
were
goose.
small moles.
Immediately,
Maybe you-
quick comment. Give them Nell. There's no need to put /JK at that end. The Maori would agree that they were also very meetable.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yes.
say that's the,
Yes.
reason why, that's the reason why we can't see them.
Indeed,
Yeah.
and we
They're
also
very
know
gentle.
that they potentially, at least some of them, ate truffles, which maybe made them especially tasty.
So
Yeah.
gourmet food.
It's a shame.
Indeed.
Same with the moas.
Yeah. Every
Oh, no.
French today weeps because they cannot taste these.
They cannot taste
Imagine-
self-stuffed birds.
Apple infused
Imagine
more.
it. Imagine hunting a giant bird, and then like when you walk to it, you see that it dug up truffles. Like you just
You're like, oh,
Some
licking your
serious
lips.
gourmet shit.
You're holding back. You're holding back your body. Wait. Let it first consume the shrooms.
When you see it, when you kill a moa and it just dug up truffles.
Oh, hell yeah.
From the inside.
But yeah, I hope you guys had a beautiful stream with Danny. And welcome to Paleostream. For people who were not here before, here on Paleostream we have several different formats of stream per weekend. Here on Saturdays we have so-called formation streams in which we have a look at one geological formation or locality per stream. These go for quite a few hours usually, and from the landscape to the climate to the plants, eventually to the animals, we cover everything basically here and try to give an accurate but most important interesting view into these lost worlds, basically. Always with a goal of making them appear not too staged, because that is a major gripe of me. There are so many images out there, especially back in the day. That's why you don't see these images that much anymore, because they have become such a cliche that you have like an image with a very generic landscape and then you just plaster it with dinosaurs. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's very nice because this took a lot less work than usual to determine the environment, because this is only like 1,000 years ago.
That's less work than usual.
Same type of
I was going to say as well, I really like that you actually just took a picture and like, because it literally would probably look exactly the same.
Yeah.
So I really like that you've done that, but you're also introducing those extinct animals as well, just to make them a bit more natural on the landscape.
I took a photo of this for people who weren't here earlier. This is Dart River Valley, where they found more remains, in this case in the form of coprolites, so fossilized feces, or barely fossilized feces, because it's not even 1,000 years old, that material. And it's we choose this because many other animals would live here as well. There wouldn't be that many like biological boundaries, so we can just have everything else here that lived during this time in New Zealand as too. But also, you might recognize this landscape here, because this is one of the locations where they filmed Lord of the Rings, specifically all the Isengard scenes.
Raw Man in Twitch chat, we do have DNA of moas, yes.
Indeed, quite a bit actually.
Although whether or not
we
they
know
would be clonable and subsequently eatable is another discussion.
Birds suck at cloning. Birds are horrible at cloning.
Well, I mean, our current level of technology is barely workable for cloning mammals. Birds are a whole nother nightmare.
There's something I believe about the nuclei being super tiny, like of the egg itself. There's something
issue
about
as well.
the egg cell.
Another issue as well is because the egg hard shell kind of forms in the oviduct, so it's really hard to like get the chance to put the nuclei in the egg cell before it becomes, a hard shell.
Yeah.
So that's the hard bit.
Honestly, that
do at least have
change in the next.
But also, because I'm too late to this, people who just followed Frickle777, IDZ, Heart Thundera, Ecliptic Wonder, Unshaven Yak 66, beautiful name, and Psy 102809. Oh, and just Stevie Seal. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
Reminder that if you want to keep up with all things Paleostream, the links can be found down below.
Indeed, we have a Discord server and everything.
And, I mean, going back to the cloning, we do have the complete genome of the bush mower, So in terms of a candidate to bring back, that would be the first one.
Yeah.
This priority.
Yeah.
And I was going to say as well, it is got the most habitat left, so and it's the smallest.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
you would
So
bring
your
it
prime
back, it actually would have a chance to also still survive.
Yeah.
Yes. Main thing, of course,
If we
is
see Moa back in my lifetime, I might cry.
Oh
I
yeah.
think we will all
And then
cry
eat it?
him.
No, I won't eat it.
That's what we do, personally.
Someone might try.
Fang, I'll eat you. You
French.
better watch out
That's
at DinoCon.
He's too small
Yeah.
skinned. You reseat him, you wouldn't like him.
Fang, you're too small. You will
He's
not
gonna-
survive
Funniest-
the winter.
Moa
Moa
taxonomy was really helpful with all those genomes because there used to be about 30 species of Moa described, and now we've
Oh,
got it
yeah,
down to
true.
9, maybe 10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because extreme sexual dimorphism.
Yeah,
But
But as well-
in the limbs and all that.
The big
Yeah,
the
and
big
there is-
N. There isn't only like an human urge to eat every bird in sight. There's a specific paleontological urge to eat every bird in sight, because one of the founders of paleontology, William Buckland, was famous for
Oh, yeah.
eating, trying to eat as many different animals as possible, so far that he had a special dining table made out of hyena coprolites where he tried different things on.
Wasn't that
Also-
the glutton club
Oh.
that he was a part of?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
apparently his like his least favorite animal was a blue fly. He said they were like really crunchy and
Sorry,
like the like
What was
You
his
cut out for a bit.
Cut out there.
Yeah.
You cut
it was
out
hiding.
right at the
I just
name.
said what it was.
Yeah,
What'd
crusty
you say
moa
was
head.
his favorite?
It was the I'm a blue bottle fly.
Okay, yep, yep, yep.
Very
Ah.
crunchy and liquidy and just like nah. It just wasn't very good.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Yeah, crusty moa head would also not be very good. You need
Yeah.
When I was talking about the 10th species of Moa, there is the possibility, based on genetics, that the upland Moa was 2 different species or subspecies.
interesting.
Yeah.
It's the first time
So
hearing.
it would be like a more northern Moa and a southern upland Moa, because there was a
Makes
big
sense.
divide.
Oh yeah.
I
Is
mean,
there some
that
work
would make
like,
sense.
on
Like
a-
when it comes to biological boundaries, like mountain ranges are like right up there, literally.
So you'd kind of have like the northern one that would live around like the
like
Nelson
Nelson.
area, yeah. And then you have the
Mhm.
southern one, which would be here, like
Okay.
around Queenstown and Fiordland.
Mhm.
Yeah. Interesting. Is there some like studies being done on this at the moment then, or is this like an active area?
There was just some genetics. I'll have to get the paper on it, but I remember reading a genetics paper on that where they were trying to sort out all the different Moa species, and that they
interesting.
found there was quite a bit of divergence between them.
I
I've got to
remember
read up
there
on that. then.
was something. There was another genus where I was like, yeah, there may be more species. I don't remember which one it was though.
Yeah. I think like
And
in any
Moa
case,
taxonomy is a bloody nightmare.
yeah.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, yeah. I mean, in any case, I need to do more research for them, regardless, because I do want to do a Redux video for my older Moa video, because there's a lot I did not. So I
I
want
think
that
it'd
to
be really
easily
cool if you did like each species of Moa in its own video.
Yes, yeah, that would also be the intention.
No, I remember
Right.
your old Moa video. I really liked that. Like I already knew quite a bit
Yeah.
about Moas, but I was not aware of like how much we actually know. And
Thank you.
And we have
having-
feathers from Moa. We know some of their colors.
yeah,
which
we do
yeah,
have
yeah.
feathers. Reminder, Yash,
Mm.
that we have purple feathers.
What?
For
We
what?
do.
For Moa?
Yes,
Mhm.
Yes.
yeah, from
From
Crested
upland.
Moa, which
Oh, for
could be in
Crested
here.
Oh.
Wait, is it actually linked to a Moa species?
Yes, Crested Moa.
Ah,
Yeah.
shucks.
Oh,
They're
nice.
not from the site.
There they are.
They're not from Dart Valley, from what I found.
They are
They are
found in this
from-
area, though.
Really?
Yeah, they would have been nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
So
would
one
have
being-
been. Yeah.
Mjar Asnabel, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
What
we get
happened?
No, they
five.
definitely.
We get 5 species of Moa now.
Yeah.
What
It-
happens?
honestly,
to
if-
them?
Subalpine, so very similar
Oh.
to upland moor.
Yeah,
So yeah,
very
that's-
similar. Yeah.
That'd be right here.
I mean, they're also and they're the only species that haven't been found in a Maori food middens.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Huh.
interesting.
And it
So
was
for whatever
thought they
reason, they,
were-
yeah.
Maybe
Sorry,
they were not
Brenda.
tasty.
Yeah, I mean, like originally the bones were dated from about, I think it was like a couple tens of thousands of years ago. So it was thought to be a more like ancient species. But then it turns out they're only about like 880 years old.
Oh.
So it pushed back their
Oh.
rate of extinction quite a bit more recent. But yes, the
Huh.
power of
Yeah. I was gonna say as well, if you just set this in a lowland area, you could potentially, like in like around Invercargill ways, you could have had 7 species or more.
Yeah.
What?
Well, we did talk to Joshua about doing that, but he wanted to do the better scenery.
Well,
Mm.
to be
I think the
fair,
scenery.
as Nath said, the Pyramid Valley is also pretty upland.
Not
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
I
but
think-
also like looking at the landscapes there, it's like there's a few little hills and stuff. And
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
think the landscape of this one definitely is a lot better. I agree.
yeah,
And a lot of
Oh,
those
yeah.
Moa species, they do look very superficially similar to each other. I wouldn't
Crested
lose
is
sleep over
Pachyornis,
it.
of course.
Yes, so crested and heavy-footed are both Pachyornis, so they're very similar.
Hmm.
And the Mantell's Moa, which is only from the North Island, that's another genus,
Yeah.
another species in Pachyornis.
Pachyornis, yeah.
Yeah.
and that's the second smallest species, I think.
Yeah.
We
The
were
lens-
working
well,
off
It's
of
got-
a paper specifically about the carpelites found here, and that had this graphic. Because there's
Yeah.
like 4 we have direct evidence for.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah, definitely there would have been crested Moa around here. It is within their habitat range.
Cool.
nice.
Also, dang, that's a lot of ravens.
I mean, yeah.
Well, the
if-
tower must have many spies.
Yeah,
we don't-
that is true. That is
I mean,
true.
Do we have vultures
Crabam.
here?
No.
We don't.
Nope.
Which is very interesting because like other scavenging birds would have to
I mean,
Yeah,
sort of pick
I
up
mean-
where they left off.
I mean,
That'd be-
vultures never really venture out to sea, so makes sense that they wouldn't really make it here.
They don't cross the Wallace
Yeah.
line then.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't think they do.
Well, then they'd have to get from Australia as well. Like, there's no real old world
Yeah.
vultures in Australia.
well,
yeah.
None of
there
them.
used to be.
That is true.
Don't forget. Well, I guess we have 3 technically, but 2 of them were more eagle-like.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Rick
but
Raptor
you-
105?
Hey, Rick.
Carry on.
Eric.
Oh, and Ghost is
Anyway.
here.
Yes.
Oh, hey.
Oh, ghost. Lovely.
Hey, Ghost.
Hello.
Posting the plumage.
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 But I was gonna say as well, there was a lot of really interesting, especially in the like St. Bathans fauna. There were like flamingos and things, like things you wouldn't think of
Yeah.
being here, but they were like flamingos and really interesting, weird animals. And there was
also-
Australian flamingos back in the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Was there-
flamingos were in Australia till like I think the glacial maximum. Could be
I
misremembering.
think something like that.
Was there ever, before humans, was there, like, not counting the marine, was there ever a terrestrial mammal in New Zealand?
There was a
Yeah.
St. Bathans mammal.
Yeah. In
the
the
St.
Miocene.
Bathans mammals. because
Yeah,
now
that's
that
true.
there's
that-
more than one now that we're waiting for a description.
Because they
Yeah.
still
And
took
there was
bats
also
from,
a-
New Zealand.
Yeah, there's quite a few different species of bats.
There's
Yes.
there were probably also like in the Mesozoic and potentially early Cenozoic like Maltese and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd assume.
Yeah. Apart from that,
Yeah,
though, nothing.
Yeah.
What was really curious to me is what prevented those kind of mammals from becoming more prevalent. Like, why did they go extinct? That's a really interesting question to me.
Yeah.
Even something with the Oligocene drowning, but that was like beforehand though. So it's
and
very
yeah,
unique.
well, yeah, that was before like St.
exactly.
Methods, so you can't use that.
I
Yeah,
like
exactly.
the idea, since the St. Method's mammal was small, is they try to compete with Wettas, and just it's hard to compete with insects at something that they're really good at.
I don't think it was the case.
I don't think so either.
I was
But...
gonna say,
Usually,
but
when a mammal
part of the reasons.
One at a
please,
time.
everyone's
Let
talking
Nath
over one
fin-
another.
Let Nath finish.
Usually, when a mammal competes with an insect, the mammal ends up winning. It's
true.
It's my educated guess will be that they weren't ever really common, and just were declared walking at this point.
Yeah, I was thinking as well because a lot of New Zealand's large, like reptiles and insects, all directly competed with introduced mice and rats, and that's part of the reason why they are so endangered. So, if they were anything like rats, we would have had a lot more rats at the time. But so they would have to be doing something very different, or something must have happened to cause them to go extinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Probably
also just
climatic
garden variety faunal turnover gets to most things eventually,
I mean,
even without a big cause.
I wouldn't even be surprised if the Saint Baton's mammal or something similar survived until the time of the arrival of the Maori and just was decimated by the Polynesian rat.
Fortunately, no evidence of it yet.
Yeah.
But that'd be interesting.
I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, such small mammals rarely leave many remains behind, especially like in like such a humid climate as New Zealand oftentimes has. It's then poof and gone.
The only thing that
yeah.
And
Oh no, I was going to say. I mean, that's why South Athens is so important.
Yeah.
That's how it's barely preserved.
Yeah, I mean that whole lake has a few sites within it. Like you have some really nice plant sites. Like that whole lake is super important.
The only thing I think goes completely against that is that we do have a really good fossil record due to these like limestone caves and things
True. Yeah.
of the Holocene. So that would be the only thing really against that idea, because we do have a really good fossil record from the very recent history, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So that would be the only thing I think the knock against you. Like even with like Kawhekawheka, that was recently until 2023. They thought it was a New Zealand species. Like we thought it actually might come from New Caledonia, just because there was no fossils of it in New Zealand at all, considering how good our fossil record is. And it turns out to be from New Caledonia and its own genus and all that stuff. So that would be the only really big knock against that idea, in my opinion. But maybe it just lived in a habitat that really didn't really like those kind of areas to get fossilized. So.
Yeah, there's so many environments that just don't want to fossilize just because of the turnover rate in nutrients.
So what's the explanation? Why did all the mammals go extinct on New Zealand?
That's what we've been trying to discuss, and it's like, no clue.
It seems climatic changes to an extent. Like that would seem to be the main thing, because there was a lot of that during the Miocene.
It would be really useful if we had an Eocene site, and it would be really useful if we had a Pliocene site, so we could sort of understand that sort of stuff better.
Yeah, honestly,
You do have fossil Pliocene frogs from the South Island of New Zealand.
Ooh.
So that shows that at least it would be a little bit warmer.
Yeah.
But recent history, there would have been no last couple million years, there would have been no frogs in the South Island of New Zealand.
Quick reminder
At least
in
in the
between,
Pleistocene.
Joshua, that the closest relative of the New Zealand swan would have been the black swan.
I know. I'm mostly. I got the photo here for the pose.
Yeah, for the pose, but just in case.
Yeah. Also, I wouldn't even be surprised if the arrival of Mystacinids bats caused the extinction of those mammals because of the disease.
That's a good point actually, because there was a lot of diversity in those bats at the time.
Yeah, there's a big of radiation.
Yeah, there
that
was.
occurred.
I think there's at least 5 or so different genera of different bats.
Yeah.
At the moment, like at this time, there would have been 2 species of Myoseat bats in the same genus. But back then, I think there was about 5 or 6 genera. So that competition from bats may have actually been a good explanation.
Yes, some of them were pretty well adapted for terrestriality as far as bats goes.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, you had that guy. Like, I mean, if I remember right, even the ones that are around today are pretty good at it.
Oh yeah, they hunt on the ground.
Yeah.
So the potentially extinct New Zealand greater short-tailed bat was believed to be even more terrestrial than the lesser short-tailed bat, and that's part of the reason why it's believed to be extinct. It could be extant still, very unlikely, but it is considered a lost species. So if anyone's organised an expedition, we can go have a look.
Nice.
Yeah, there were some calls that were heard fairly recently. I think they're about 20 years ago. I think. But there are
1999.
Yeah. And I think there's been some more recent ones as well that are unconfirmed.
Yeah.
So it'd be very interesting to have a look. There's also the same island where Saddleback and the bush wren and the South Island snipe were taken off, but of course 2 of them, the bush wren and the snipe, didn't make it, and we only got the Saddleback.
Yeah. Yeah. All those Mutton Bird Island downs there, but yeah, I think it is possible.
Oh yeah, I mean the rats are
Sorry,
all.
now
I mean,
that
the
they're
rats.
eradicated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if some of them clung on, then now they should be doing quite a bit better.
Definitely.
If there are any, yeah.
The only real issue with going down there for a look is that the islands are privately owned, so you have to get permission from them.
Yippee!
What is it? Just like
Because
a
they're for,
billionaires
they're-
hangout or what?
Not quite that. It's like owned by a family that they do a lot of mutton birding over there, so it's not a. It's not quite rich people, but that's. I guess farmer types, you know.
I'm sure that anyone with huge spans of land would prefer people not find a extremely endangered species on their land.
I mean, depends.
Depends if it would require them to vacate the island.
Basically a nature reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big South Cape, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not
'cause it's Big South Cape.
farming land.
Yeah.
Gosh,
Big South Cape.
I want to quickly look at a mute swan skeleton because I'm thinking, you might want to make that neck a little bit longer, potentially, because this is a mute swan skeleton and it seems to be a little bit shorter neck-wise than.
Oh yeah, much so.
Yeah,
probably.
The perv is more prominent. Whereas this thing, the New Zealand swannet, that thing is the
Very
tiny
much so.
strophius of birds from the look of it.
Yeah.
I like that comparison.
Yeah, it has proportions a lot more similar to Black Swan, which photos loading.
Yeah, except it's got way more vertebrae.
Yeah, like you can see it's similar length, but yeah, a lot more vertebrae.
Okay,
Yeah, Tanny's very good. It's more of like a mammalian thing for the vertebrae to just be extended like that.
Yeah.
Whereas that Archosaurs just kept adding more and more.
Yeah, I know Archosaurs did both at the same time
Yeah.
a lot of times.
Archosaurs do be
Very
stupid. like that.
peculiar. Yeah, very wacky. This is short for that.
Whatever the situation required.
Is that swan going to be by itself, or will there be other swans with it?
There will be a lot of swanlings.
cygnets.
Oh, so angry
Okay.
mum.
So yeah, it's about to attack.
Aren't they
Or angry
dads?
dad. Yeah, it's usually I think it's typically the father that male swans get at least, if not more, angry around other things when their cygnets are there, as the mothers do.
Yeah.
At
Oh,
least.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, idea just popped into my head. I don't know if you already have a solid idea for where the Haas eagle should go, but what if it is confronting the Haas eagle on the ground with its mate under its talons and the children behind it?
I was also thinking something like that.
Yeah.
Well, there was the idea that the Haas eagle was flightless.
Yeah, that has been brought up, but it doesn't really have a lot of support, does
Yeah,
it?
no, I was just thinking like
weird
it's
if that
just
guy would be flightless. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also, in old, that was quite an interesting time.
Now I want to see like an animation of it running on the ground like a vulture.
Oh god.
Yeah, what you're doing is like it's bouncing.
Like a terror bird.
Yeah.
Did I
I do
tell you
remember
guys? Oh, go on. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to say it was quite funny as well when that paper came out suggesting that they were perhaps bold, like some vultures. I do remember that being a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was, if we're talking about swans getting into fights with things, did I tell you guys of the time where I saw a swan killing a goose? I think I've told some of you this story.
Yeah, you told me.
I think I vaguely recall that, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember this.
I
Sounds on
remember
brand.
this.
So what happened basically was I was cycling past a harbour that's close to where I live. It's a very shallow harbour, close to a country park. And there was a very battered Canada goose lying in the shallows. It was still alive, although it wasn't in a good state. And there was a female swan and a few cygnets nearby. And and there was a male swan some distance away. It wasn't too hard to work out what had happened. And then the male swan decided he was going to finish what he started.
Wow.
The stream decided that was not safe for work.
Yes.
Swan then proceeded to put very simply, beat the ever-loving tar out of it.
Yeah, sounds about right.
This is I did manage. I only had my phone on me, but so I didn't get any good pictures of it. Although, but it was grabbing the goose by the nape of its neck and shaking its head around. It was ripping its feathers out. It was pummeling it with its wings, and in the end, it just resorted to sitting on its head and drowning it.
God damn.
Yep.
Swans don't mess around at all.
I have seen semi recently a swan swimming by some geese, and they immediately, as it came close, got out the water.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
They do not like.
Nope. Just as geese do things to ducks, so too will swans do that to geese.
Yeah.
There's always a bigger bird in the pond.
Yeah, I know. At least around here, there's a pond that puts fake swans in their pond. I'm assuming to keep geese out.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, geese and mallards and all that. Yeah, I mean, because mallards just get everywhere. They do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everywhere.
And they're adaptable
And
birds.
everywhere in New Zealand.
I don't know if it's like just looking at the skeletal. I'm wondering if the wings were smaller on this guy than mainland swans.
Probably.
From what I know, I think they are. but not by too big of a margin or anything. But yeah, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they are small.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of these guys, like I brought up with the musk duck earlier, like they have shorter wings, but like it's by enough where like they can still fly.
Yeah, and when
They
you're
were
drawing them too, fairly marginal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I make it in this perspective, because you can't really tell from this angle.
Yes,
and
exactly.
It's a little bit like hard to say from the skeleton alone.
Yeah.
Be grumpy.
I don't know if
Very.
you've already looked into it, but Jar Aznabal is asking on Twitch chat, did the swan have its wing open to demonstrate how large it was?
Who are you asking, Miara?
Oh yeah, no.
Asnab?
Yes. This is like a common pose here that swans have when they do a threat display, when they want to appear
Yep.
larger and more intimidating.
Yep.
And it's usually a threat they can back up to.
Yep.
As evidenced by Jack's story.
Yeah.
Yeah, swans are big birds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Don't mess
Heavy
with swans.
too, and strong.
Yeah. Trying to go for a little bit of different thing here with the coloration, not 100% black swan, just because
Yeah.
that becomes boring.
I wonder if...
Looks fine to me, as long as it's different enough. I find, because it is a very closely related species.
Yeah.
It'll look similar-ish. So
yeah.
So this looks good.
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of lucky with that. Like a lot of these guys either have remains like were collected actually while they were still alive, or are close enough to other just living things in either New Zealand or Australia.
Yep.
Besides the moas.
I mean, and even in the case of Samoas, we oftentimes have at least a few specimens where we have part of the soft tissue.
Yeah.
Somewhat preserved.
Yeah, they're still pretty well known.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Interesting point from Ghost in stream materials. Don't know if we saw that.
Oh yeah, from the our seagulls potentially are potentially chasing prey into like the understory. Yeah. That is a very neat idea. Like they could like miss a prey item, and then they think, well, instead of just giving up, they can just like hobble along the ground and hop after them, and then when they find a good clearing again, they can take back off.
Good point.
Yeah.
If we're gonna draw with, sorry. If you're gonna draw an eagle flying in the background, do potentially draw an eagle flying in the background with a wizard dangling from its leg or hanging onto its leg. Ooh, sorry, I had to make the joke.
Yeah.
I think we earlier already talked about if Haast would have been capable of picking up old grey men.
Yeah, I suspected someone would have done that.
I do also have some photos of eagles, well, on large water bird carcasses, if you'd like, if you want to go that route.
Who just signed up? Lowly Henchman, welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow.
Right.
The lowly henchman.
Yeah. Yeah. I am getting hungry because it is time in my time zone. So I will drop off, but I'll come back in a bit.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yep.
I already got my lunch. Ha.
I'm good. Convenient for you.
Watch out, Henry's coming over
Beautiful.
and stealing it now.
I will fight him.
Oh,
I just
boy.
made myself some sausage rolls.
Oh, this is an interesting image. It's two white-tailed eagles seemingly working together to hunt a barnacle goose.
Ooh.
Yeah, they are brave.
I think one of the two might have taken a little nosedive there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It looks like they might be both relatively young still.
Yeah, those are younger birds.
So maybe they're like
didn't
siblings that not that far removed from the nest yet.
Happens. That is a thing with white-tailed eagles in particular. As adults, they often gravitate more towards fish. But as younger birds in particular, although adults can still be generalists if they need to be, younger birds tend to have a more varied diet because they haven't quite figured out how to fish. So they often go for things which you wouldn't necessarily expect them to.
Interesting.
The white-tailed eagles that live in the south of England that were recently reintroduced, the main bulk of their diets are hares and geese, which makes quite a bit of sense.
And they're not going for the sheep of the farmers?
Impossible.
That depends very heavily on who you believe.
Yeah.
I wonder who's saying that they're going after the sheep.
You tell me.
I wonder what demographic.
Well, I have been doing a lot of research into this for some university stuff this past year, speaking with quite a few different people. There are some things that are happening, and I should say this is very much British Isles specific, which the results are not what you might think in multiple different directions.
Interesting.
I'm very happy to talk about this, but not on stream.
Okay.
Because this is potentially, let's just say it could get some people in quite a bit of trouble, depending on if I talk about this out loud.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'd be very happy to talk about this after the stream. It's an interesting topic.
But
I am intrigued, I have to say.
May I bring up something else about white-tailed sea eagles?
Yes.
You'd mentioned that adults tend to gravitate towards fish, though with some regional variation.
Yes.
There was, of course, that one adult white-tailed sea eagle who looked at a harbor porpoise and must have said, close enough.
Checks out.
I remember that one. I remember that one.
It did not succeed, but it gave it its best.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing photos that you posted of that a while back.
Yeah,
To be
there's
fair,
a whole video.
I could easily see a white-tailed sea eagle. I dare say it probably isn't going to think too hard. If it's just going to catch a glimpse of a fin, it's probably going, fin on back, that's a fish, that'll do. And go for it.
Yeah.
The thing is, it was an adult porpoise. It was sizable.
I mean, yeah,
the
that
porpoise
is.
must have also been quite confused. Like, what the? Ow!
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
How was that?
considering you have things like grey seals successfully hunting and killing harbour porpoises because they're not large animals.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me too much.
Reminder once again, Joshua, that the posture of the mount is a bit off.
Oh yeah. And that was one of the reasons why I want to take this guy. Yes, they are more larger, more heavy, but the posture again makes them visually shrink down again, and then there is aggressiveness of the Anseri forms that is famous.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it should be more similar to what I've sent in stream materials. And keep in mind that the skull is more accurate. I think the one I
it's very interesting.
The tall skull.
I'll quickly
First
grab
time I noticed that
an outline that I did.
This shaped.
You opposed an egg, Tim.
Yeah, it's
Does
Agnes
it?
legs.
Does it
Yeah.
species name literally just mean elephant legs or elephant foot?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Big bird
As it
with.
should.
I've got a reconstruction I did. It's a silhouette, but I'll grab it anyway.
It's known colloquially as the heavy-footed moa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Oh
looking at the
my-
big feet.
I want to.
Well, it's the third biggest moa. It was about 1.2 meters tall.
Yeah. But don't forget, Josh, that you can probably go relatively wild on the coloration because they
Oh, but
wouldn't have a
your
lot.
skull is interesting actually, because the skeletal mount I had that I found had a really tall skull.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yours seems to have like
I
the more
was-
traditional Pachyonus skull.
Because I remember putting a skull on it.
It's from the Auckland Museum. Let me see if I can get a close-up comments. Because praise be to the many of the New Zealand institutions for uploading high-quality images.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the skull I was on the mount, posting it in stream materials now.
That is super tall.
See what's happened. It's most of the heads. Most of that like orbital stuff is missing. I'll grab you another picture of a skull. So this is another picture of Pachyonus. It's a lot of it is missing.
Oh yeah, wait.
Oh, I see. So the skull is that tall, but the
Oh, the orbit is much
the
further
orbit
forward
is
than
lower.
I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where I got that one because I literally copied that skull and put it on the skeleton I was using.
Yeah.
And
Is there
obviously,
like is there a side view of that mount, Tim?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
wait,
in the
hold
size
on.
chart. This is a side view of the skull.
Oh, you
It
see
does seem a bit.
It does seem like
The
it has a
shape
different
is
shape.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are those smooth parts like reconstructed, like plaster or clay or
Yeah,
something?
I'm pretty sure that's plaster. Yes. I think that
Yeah.
might be.
That's
Still,
reconstructed.
But I
the
don't think
bone pointing
much.
up from the front of the snout.
Yeah, that's.
The curve is pretty conservatively reconstructed, I think.
Yeah.
It a bit. It looks like, assuming the smooth gray parts are what's reconstructed, like what was added in. It looks like they give it a fairly sharp downturn right there, and then just have the other bit of skull bone hovering above
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't seem quite right because there is missing
Yeah.
a lot of it.
Oh, Montana's here.
Hey,
Montana.
Yep.
we have room for more?
Yeah.
I think we do. I think we manage.
One more.
I'm not even really sure that it is reconstructed, honestly.
Then
Yeah,
what on
no,
earth is up with the difference in texture?
Yeah, but on the other hand,
Might-
looking at, for example, the one that Joe posted, that looks also very reconstructed. So you can see in the one that
it is.
Yeah, you can
I
see in
see
the
an
one that
texture-
Tim posted that a lot of original skull material was used. The question is how
Oh, for
much
sure.
was used in the other one.
I found
Yeah.
I found this with
Oh.
what seems to be the third one down.
Oh, yep. Yeah, the
Yeah.
top, that one there is the one I use. That's from POTUS.
Above to bottom is coastal, eastern, upland, and heavy footed. So it's actually the bottom one is heavy foot in this.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah, then
So that makes sense. It makes sure it's a lot more rounded. Yes, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Then the tall reconstruction is completely wrong.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like
Strange.
it's in between what you have and
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
and
but it's still weird to me that it has such a distinct, because the front of the snout looks not reconstructed.
I mean, you can see the front of the snout looks like the more complete skull.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just
but
they
what I
just
mean is that clearly in the skull that I sent, it goes up much higher.
yeah.
I mean, maybe there
wondering if
was
they-
some sexual dimorphism that's not well understood.
That's possible.
Yeah.
I'm wondering
A very
if
rounded
they.
skull.
I'm wondering if they might have messed up in the articulation of the bones when reconstructing the skull a little bit.
Hmm.
Because like the front of the skull looks like it's like original bone, but then
Yeah,
past
on the
that,
other hand,
it
looking
looks a
at the
little funky.
drawings here, I'm not sure if like how like these are not photos of the specimens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like how much did they work with the specimen before they drew it?
Yeah, it is from transactions of the New Zealand Institute.
Yeah,
So
for example, like number 6 there, the before the beak touches the cranium there, it's very smooth, and it's like, yeah, is that really all legit?
I mean, we can also look at the other Pachyornis species,
That's true.
which do have a skull more similar to what's reconstructed there.
Yeah. Fairly smooth curve, at the very least.
Yeah, I feel like that's much more reasonable.
I mean, honestly, what you said, I don't know who said it. Someone said like might be sexual dimorphism. That would be interesting. But
yeah,
that was Yash.
I mean, considering how extreme it is anyway, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, I wouldn't be surprised if it was added until pretty late in the stream, if at all. But do you have any plans for the quail?
I would love to have some quails in here.
Because I looked up some images of the Australian and Southeast Asian species for reference, and oh my goodness, I love them.
we actually have some illustrations of the New Zealand one.
my only worry of the quail is this feels like a little bit too open for a quail.
The bones I just
Nah.
sent through.
No.
Okay,
Quail
then
are
I-
open habitat. They're grassland-needing animals.
Yes,
True.
sometimes an animal can be found outside of its
True.
What I just sent through is also Pachyornis elephantopus, but this is a really flat skull. So I really don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
I think a big issue.
I think it's just how it's reconstructed.
I just don't think we I don't think we have a good skull, actually.
Could it be an ontogenetic thing?
Maybe.
That could also
that
be.
it starts more
Yeah.
flat and then like enlarges.
Yeah, or it could just be that some animals have slightly different skull morphology compared to others.
Well, I doubt that they'd have this much variation within one species.
You'd be surprised.
I don't know about that.
If you showed me these skulls, I'd assume they were completely different animals. Because one of them is basically just a direct flat curve downwards, and the other one is literally just
Trying
a
to be
fucking
Cretosaur?
honker. Yeah, like Cretosaur type nose.
You've never called something a honker ever again.
Yeah. Dynamo, based off especially the second picture that you posted, I think I misspoke when I said open. What I meant to try and say was that there wasn't like a bunch of plants to hide in.
Oh
I
yeah,
know.
exposed. Yeah.
I mean, that's
exposed
why
is
I,
better
for
term.
example, put like this piece of soil and roots here in the foreground, so you can like hide small stuff here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Down there would be the place to put them.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
no,
a
exposed is way better of a term than what I said.
an artwork I found of the New Zealand quail.
Ooh.
I
They're
assume
very
will be the
silly.
male in front and the female in the back.
Yeah, that
Probably.
very much looks like Buller.
Yeah. Also,
I found that a piece of artwork that was plagiarized from me. Let me grab it. Put it in.
Oh.
To what?
The thievery.
Glorious.
If you look at that chart at the bottom, it's literally the same as mine, except with a few minor changes. Bit cheeky in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh joy.
Yep.
You love to see it.
It's like when you know you made it as an artist if you've been plagiarized.
Mm-hmm. Also, I found some more Pachyonus skulls.
My gosh, that image that Sir Brazilian posted.
Yep.
Just taking away the monkey. What is that?
That's an iguana.
Take me away
Yeah,
to
it's gonna-
Canyon
Oh,
Mountain.
that's a lizard. Yeah.
No, above that
Again,
is a
this,
monkey.
this doesn't help at all. Like, all of these Pachyonus skulls have a different fucking morphology.
What is going on?
What are the chances that some of them are just putting a different Pachyonus species on the head?
I mean, the ones I posted are two different ones, two different species of Pachyonus.
Yeah, I take it one is neither of these are probably Elephantopus, right?
Wait a minute. No, I think the skeleton mount is.
Oh, so we have another deep one.
I freaking god.
Yeah, that's. Where is it? Hang on. It was posted in a zoo
It
chat.
looks like
forum.
Otago.
Because it's Elephantopus australis and
Yeah,
there's another one.
that's an
Intelli.
Elephantopus skeletal mount
Geronoides.
at the National Museum of Scotland, actually.
Oh shit.
Oh, true. Yeah, no, the British
Course we
have
get-
tons of more. Because I think, like most people think when they think of more researchers, everybody's, oh yeah, it was Richard Owen that looked at one bone and was like, oh yeah, this was a giant
No, they
flightless
have a fuck
bird.
ton.
But actually, like Mentel, his rival, was
Yes.
doing tons of more research because his son actually immigrated to New Zealand and sent his dad so many more skeletons over.
That is a
This is
mood.
gonna say there is Mentel's Mo, which is named after
Yeah.
Mentel.
Which is another Pachyornis species, funnily enough.
Yep, exactly.
It's so funny looking at like, oh, we have like a few ratite species here. We have like one or two here until like the Pleistocene and stuff, and then like they sort of peter out, and then you just have here with like over 10 species.
Mm-hmm.
Between like kiwis and moas, like
They were simply built
The world
different.
of the ratites.
Well, yeah. Well, there would have been
It could
9
be their
species of
haven.
moa, 5 species of kiwi.
yeah.
That is a lot, actually. If you think about it, most
Yeah, that
places
would-
only have like 1 or 2 species.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
yeah.
Then again, Tiamus is.
I was about to say,
46
with the
species,
exception
yeah.
of Tinamous for some reason, just were like, nah, we do something different.
We be itty bitty ground bird.
We simply
Yeah.
become Easter bunnies.
I love Tinamous.
Tiamus are great.
For people who don't know, Tinamous have weirdly colorful eggs.
Yeah. And they're the closest relative to moa.
Oh, true, they are. What the heck?
Yep, they are.
And
Which
they
is
are
partly why I
nowhere near
suggested,
New Zealand.
I suggested to Josh
Mhm.
that maybe we could take some Tinamu colorations as inspiration for the moa.
Oh, definitely. I've done that before. I think that's a great idea.
I love biogeography.
A good thing about the fact that you can use Tinamus is that there's a shit ton of species.
Hello there.
Oh, hi, Sir
I think
Brazilian.
if you do a giant moa, you should do it on an elegant crested tinamu, which is like a real like black and white color. I think that'd look quite interesting.
It's
Joshua,
actually the
could
first
you-
one in the taxa box.
Let Sir Brazilian speak.
Joshua, could you do a favor and zoom out? I'm trying to show my parents the piece because they want to know the people from Paleostream.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Brazilians, Mrs. and Mr.
They
Brazilian.
cannot hear you guys.
Damn.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right on the thing. Hello. Sorry, Brazilian.
Huh?
Carry. Then I was just saying, Josh, right on the piece. Hello, Brazilian's parents.
They cannot understand English,
Aw.
Can they
but I will
understand
translate.
French? Ooh, Joshua. This is an interesting coloration, I think. Dynamo,
Eles estão tirando do olho, eles
that's
vão ter que
another
tentar olhar aqui.
intermediate morphology.
Yep.
Fale,
Oh my
fale,
god,
ó.
yes.
Hi,
Hello there.
James.
Hello there.
Hello.
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 Eles estão dando oi de volta.
Yeah, we have James that's waving down.
Josh,
Okay,
this
thank you.
might
I
be
will get out now.
All
Oh,
good.
Yeah.
thank you for coming.
this might be an interesting Tinamou to use as a concept. It's
Oh,
the
I
Puna
love the
Tinamou.
yellow butts.
Yeah,
Yes, got to
The
give them.
yellow butts and
You
the
give that
grey
to the.
front. That's a cool combination.
I think it might be fun for the upland moa or the bush moa.
Yeah.
Listen,
I
we
think
got,
that'd be great for the bush mower.
we've got the purple feathers from another species, so what
Although-
if?
Crested mower.
Although to be
genus-
fair, on this particular Tinamou, it does appear pretty apparent in this image how that's camouflage for this exact location.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Josh,
it
I'm gonna
look-
make
they
it
look-
even better.
Josh,
Look
don't
what
forget.
because this is also moa. They have reddish brown.
Yeah.
Yep.
On the legs.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think a really, really cool idea, because you know the little pits that the crested moa has on their skull that support the
Yeah.
idea of them having a crest. There's
Wait,
actually
what?
it's found in little bush moa and giant moa, so you could potentially reconstruct them with a little bit of a crest if you want to.
Wait, what? Crest?
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason it's called
Feather
crested
crest.
moa.
Feather crest.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so the crested moa has lots of little pits on its skull where it's believed to have supported the size of the crest, but those kind of similar holes are found in they're found in Diornis, so they're found in giant moa, and they're found in little bush moa.
Oh.
It'd be very different than what you usually see with Dinornis. Like you usually see a balder head.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have still have
And-
had a balder neck probably because that's corroborated by multiple lines of evidence. But it could have
Yeah,
had
true.
a crest of feathers.
Just those are the only big feathers it has on its head and neck.
Oh,
No, it's the only
that would
feathers
look
at
so
all. It's
dumb.
otherwise naked.
And speaking of what you said, the name of it only being useful in that environment, if you look at the other image I sent of the same species, they also walk in the snow.
I mean, fair.
I mean,
I do.
that looks very similar to New Zealand to me, like in terms of color palette. To be honest.
Yeah.
Montana, I like the vibe of the image you posted. It
Let me look at some more Tinamou. I'm feeling.
What? Oh yeah, that like caught in the act. But also,
Crested.
yeah, the last one you posted, Tim, that is some nice color palettes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
those
this-
reddish browns are gorgeous.
I thought Dinornis. I could have sworn they had balder necks.
Hold on.
No,
Hold
I'm-
on. I can get photos of Tenemu colorations. I have a book that literally has every single described bird species in it. There's a page on
Are you talking
Tenemus.
about all the birds in the world?
Let me see. I cannot see it from my chair, but maybe.
Should we let?
It is already extremely crowded up here.
I was gonna say Henry. Oh, never mind. He's not here physically. He's just typing.
Oh, James is there. Yeah. James, sorry. I think we are quite a few on stage at the moment.
Also, is Vidax asleep?
Can we get rid of?
I think we could kick Vidax.
I think we can get rid of it. He's probably mothing right now, actually.
Yeah.
Don't forget, James. James, up you
I
get.
think it originated from. I think I've seen Witten talk about that.
About what?
About the
Which one?
about the Nornis necks being more.
Oh, maybe. Maybe,
Oh.
Yeah,
maybe.
that seems to be more of like a meme because everyone likes to reconstruct them like an emu. I think that's
Yeah.
more of a meme than anything.
No, I think he had like receipts from like Maori cave paintings.
Here is images of literally every single Tenemu.
Ah, dude, the lighting.
I can't do anything about it.
Could you not? There's got to be a way. Just turning around.
Rotate your book 90 degrees.
Oh, hold on, let me try.
True.
You gotta
Vertical.
Maybe
find.
try to have the light source not behind you.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that
the light source is my fan on my
Well, yeah, in that
ceiling,
case,
so
What
that's a
do you
little
mean
hard.
your light source is your...
It has a light on it.
Oh yeah, that's pretty common over here. The fan
Yeah,
has a
that's-
light in it.
American savagery.
JW, put the book like facing upright so it's like
I did it. I figured it out.
good.
You did it.
I mean, there you
Proud
go.
of you.
It's a little bit. There's a little bit of a
Yippee.
shadow there, but you can see.
I quite like this more. It's good more.
There you go.
Oh, very nice mower.
Literally every
Ah,
single
there we
described
go,
Tenemu.
Hey, James.
So hi guys. How is everybody?
Pretty good.
All good.
Not too bad. Oh,
Good,
James.
I'm feeling
James.
increasingly old.
Yeah. Also, yeah. Actually, first thing, first off, happy belated birthday, Josh. I didn't realize it was your birthday.
Yes. Happy late birthday, Joshua.
Same thing. Wanted to ask you, James. Are you coming by Lyme Regis next weekend, perchance?
I've already been to Lyme Regis.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, you and
But,
Kathleen went the other day, didn't you?
Yeah, we're not going to be at the Fossil Festival. I'm afraid it's a little too close to the wedding.
When
Yeah,
is the...
that would be no
When
last
is
minute
the...
distractions.
When is the wedding again, James?
It is in 2 weeks now.
Ooh.
2 weeks. All right, nice.
Yeah. Which actually partly explains why I am up at this ungodly hour as well.
What are you
Because
doing?
me and Kathleen have decided to do wedding cards that we can open on the morning of the wedding.
How many?
No. I mean, nothing like that. I mean, we're both writing personalized cards for each other to open on the morning. So Kathleen's done mine, so I'm gonna do hers. But because I've been skulking around the shops like a madman for the better part of a few days and not really found one that I liked, I've decided I'm gonna design my own.
Good. That's
So
always the
here
way
I-
to do them.
Yeah, so here I am up at 1:25 a.m. after Kathleen's gone to sleep to just try and do it as a little secret mission. I'm gonna do like
Unless it decides to watch this later because it's going up on YouTube.
well, I'll just have to hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I guess what I was looking for was like, I don't know, a pair of birds being all lovey-dovey on a branch. So I'm going to do something like that. But because
How about some lovey-dovey kakapos?
You not love
See,
that.
that would have been a cool idea. But because it's me, I thought I'd give it a personal touch, do a paleo twist on it. So the birds are going to be a pair of Confucius ornus.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I was
Also,
expecting
Yash,
pterosaurs, to be honest.
I'm gonna post it in another talk, but I think I've probably found your mental state currently.
Oh.
What have you found? Oh, dear.
What is this?
Oh, God.
Oh dear.
Monkey cruise for your convenience.
That's
I'm not going to laugh too much. I'm not going to laugh too much.
You don't want to wake her up.
Yeah.
is the crested moa on the list?
Yes.
It's not on the fauna list we used. No. It's not in the coprolite remains from the site specifically,
but it could
I mean,
It's within its range.
yeah,
that's the
if it's
thing.
in Palmyra.
I'm gonna be
Mine's
honest.
not in the
I think 4 MOA species is already enough.
Yeah, no, I
Nope.
mean, yeah, I agree. We have quite a few more here.
Because
More,
the
more?
More.
Kinda
Yes.
looks like they could be.
How many times will we make this joke
We
tonight?
need even more,
Yes.
more.
Ah, there was another one.
Something
is
about
another.
bird coloration is that, like, with this book you sort of realize how much is just like, wow, it's this coloration, but like 50 times copy and pasted.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of difference. A little.
Yeah, I mean, there is a
Like-
reason why there are birders that specialize on stuff like warblers.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no.
Brennan's beloved birds.
Yeah.
Although
I do
honestly, New World warblers are more distinctive but within the clade than most birds. Like some of them are very recognizable.
Like,
yes, if you get a good look at them.
Let me post the oven bird page, or like one of the 2 oven bird pages of the book.
With what you said, Dynamo, the
I hear that,
glitch
guys.
of the curve build Tinamu, if you shrink that build down a little bit, you've basically got like a MOA.
I was more thinking it kind of gives Adsbill vibes.
Definitely.
Actually, wait,
Yeah.
that reminds me. What is an Adsbill?
What do you
Isn't it
mean?
the rail
Like,
to-
how is it
phylogenetically?
related? I'm pretty sure the most
Adsbills-
recent evidence suggests it's related to trumpeters.
Adsbills are gruiforms.
What?
Okay, that makes. I mean, them being group forms makes a little sense.
Yeah. Let me check.
Yeah,
'Cause they are a funky group.
fair enough.
Yeah.
They're like rail relatives, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Extinct group of birds. Yeah, there we are. Miocene to Holocene.
I just realized
Um,
unless we add the northern island at some point, like this is pretty much the last piece that's gonna take place in New Zealand.
No,
Whale?
think of all the whales and penguins.
And the crabs.
Oh yeah, true Eocene. True Eocene.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
also we
yeah,
have.
There are enough
gonna say-
marine reptiles.
Plesiosaurs.
There's true. There's
Even
also
North-
the Mesozoic stuff.
Okay,
Tanivosaurus.
Mesozoic stuff here is hot garbage.
No, I mean the marine reptiles aren't even that bad.
Oh, but they are.
I was going to say as
Saying
well,
this to
even the
somebody-
Holocene North Island would have a lot of really interesting animals. Like
I
the
mean,
Huia.
that's why. I mean, that was the one that I brought up, the Northern Island.
Yeah.
He was not asleep.
I mean, I assumed you went mothing.
I mean, yeah, but when you hop out for like half an hour at a time to go do something else and you're not speaking, you get booted from the stage.
Yeah.
And sorry,
Vidax,
buddy.
we had to
we're-
replace
we're
you with
full up.
James.
You've been
Videx,
replaced.
Videx, I'm sorry to say, but no talking in stream material.
And I was going to say as
Tim, shut
well.
up. Don't make me mute you as well.
North Island also has Mantel's moa.
Oh, true.
That's only found in the North Island.
Huh.
Well, Videx, so does he, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Also, wait a second. Do we have any? Would either of the bat species live here?
Yeah, we have
greater short-tailed bat, yes. Long, greater and lesser short-tailed bats, yes.
We have put both of them on
I
the
don't know about the long-tailed bat. I'm pretty sure they're more restricted to the South Island, but I could be wrong on that.
both of them in Pyramid Valley, so both of them.
How active are the short tails during the day? I guess that's the fair question. Like where would they be sleeping during the day if they aren't?
They like to roost in trees.
Yep.
So they could probably, if the tree was closer, you could probably have like a roost in there.
Yeah. Are they just hanging from the branches like fruit?
Like
No,
hollows, I believe.
yeah, like the hollows in the trees. Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would
Okay.
assume that it would be like any other thing that lives in a tree.
Well, you say that, but we have some bats over here who literally just hang from branches like fruit when they sleep.
You know what? True.
Like they just find a bush, find a nice skinny little branch to sit on, and then just sleep in the middle of the day in the open.
Imagine just falling into a bush and then you like look to your side and there's like 10 bats.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Honestly,
Sounds
though,
like an
still
apple
not
bat
as it's still not as weird as the bats who hibernate by just sleeping on the snow.
Oh yeah, those little
outside.
guys.
Yeah, all the bats would be here. All the bats would, both the
Nice.
greater and lesser short-tailed bats and the long-tailed
Yes, the
bat, they'd all be
bats.
down here.
The bat.
It's not always
You
about
know,
the
if you
bats,
wanted to
Spider-Man.
If you wanted to show the Edsbill predating on something without redoing the crawfish, you could just have it carrying a bat.
Oh, true.
Or maybe a baby swan.
Just
No,
going up behind
it's
the parent.
late for that. The father is too vigilant. It's already scaring away
He's
the
too on
moths.
foot. So he's doing it while he's distracted.
I need to share this.
Oh.
Hold on.
I do quite like that pattern on them. That's amazing. That moor.
Surprise,
It's a good
Edsbill coming
moor.
out of the water. Ah!
Fang, what on earth?
It works so well.
Oh no.
Yes, they do have those bands across trees, so they use that to help protect roosts from rats and stuff climbing up. They use it for a lot of bird nests as well if they nest in trees. So it's a great way to.
Oh, that's nice.
A great example is the orange-fronted kakiriki, which is there's only about 400 of them left. They're actually a species considered to go extinct twice, which is quite funny. But
Wait.
they often will have nest boxes and put these rings around the trees to prevent rats from climbing up.
Huh.
And that would be a species that could fit well in this piece as well. So.
Sorry, what was it again?
Orange-fronted kakiriki.
I'm not familiar
It's
with
like a
that.
little species of parrot.
I totally forgot there were parrots here.
Lots of parrots.
There's Kakapo right there.
I mean,
we have one in the chat.
How could we forget the kakapo and the
The
Kia?
parrots have actually been scaled. At least a number of them of Cyanoramphus.
Okay.
And of course, Kaka and Kia.
Yep,
Yeah.
they would have been down here.
Very fun.
Love me a good Kia. Destroyers of windscreen wipers.
Uh-huh. So who's next?
That is a question indeed.
You have any clue what you're going to do with the Haseagle now that the stump
It's going
is
in the tree, right? In the dead tree on the left.
I mean, there's ravens there now.
The
No,
dead tree
the
on the
other
left.
tree.
The white tree of Gondor.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't know which dead tree you were talking about.
If you want to do hasts now, I probably have to go out soon.
Oh yeah, if Tim has to leave soon, it might be good to do hosts.
Another
It'd be
soul
nice to
swap.
see the boy.
Yeah, probably the best place to kind of put it, I guess.
Oh yeah. We were thinking. What were we thinking of putting in Hask claws, like as like something simple?
Okay.
Yeah, one of those
Takei.
guys.
A wizard.
Honestly, the reason I like the Take because it's a modern species and it was thought to be extinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the overlap of the contemporary with the extinct. That helps bridge the gap.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Especially in this case where it was like less than
Recent.
2,000 years ago.
I mean, it was
This
less
is-
than 1,000.
Yeah, less than 1,000. What am I saying? Like,
Ooh. Having the larger spoonbill here could also be fun.
wait, there's a spoonbill.
They are very recent arrivals to New Zealand. They're probably not. But a vagrant's possible, of course.
Fair enough.
I had a cool idea for a kind of formation piece. Maybe not this one. This one would be a good candidate, but I think it would be a cool idea to have like the same area, but do it like different times of the day. So you have like, if you have a big formation, lots of animals, you could have one area they come out in the early morning or being crepuscular, and another one in the midday, another one at night, or something like that. So like the same pieces, so you have the same piece or same like composition, same artwork. Like you put a camera and you're just going throughout the day, kind of thing.
Like in one piece?
No, I was meaning like you have the same composition, but it would be two different pieces of art, but it would be the same kind of artwork, but you just have animals in the day, animals at night, kind of thing.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the
That could
idea.
be-
I actually had an idea to do something similar to this as a book at some point. I don't think it works for the series here.
Yeah.
Like I really try to capture the essence in just one piece.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I was just thinking, like,
Yeah.
if you wanted to do almost like something like a trail camera, you know, because like,
Yeah, I
if
know
you have it
that was
recorded
basically
around-
the idea I had at some point for a book.
We did have a whole art challenge here for that.
That is true.
Yeah.
No, I was meaning like the same piece or the same environment, but animals coming out at different times of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like if you did this at night, you could have your key out, laughing owls. You could have Warple,
What critter are you
for
using as
example.
your reference there, Joshua?
That's a little eagle.
Ah, okay.
Which is the
tiny
closest
boy.
living relative.
Indeed.
Ah, Ghost just rejoined. Perfect timing.
Indeed.
The ghost.
Actually, do you want up on the stage maybe for the Hast segment, or are you fine chilling in the chat?
Read seeds.
It's rioting.
Well, yeah, he's gonna talk about bugs, which isn't relevant to the.
Something I want to ask. Someone brought up. I think it might have been before stream. Cattle egrets potentially.
Yeah, that's another.
me and Matt.
Yeah.
That's another very rare one. That's a very rare one. And there's only probably even like now only a few hundred.
I was just gonna bring up, which is why I think people were thinking about it in the first place. Maybe cattle egrets on a MOA.
Yeah, that's what I
Well, that'd
said
be
at the
good.
start.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
You know, I brought
could we
up
also
cattle
use,
egrets as like basically in the sense of like, oh, just like them, not they specifically. Yeah.
Because if we're on the topic of purple birds, or at least purple-esque birds, we could also do it with a white-faced heron. Egreta
That would probably be
novaehollandii.
better.
Yeah. Also, hello, Ghost.
What's up?
Hey, Ghost.
Hello.
Welcome up on the stage.
Bonjour. I don't know why I keep saying bonjour.
Is it your
Why
new
not?
catchphrase, James?
Hmm?
Is it your new catchphrase?
I have no idea. I feel like I say it a lot at work as well. Walk into a room, just go bonjour. I don't know where I picked it up from.
Do you
Like,
have
I
any
mean-
secret friend's ancestry?
As far as I know, I've just got Scottish. But I've never actually looked it up.
Ah, bonjour. Famous word of the Scots.
I mean, weren't the Scots like supported by the
Bonjour,
French
latte.
in their struggle for independence
No.
quite a few times?
Tim, did you silence Videx?
Of course I silenced Vidax. What do you think? He keeps talking in stream materials. That's not allowed. I will keep removing
Illegal.
your messages, Vidax, and if you keep doing it, I'm gonna mute you.
Also, is that like a different color type for the little eagle? Because in a lot of my references, they aren't that pale. It could be a different species of hiatus, but a lot of the ones I see of little eagle specifically are a lot more orange. And
Might
what's it
be a
called? The white.
juvenile.
Yeah, probably.
I mostly got it for the pose.
Let me pop in some alt.
I mean, Tim, you got what you wanted.
There we go. He's another talk.
I like this.
Whoa.
He's friend.
Also, I just looked up Hieratus species, and the pygmy eagle has look apparently adorable little white shoulder patches.
Oh yeah.
Oh, bless.
Aww, that's cute.
Where is it from?
He looks like a desk glider from Stargate.
Papua
I
New
was going to
Guinea.
say as well.
Oh.
It's Epigornis.
Oh, what
Oh,
the?
that's cute.
I'm sorry. I just looked up pygmy eagle specifically, and I've got to show you what I just
Also, it's not Harpagornis, right? It's Hieratus again.
No, that was the old genus.
Harpagornis.
That was the old.
Yeah,
genus.
Harpagornis is a synonym at this point, or yeah, I'm pretty sure it's synonymous with the hiatus, which in itself, and I mentioned in the presentation, could be synonymous with Aquila.
What is that dynamo?
Yeah. So there is an argument for Aquila. Aquila.
Yeah, there is a solid
Morai.
argument for Aquila Morai.
Actually, funny you say that. While doing the size chart, I was using a lot of images from the Te Papa Museum, I think, like the New Zealand, and they actually have it listed as Aquila Morai. At least
Yeah,
in some of the collection images.
It really just depends on who you ask, because Haas is just kind of following along with whether or not Hieratus is considerable as its own genus.
Bird of prey phylogeny is fun, air quotes.
Looks at Teratornithidae, cries.
There's still, to this day, there's not one phylogenetic tree that's been done for them.
One.
But all we know is there's one. Of the genera specifically, is that also
There's
one?
exactly one phylogeny of Teratornis.
Incredible.
Which is so old that it's still considered a chichoniform.
Timmy, you can make a matrix.
Yeah.
True.
All that
Be
we
the
know
change you want to
is
see in the
that,
world.
one of the that was actually going to be my alternate one for Paleostream Con, is I was going to try to do looking through all the papers to try to see if we can piece together some relationships between Teratornithidae. And we have gotten a couple that Oscar Avis is closer to Argentavis than it is to Teratornis
That is
and
closer to
Aelornis.
the South American species than it is to the North American ones.
And there's kind of like an A and B side where there's like the older South American ones and then Oscar Avis, and then you have the North American ones like Teratornis and Aelornis.
So you could in theory argue that Oscar Avis, the Cuban boy, is an island dwarf?
I actually would agree with you that there is a bit of insular dwarfism there. It is pretty small. I'm pretty sure it's the second smallest.
Yeah, for a Teratorn, it's tiny. It's weird.
And we also know, based on the paper, that it has proportionally the smallest arms. So that could be another adaptation for
island life. Yeah.
kind of similar to king vultures, to the Cathartiform family, because they are forest-dwelling vultures and they have shorter than average wings.
Oh.
Is there a reason why you didn't choose it, or maybe a reason why potentially next year if SpringCon happens?
I lost track of time, 1 and 2. I'm just a lot more
Fair.
well versed in Host Eagle than I am with
That is-
Territory today, because that would involve like a whole shit ton of research versus like Host Eagle. The main thing about it was just being like debunking a lot of myths, talking about like different interpretations and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
the Territory Day one definitely involved a lot more research. So maybe next year, but
Oh,
for now.
Yash, some of the details, actually from the talk still, I think the reddish neck was supported by like Maori stuff, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
yeah, that is
And
depending
then
on how you want to interpret red.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
And then feathers down to the feet all the way, right?
yeah, that's an Aquilian trait. You don't. That's just like following along with the family. Is that you have the
Yeah.
booted eagle?
Yeah. I think actually one of the Hieratus species is just called the booted eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you also see what Fossil Ladder posted?
Yes,
I
I
would
just did.
honestly, going back to Teratorns for the one final comment, I would like to do that as a as
Yeah.
like an actual research project at some point.
It's definitely yeah.
No, Montana, no.
Although I'm not
What
sure
is happening down there?
I'm not sure why they chose booted eagle as the name when like pants eagle. Although that sounds really stupid. So I mean,
You answered your question.
I think I answered the question of why they didn't call them the pants eagles. So
Yeah, that sounds fucking dumb.
No, if for some reason there's another species split, we need to, and it has the feathers going all the way down. It's like a new Aquilian. Someone please call it the leggings eagle.
The pants
True.
eagle.
I mean,
Fishnet eagle.
you could probably do something funny with like a fossil genus, even like just say like, oh, named after the like amount of feathers covering them in extant individuals.
And that feels like a stretch.
Named after the great leggings of the person who discovered them.
Yeah.
True.
True.
Do we have a picture of those leggings? Because I'm interested. There must be quite something if they were that
This is
noteworthy.
hypothetical.
Okay.
Oh, Yasha, are you giving them the little shoulder pads?
Yeah.
I like that.
Nice.
It's cute.
Yeah, the feet are ridiculously big.
Yeah, no, they are. That
mean,
is something I've seen a lot of people underestimate. They have clown shoes, like
Yeah.
literally.
We
no prey
Should I
item,
make some
I
rat
see.
in that case?
we were talking earlier, I think before you got here, like even in chat, about like hypothetical falconry with Hess Eagle of very dangerous to you.
Yeah, for starters, you won't be able to carry them on your arm because this is an eagle that weighs more than our living condors, up to 18 kilograms in females. So you're not going to be able to just have your arm sitting out while it's sitting on there. First of all, its foot is like almost the length of your like finger to elbow. So it's going to have a hard time it's going to be following you around.
And
like either
issue is that it would consider you a prey at them.
Yeah, that's the other thing. This is probably the only one that you kind of have to make it learn that you are not food. Because it's not like a 2 or 3 kilogram red-tailed hawk where you can trade it with like a little piece of meat to get the kill that it made. If you
trade
piss
a
it
whole
off,
goat.
yeah, you have to carry around the stuff that you're like, hey, I want what you brought down. Can I offer this instead? And then it's just the off day that, maybe it's not feeling good. So it decides, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll take you as the trade.
Yeah.
I was going to say
And then
as
it-
well, I remember trying like to hold a dumbbell that was like an 18-kilo dumbbell like straight on my arm, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah. If it was going to be used for falconry, which honestly, I really don't think they would have been able to survive that long with how, not the fact that what's it called, that they were really going extinct, because I mean they were doing. It was just that like even if we exclude the Maori, Western settlers coming in the 1800s, and this is like the only bird that actively wanted to kill people because they're hunting tall bipeds before, and then now there's another tall biped that's here.
Delicious. A new
And
menu.
this
Yeah,
is
no,
one-
they would be gone
Yeah.
under a decade.
Yeah.
If it looks like a moa, it walks like a moa. It fights back, not like a moa.
To be fair, I could see a very, very, very slim chance that word of them gets out to like nobility and royalty fast enough.
Yeah.
That they say, okay, hold your guns. I want these as my personal bird.
Oh,
And they
similar to like
somehow get
how
populated in
European
captivity.
bison survived because like Polish
Mm.
nobility wanted them in their personal hunting grounds and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just like, what if the European bison wanted to eat you?
Yeah. There's a very small window between when the Maori got there and the Western settlers came in, when falconry was like the coolest thing ever, and everyone was like, "Oh, I want the biggest hawk to hunt my game."
Yeah, but you
Where
want
if they
a
got there,
note,
they would
not a
like,
fucking
"Oh, this is
eagle.
this is the golden goose," except
This is
it's
very
not a
important.
goose.
I mean, this honestly, this is functionally the dragon of eagles.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I would say
Actually,
it's
it
just
would
the
be
dragon.
a wyvern.
Tim, I will strangle you.
Smack
But-
you with a rock.
Hey, Yash, can you kick Tim?
I mean,
Yeah.
the
This is
monkey
beyond my
eagle-
powers at this point.
But yeah, if you wanted a Haas Eagle to be with you during falconry, you'd have to train it to either follow you on foot or like perch.
I
Because
think
there are
the-
some
Yeah,
forms of
perch
falconry.
You would probably need to
Definitely.
train
Follow
it
you
like
on
from hatching onward. Like
I
the
want
biggest
to
issue-
imagine you having to ride around like on a four-wheeler or something and just having like a perch on the back of it.
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
people
but
do that.
a
alternative
golf
idea.
cart.
No, alternative idea. Hold on.
Yeah.
I have to
A
illustrate this for you
you
all.
have like your golf cart and you're driving onto the golf course to hunt peccaries with your Haas Eagle.
No, the alternative
There
for
is-
carrying around a Haast Eagle is very simple, and it's this. This is your solution.
True. That's true.
Like
Oh,
a baby.
No.
Yes.
Not the baby carrier.
I think
This
that
is my son. He's a little weird, but we don't judge.
No. It's the baby carrier for the baby carrier.
You need like one of these that's like overly Gucci and has the basket flat so it can sit in there like hidden.
Yep.
And you're like at the butcher's shop and he's like, does the little one want a little slice of anything? And then you're like, oh yeah, sure, he'll have a slice, and just open it up. It's the fucking giant eagle.
You just
I mean,
you just see.
I mean, that
You
would just
listen.
be
I'm
that would
taking
just
your
be a funny
entire
bit to
stock.
do. That'd be just a funny bit to do with like a golden eagle or something.
God, golden
No, there
eagles
are people.
so pretty.
They are.
You just
There
see
is
the
actually-
beak just lunge out of the darkness to grab the sample meat.
Yash, don't look in stream material. You're gonna get a certain soundtrack stuck back into your head.
There
You
is
told him not to
also-
do it, and I was gonna do it.
There is a specific
Yeah,
YouTube
just-
channel
just
that
thinking
does.
of the
They do
opening
wild
of,
boar hunting. They do wild boar hunting, and they use a friggin' like quad or like four-wheeler, and they have 2 golden eagles they have on like perches mounted to the four-wheeler. So they'll just drive out at night, and when they find a boar, they just shine the flashlight on it, and then the eagles just.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are they ever successful?
Yeah.
Hold the
I don't know.
phone.
Okay.
No,
Hang on.
there was an argument in the Echo server about what a golden eagle could or could not hunt, and no one, and like, it was specifically an argument of whether or not they could hunt an adult peccary, and it was brought up that they've never, like, they've never successfully brought down a boar, and there's only one video of an attempted falconry on a boar, and it failed. I've
Let me
never
check
heard of
to
a
see, 'cause
success.
it might not be wild boar. I know for like just by fact I have like, well, not by fact. I'm just very confident they can at least take down javelina. Just
I mean, yeah,
because
for
of,
sure.
but
Yeah.
like wild, like European wild boar, that's a different story. I'll have to. Let me just double check because it might either be that or coyotes, because that is
yeah, there's
way more
there's
one-sided.
plenty of coyote videos.
Please send those videos because I love eagle predation. There's
No, wait,
something
yeah.
so good about that.
Oh yeah, I found one, and it is like shining the lights from the core at night, and it's with
Yeah,
coyotes.
I remember the
Yeah,
I
that's
remember
what
the
I was
YouTube
thinking of.
channel, and they use crowned eagles to hunt coyotes.
Yeah.
African crowned eagles.
Oh, they
Isn't
would.
that an
Yeah.
African species?
Imagine
Sorry,
being that
Hugo.
coyote. I was just saying, imagine being that coyote and seeing just a bird that you've never seen before.
I'll post this in other talks.
I
Is it
forgot
this
how
one, Dynamo?
pretty crowned eagles are. Like they have
Yeah.
very nice, like almost marbled feathering.
Oh no, wait, this person is using okay, it's the same channel, but in this case they're using a golden eagle. They have a couple of different birds that they use.
Yeah.
Crowned
But they
eagle,
have-
so pretty. 10 out of 10
Yeah.
bird. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
Tim.
another one
Well,
of
you come in-
the victims of overly detailed wiki pages.
So they
Oh,
do take on wild boars, but they take the piglets.
Oh,
and
is
just
it?
grab them
Is
and
it?
fly.
Is it that one
number-
guy who does very, very complicated raptor pages?
Yes. A number of eagle pages on wiki have this thing where their section on dietary biology is so goddamn detailed, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Can you post one of them?
I
screenshot
have
this
seen
one
the
right
photo
now.
of the one taking the piglet.
Some of the bigger ones on Wiki are Eurasian eagle owls, red-tailed hawks, and bald eagles. Those are like the three biggest ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Because bald eagles, surprisingly, well, not really, if you're aware of how not fish eagles the fish eagles are. Bald eagles actually have the second widest prey spectrum of North American raptors, second only to the red-tailed hawk.
I am
It's
not
like over.
surprised. Those guys will do anything. They will take anything from any other bird.
Okay,
It's like 400 different prey species, from fish
There we
all the
go.
way up to geese and stuff like that.
Sorry to interrupt,
That's
but I
so
think
much
I
longer.
changed the position of the eagle, or rather, like I made both versions, and I think I like the second one more because the first one feels a little bit too much on the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Like
agree with
it
you on that
feels
one.
like, why would the Moas even attempt to go on near the water with that thing around?
Yeah.
That also feels a lot better, so they can build momentum when they hit. Because, like
If
with
they
the first
would
one,
want to,
they're just dropping straight down. But with the other one, they have time to build up a little bit of speed before they make contact.
This is on
You
this-
can see
And plus, you
the,
could put many other smaller birds on the other as well.
That is
the
true.
dietary section. I have just posted it for crown.
No, no, not him. No.
Oh, it's actually
goodness.
yeah, it's roughly complete.
Holy, okay, I need to make a video for the bald eagle one. Hang on, let me screen
Thank
record
you,
this.
Sir Brazilian. Very educational.
Yes.
I'm intending on maybe going through a bunch of these and either really simplifying them or splitting a couple sections off.
This just is its own article.
It's a giant
think
list
a
of
very-
like everything that's ever been recorded to be eaten by these animals.
Oh.
Practically.
Is there that scares me? Is there a bald eagle?
Probably.
Hold on, let me check the bald eagle page based off that description of their
I'm
diet.
screen. I had to screen record it. Hang on.
I also
I got
know
it.
this
no.
statement.
Oh. Oh no,
Wait, hold on,
it's so much
guys.
stuff.
Hear me out. The crowned eagle occupies a unique niche as it is the only bird where primates are the most commonly taken prey at the species level. Isn't that also true for the harpy?
No, they're a lot more generalistic. They'll be taking on young armadillos. They take out. I think there was one record of a young capybara. There's
Yeah,
a couple of the bigger ones of like a young one that was taken. I don't remember if it was a tapir or a capybara. It was one of those two.
I think peccary. But
Oh, yeah, peccary.
yeah, they're very generalist, but if they have any preference, it's usually Xenarthrans.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough.
Sloths too, yeah. If you
But-
want to consider it, Philippine eagles are the second most because if you want to consider colugos as primatomorpha, and you want to consider them like stem primates, then that's like 90% of their diet.
Oh, true.
That's so weird.
But they're not considered primates. They're like just outside of it.
Yeah.
I'll be honest,
Oh.
these sections are very detailed. Like, it's pretty nice, but it's just way too much for Wikipedia.
Eurasian eagle owls, they have their own wiki page that's just about the dietary ecology.
A lot of the eagles also have it, yes.
Huh.
Like spin-offs
It's
of
That is
because
such a weird niche thing to write about.
It's
To be
because
fair-
what's it called? Those very large raptors with big ranges. They have a lot of studies going on in different parts of that.
Yeah.
So then you can just collage it together, and it's like, oh, this is what they eat across like a continent, essentially.
We like the big
It's
Yeah, you
funny,
saw-
actually. I don't like how they did it with the Eurasian eagle owl, because the entire section on dietary biology is empty, and it just has a
Yeah.
link to main article dietary biology of the Eurasian eagle owl. I could do with a summary,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because they have like hunting and digestion, summary of general diet, prey types,
Digestion?
interspecies
Eurasian eagle-
predatory relationships. Like it's pretty cool,
Yeah.
but
Eurasian
Oh.
eagle owls, their diets is really cool when they're not in Central Park, but what's it called? They're they're known to. I don't know how they do it. They managed to take out like peregrine falcons and shit like that. Like there's footage of them like bringing them. Well, not bringing them down necessarily, but like with the kill, and it's like, how did you do that?
But like it's so funny because they eat all sorts of shit. Like they eat carp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, also, Fang and Henry are back.
Oh, sick.
Welcome back.
Oh, Lord. I'll let up Henry, otherwise it's getting too crowded again, I fear.
Yeah, fair.
Oh,
true.
okay,
They,
someone else already let up Fang.
I was quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, I do think this is too many
I know.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty dead.
Yeah.
If you need me to leave, I
Can't
can
get rid of
leave.
Henry.
Oh, sorry?
I'm gonna be popping out soon, anyways.
Hey.
Yeah,
After
I'll
this is
probably.
done, he will retreat.
I mean, I'll probably stay for
Yeah.
an hour. I can do another hour.
We are actually coming up in the 4-hour mark, interestingly enough.
We just
Gee. Oh, wow.
passed the 4-hour mark.
Yep.
Time be going quick.
Oh, and then the stream time might be off then, because on Twitch it says that we've been live for 3:57.
Oh yeah, but we've been in voice for since 11.
Oh yeah, voice chat was on like
It would be
1 2 minutes longer.
tomorrow again.
D10
I like that.
Katsu, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
Welcome.
Okay, next burp or
Right.
other creature. You know what? We need something non-bird
Shall we
in
shall-
here. New Zealand fur seal.
Yes.
Is it time?
Oh yeah.
About
I was gonna say
time.
you
Those
could
guys.
you could put a tuatara up the front.
That should be like, Yash, a quick note, that should be like in the ballpark of its size range. Females are 1.5 meters and males are 2.
Yeah.
I scaled this
I'm
like
I'm looking for the
diagonally.
pups anyway.
Fair enough. I do have there's an
Yeah.
image on the wiki page of a female with a pup that might be useful to scale off of.
Mm.
I had a very interesting idea because I remember at work I was asked if Kia and Kaka have ever produced hybrids, and I said no because there's been no recorded one, and also they kind of
Here,
hate each
Joshua.
other in the wild.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to get along very well in a naturalistic
We-
setting.
I was just thinking maybe on that perch there you could have a Kia and a Kaka having a bit of a scrap or something.
True. So far, it's a
There could be-
surprisingly Grandma Rick friendly stream. So far.
No, true.
Oh, what friendly stream? Sorry.
Basically, Rick shows the formation pieces to his grandmother, but if she doesn't like any form of violence at all. So if there's like something dead or being eaten or hunted, he does not show those streams. So those are not Grandma Rick friendly streams, which is why I also made this stream here that I'm gonna post in other talk text.
Here, baby.
Yeah.
Are you gonna draw mum and baby or just baby?
Just
Probably
juvenile.
just the children. They are known to venture more inland.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Maybe
Babies
that's
be
what the Haast
explored.
is aiming for.
Mm.
Here you
Yep,
go, Tim.
a little mammal snack, a little bit of fat.
Yeah.
Nice bit of
I
seafood.
just had a
Hulking season.
I didn't. I think like going off of like a Lord of the Rings type thing. One of the baby. I mean, if you're gonna do a baby furseal, they could have some kelp like wrapped around their nose. That could be like a stand-in for Frodo with like the One Ring. He's on his,
Yeah.
on his
I am back.
land.
What is this about a One Ring?
Yes, I was talking about so
rules them all.
I was just going to do a baby furseal, and I was thinking of maybe it has some like yellowish kelp wrapped around their nose, and that's a stand-in for Frodo with with like the One Ring.
How about its flipper? Wrapped around its flipper instead of its nose.
It could also work.
Okay.
If it looks.
It would be tricky to carry it all the way up here.
Yeah. Yes.
This is insane. Okay, sorry. Circling back to the dietary biology articles, the advised size limit for a Wikipedia article is roughly 8,000 words. This spin-off article on the dietary biology of the golden eagle has 11,860 words.
Let's
Oh,
go.
shit.
The spin-off needs a spin-off.
No.
Oh my god.
I think it should just keep going.
I think it should be reduced. It's time to
Commit
nuke
to
it.
the bit.
Just make it like 100,000. Overshadow history of Germany, which
Doing
I believe
another
is still
one.
the longest
No,
article
no,
on the
no.
site.
You can't simply overshadow history of Germany like that.
Impossible. I mean, how many does history?
If you do that, I will jump in there and will simply add a few more thousand words.
Joshua goes MIA for like 5 months and
I
come
will
out on the other side
cause
with it.
more history to be written down.
Oh.
Okay.
That's the
We're getting a live update.
Just never to invade for now.
Finally, a reason for me to go into politics.
Oh.
No, guys, he's not Austrian. It's all right.
I was about to make that joke.
Don't worry, I actually was accepted to an art academy.
Price is
Oh
heard.
my.
Yeah. The timeline has shifted for the better.
We're in the good
Maybe
timeline.
maybe the 12 years he spent in there managed to temper his desires.
He's poor he's banana. He's doing the banana.
Are any of these any super winners, Josh?
They are all super winners.
Yippee!
But one in a bun.
Huh.
No, that's what the Haast Eagle is currently preparing.
Ah.
He's a
Delicious. Super winner.
when this wiener is super.
It's unfortunate a house seagull can never meet like a Dachshund. Just thought of that in my mind.
Oh god.
You dog.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
Dog. Doggy dog.
Because I would have encountered Curie, the introduced dogs that Maori brought.
I
Yeah.
know those.
Curie.
Are those dogs still extant?
No.
No, they're not.
Oh.
Dead doggo. And the taxidermy is really bad. Well-known ones. I'll find some real quick. Oh no! Oh no! They've done our boys so dirty. They all look very angry.
They're angry that they're extinct, probably.
Yeah.
Like, dude, why am I extinct, bro?
He's looked at them. I think. I have to recheck.
Do we have any good artistic reconstructions, at least, of them?
I can have a look. Not that I know of, because they wouldn't. I mean, some of them lived when Europeans came about, but I don't think we really do. That I can see.
They got pretty much amalgamated into normal dogs.
Yeah. These are very funny looking.
What the? Oh
They
no! What did they do to him?
Hold on, I think.
Scruffy creature.
The two faces of evil.
Oh no! Oh
Hold on, this is
god!
good enough. It's time, I think.
It has a little bit of
Oh, this thing.
Tibetan
It's time
fox
for an
vibes
addition.
to it.
That is literally a baby seal.
Was this like the New Zealand cryptid otter thing? I forget the name.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. So it
Actually,
could just be a seal.
crop is kind of ass. Hold on.
That's fucking good.
Did you make it? Of course you did.
That's so good. I love it. Thank you for making that.
Oh.
That's so good.
I'm gonna make it better, actually. Hold on.
I can't believe you just added a new emoji like that.
It needs to be even more compressed.
I rate these baby seals 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 would pup again.
There we go.
I need to catch up to the stream. I haven't checked it. Oh yeah, look at them. Oh yeah, they look very playful.
They are very wiener.
Yeah.
Much
Having a
wiener.
good time.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's even better. He's more zoomed in.
It's time to
Now in
win.
HD.
Yeah. I really like that. Like, boom. Very blank expression.
Of course, our Terran bird. How could we forget?
Familiar faces.
What places?
It's just all of the New Zealand local avifauna when they see smoke in the distance.
True.
Oh no! The naked mower are on the move. No.
Do you think that hats would see sheep today and like, what is this surprisingly soft and somewhat small four-legged thing that the naked moas have brought over with?
Absolutely, I think.
I feel like they'd try.
Yeah.
I mean, if Kia
Because,
can do
like,
it.
I mean, yeah. First of all, yeah, if a Kia can do it, then you know. But yeah, they're taking down birds that are like 200 kilograms, and like before they had like the revision where well, like if they're standing up in like an alert or like search pose, the big Dinornis species are like fucking 12 foot tall. So a little like sheep would be like, oh, this is like what's a good like comparison? Like a heavy-footed
Probably like
moa?
a bush, yeah, But maybe
Yeah.
not quite that big, like a bush mower or something.
Yeah, bush
Or
mower.
even eastern
It would
mower.
be like
Yeah. On the other hand,
it
maybe
would be
just
like one of the
because the
smallest
posture,
species.
I could imagine that the farmers would be more in their prey on their men
Yeah.
than the livestock.
No, wait, maybe that was their strategy.
Mhm.
First, you eat the farmer, then you've got a nice supply of sheep just roaming around aimlessly for the next couple of weeks or so.
True.
Well, the sheep
What I was gonna say,
become your
Slowly, the
farmers.
eagles
Hey.
began to domesticate the.
Yep, they're the new farmers.
It's like
They
that.
pick the farmer's
There was
job.
like there's this one paper where Illinois falcon, they have like a really primitive form. Like you can't really call it agriculture, but they would like cache things while they're still alive. Like they would
Yes.
put them in these little fucking rocks where they just can't escape. And I'm like,
yeah.
I'll deal with you later.
Ooh, I think I
I've
remember
seen
that.
I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah.
Like find a bunch of the right crevices and just shove live birds in there. Like, well, I'll come back later.
Because we do know that Haas Eagle did cache food. There was the one study that found that there was a cave that was serving as a food cache for a New Zealand falcon at one point, and then a Haas Eagle, because there was stuff that fit like the dietary things for both. And I think we also found a New Zealand falcon specimen in there, and then we also found stuff that like only Haas Eagle could carry in. So we do know that they cached food. Whether or not they cached it while it was live, they could use like an old like hollowed out tree or something like that. Just throw them in there.
Yeah.
But
in theory, this wool formation piece could happen inside that old log there in the middle.
You could put like a kakapo in there or something. Just something like something nice, easy to grab with one or two hands, one or both claws. Fly in there, just push them in.
Yeah. Also, it would be quite small, so it wouldn't be in like the cache, but we could have some fat bellbirds scattered about in like the canopy.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
You could really
Very,
mess
very-
around with just. You could really mess around with just like a lot of
Bellbirds
littered
have more.
feathers around because there's nobody like. Just depending on the time of season, like the ground could be like fucking littered with feathers because of the molt.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
True.
What an interesting little detail.
I just like these little guys.
Oh,
They are wonderful little guys.
Also,
The best
Eruk,
guys.
in Twitch chat, Eruk Mazzino, the giant owl from Georgia is interesting, although it is the tip of a beak that, and I've seen some people mention it's not really all that big.
Yeah,
And
it's not like.
Yeah,
it's
People are
definitely not
saying that
comparable
this
to
is like-
Hast.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, ornamentalonyx size mainland owl, and it's like that's never. I don't think that's ever going to happen. A mainland size ornamentalonyx, because, like again, Cuba, ornamentalonyx and Giganohyrax were the biggest predators that, beside from crocodilians.
Yes.
So then, like that Georgia owl, I checked. I think it was like. It was only a little bit bigger than like great horns and like the bubo species of the region. I would not expect them to be super crazy big, but like with what we know of raptor diversity, even from just like La Brea being a help, Pleistocene raptor biodiversity was very, very insane. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a record-holding mainland owl still waiting to be described, but it's definitely not going to be ornamentalonyx. It's going to be like, I would say maybe like Eurasian eagle owl size, to be honest.
But
Maybe
that
a little bit
brings us
bigger.
back to a very old question here on the server. Are you a bubu or an asio type of person?
True.
Oh, God.
True.
True. Does anyone have the thing on hand?
There are clips.
But the babies.
The baby.
Very torn,
The
actually, on my
baby.
question. Would you be more of a booba or an ASEO person?
It's a question of the. It's a question
This
for
question is
chat.
open to
Are
everyone.
you more of a boo or an Asia? No, we're not doing that. We're not.
Get the poll.
We're a
Vitex, what about you?
child-friendly stream.
Oh wait.
Oh,
Look at
also,
the
Yash,
baby.
the one you're working on right now, I almost want to. I almost feel like you might have made the muzzle a little bit too deep.
Yes, I made it
too
too
tall
deep.
and
Yes.
dog-like.
Yes.
Or not even the muzzle in general, just the very front, the tip of the snout.
I know what you mean. It's driving me crazy. It's
like the
Can-
mouth line almost touches the nose. It's just the mouth line being really far down.
It's carnivores.
Mm.
Why are you like this?
Yeah.
This is my stupid dog. I hate him. And now
See,
he's
doggos.
sad.
I hate him. I would die for him.
Yeah, I would hate him and die for him. Of course.
Yeah.
I want to see this dog.
See, doggo.
Have you seen this dog?
Yeah,
it's horrible. I want it back.
I posted the Georgia owl bill in the other talk text, and it's like it's not super crazy big in comparison to our modern North American raptor species, but there's still like a sizable difference. So I'd say anywhere from like, because it says that it's like 25% larger of a lower bill than a great gray owl, which is I think our longest owl species, not the heaviest. But what's it called?
Wait a
So
minute.
the bill is longer than the great gray owls. So it could be within like it could be if it was alive bigger than Blackiston's fish owl, which would make it the largest owl extant, but I don't think it's too much bigger than any owls we have around today.
Hang on a minute. Here's one for you.
Mm-hmm.
Does the great gray owl have a proportionately smaller beak than other owls? Because that would be a very big factor in determining body size
would
from
be a
beak
big-
size.
But look at the baby.
I know their ecology is not anything like the great horned owls or tiger owl, depending on how you want to describe them. But
Yeah.
fortunately, their beak aren't too much different. Let me see.
Not too much, although I'll go ahead and post a skeletal versus a mounted specimen. So much of them is just fluff. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
More so than other birds, even like other owls.
Great horns
There's
do
not that
have
much-
a deeper bill, though.
Okay.
So it's not too like it's not crazy, but yeah, owls are very much just feathers.
And boys.
But the great gray owl is one of the ones that's like those famous records of like an owl grabbing a cat. Let's see. I'll have to find the
Wait,
specific one.
Funny.
Yeah, no, this is like one of the most well-known pictures of wait, is that it? Yeah, that is. I don't want to say this might be a barred owl.
Yeah, that's a
I'm
barred
thinking
owl.
Yeah.
The
got,
weird
like,
color grading was making it difficult to tell, but yeah, now that I've gotten a look back at it, it's definitely a barred owl.
Yeah, no, great. As far as I know, great grays mostly go after itty bitty rodents.
Yeah.
While
Don't
barred
forget to
owls take
save, by the way, Joshua.
Oh yeah, save.
Save.
Oh, yeah,
your
Barred owls and great
Yeah.
horns are the ones that are doing like eagle type
Save
stuff.
the babies. That's what you need to do.
I'm
Save them.
saving the babies.
Save the babies.
Save the babies.
The babies.
The baby.
Aww.
Let's go. It's the baby. Let's
Guys,
go.
have you seen a pangolin having a mad bath before?
What?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Oh wait, yes.
Bath.
It's
Yes.
it's so cute.
Video
Oh
too.
no.
Yeah, I love this video.
It's love and life.
Look at this pine
Yeah.
cone.
Pine
Dipped
cone
in
bath.
chocolate. That must be very tasty.
This is clearly what
I-
happened with the Utahraptor block. The Utahraptors were just lost in the slop, and
True.
Yeah.
the slop got
They were
them.
having such fun and we were distracted.
It was a mud bath
I
that got out of hand.
assume
Yeah,
laughing-
I have that image in the size chart.
I
Mm.
assume that you guys have been going over the question in Twitch chat, like when you're talking about owl stuff. I was gone for a bit.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were discussing the lad's owl.
I assume it's a
Yeah.
metatarsus and nothing else.
Yeah.
No,
A bill.
actually.
It's a bill,
For
which
once.
is unique.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
the-
so there is literally no comparison because we don't have like
Also,
material.
maybe important to remember here, Eric. When it comes to Hodari, he prefers the uppermost estimates.
Yeah, he prefers the. That was sort of the same thing with what's it called? He did the reconstruction of Argentavis after Manu basically just made a long leg stellar sea eagle skeleton instead
Yeah.
of actually a Teratorn. But he was like, yeah, no, we're hitting that shit, and then it's just fucking death from the skies, something something. It might have taken out terror birds, and it's like maybe, but not like that.
Yeah.
I think it might be mower time.
Another
Moa.
Mower again.
Maybe another tomorrow, but what tomorrow?
The
Maybe
little
maybe
one with the yellow ass.
maybe
Yeah, bush mower.
maybe big girlfriend and
Let's go. Yes.
I sort of like the idea of the big moa startling the seals, and that's why they're getting into the water.
Shag mommy
Yeah.
and her
That
twin
doesn't really
boyfriend.
fit here. The idea is that the swan and moa conflict here is scaring them. Like where do you put like an adult giant moa between them? Like it's
True.
Maybe you
They'd
could have
cover
some
like
of
90% of the frame.
For later, Yash, you could have some of the smaller birds maybe on that rock. Maybe also getting
yes,
it
that's one of
startled.
the reasons why the rock is there in the first place.
Some of the wrens maybe.
And I was
Yes,
going to
it's
say
time
as well,
for-
good to hide it to a Tara.
It's time for
Yeah.
large woman and her twink boyfriend.
Let me
Lady
let me
Dimitrescu.
put it in here. Like the male, the
Lady
male here
Dinornescu.
is like the male is already larger than here an adult heavy-footed moa.
Ah.
So
You
so
could
similar to what I
have-
have here. So if it was standing here in the foreground, it would take up the space.
Yeah,
It would take up a lot of
kinda have
space.
to be in the
It would
background.
take all
Yeah.
the space.
Maybe you could put him
Yeah.
next to the Isengard tower thing.
Yeah.
Could
I
the
I
female be
want to
having
have
like
like
a
a
bath?
small herd of them in the background, for sure.
Mm.
It's just like yeah, they need a little bit of room.
You could
I
have
was
one
thinking,
of them
yeah, put them in
nesting.
there. Maybe put a pair coming out from the like from the bush there in the water.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
Let's have a looky looky.
I don't think
Yeah.
you're gonna fit a herd of Dionys in there because
Yeah.
No,
no
not
shot.
close to the foreground, but we have basically this meadow-like stuff here in the background.
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
where
that's
I
true.
already put
Two
like some of the
closer
geese.
to the. You could have two closer to the foreground and then a group in the back there with the geese. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, that could work.
Maybe you could have one scratching itself on the tree.
Ooh.
If you want to include them on the right, that is.
A big bum scratcher.
The idea is kind of
What-
the
oh,
same as the.
What if we have like the female rearing up right under that tree there, like standing in that
Ooh.
corner?
And like let me put in like a female here in the
Like
foreground. just
looking
for
over,
a
it looks
second.
like one of the branches. Just like checking out what's
be
going
good.
on. Or
Yeah.
what's it called? Because of how like Well, I mean, do we have any records of moa nests? Do we know if they would lay like a good clutch of eggs? Because I'm thinking about like
about 4
Yeah,
would be the maximum.
yeah, because like I had the idea
ones.
for a second of like a male with like 700 babies, because like how ostriches will like communally nest. They'll have like one male guarding multiple like female clutches, and they all lay in the same location. So you'd have like one male with like 30 something babies following along.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
makes sense for stuff like ostriches and emus, but I think when
Yeah.
it comes to
Yeah.
Mars, island biology kicks in, where
Yeah.
the animals usually have quite small clutches to prevent
Yeah.
overpopulation and stuff like that. So, yeah.
True, yeah. Especially for at that size, yeah.
Also, like as
I'm just,
Tim noted earlier, the shells are very thin on these eggs, so the bigger the clutch, the more risky it becomes that they just get squished.
Yeah, like
Really?
shoved around him. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to say I'm very knowledgeable in New Zealand stuff, but outside literally one bird, yeah, I'm kind of clueless. So.
Do okay. I know when you get to the bush mower, Josh, they do actually have evidence of having yellow feathers. So the yellow bum does work quite well.
And if I'm not
I
mistaken,
think
there's also
too much
evidence of red
information.
feathers in moa.
Yes,
I wouldn't
think
be
it's from
surprised
Dino.
about that.
Yeah, that's
Those
from
Dinornis
Diona too. Yeah, yeah.
Like that, like rusty red color seems to be pretty common in New Zealand stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning.
That-
That's kind of what I was meaning. Perfect. Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Ah, yes,
What's
the
the,
elusive New Zealand sauropod.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
they could
pretty
do
much.
that. We know that they could. So
Uh-huh.
as long as it's not the neutral pose, it's fine.
Guys,
'Cause the-
pterosaurs have
I mean-
survived in New Guinea, and sauropods survived in New Zealand.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's perfect.
Yeah, because it's why lancewood's one of our native tree species. Like they lose their protective spiky leaves once they get over 3 meters in height, and of course, conveniently, that's how tall giant moa could be. It's a fully outstretched. So that would make sense. Find some
Interesting.
pictures of the
Man,
lancewood.
why did we have to find this island just a few hundred years too soon?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
your no, actually, I think that might be good. Yeah, never mind. Forget I said anything.
Don't worry, we won't.
If they just made it to the 1850s or the 1900s, I think it would have been just enough time to save some of these guys.
Yeah.
They could have at least
And
made
there
it
comes the
zoos.
twink boyfriend.
I think
True.
there's already 2 twink boyfriends here, unless the second one's also a female.
No,
think-
two
Yeah, that was.
females.
I love that.
and-
I love that composition.
That's good, yeah.
It's a 3-man group. They,
Yeah, they're actually all dudes.
it could be
It's a two-man group.
Oh, that
two
reminds me.
2 lesbians. And,
That reminds me,
Their twink that they keep around for fun.
Yesterday at the dinosaur park where I was giving the talk, they had the traveling exhibit Rock Fossils on display, where they have like these very cool like models, but also like casts of fossils, of like species named after members of rock bands and metal bands and stuff like that.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, like the models are made by 10 tons, so they are really high quality. It's so funny, just like everything is like made to look like it's part of that music scene. Like everything is in black and red, and
That's
some
cool.
of these models are like over life size. Like there's one of these big worms, Cambrian worms, and it's made out of leather.
That's cool.
Wow.
It's great, and there's like clips of music playing also on headphones and interviews, and great stuff. Highly
I'm not
recommend
gonna
if
lie,
it
but
comes
that
into your
exhibition-
area at some point to go there.
I'm not gonna lie, Rock Fossil sounds like a great name for a band.
I got funny thing too. Like one of the head paleontologists there at the park, Ben Tui, actually was one of the guys who came up with the concept, but also contributed quite a bit to that by naming specifically certain echinoderms after members of rock band, and he himself is playing in a metal band. So
Nice.
Perfect. That is beautiful.
I love the composition of this little area here. I think that looks really good.
Also, on the topic of weird trios of like what's it called? Weird trios for like a thruple or like a poly group. I don't know if we have records for like MOAs, but we do have a record of because we kind of come back to these guys kind of frequently, but we do have a record of 2 bald eagle dads and a mom being in like a trio where they all co-parent, and they've done this for like multiple seasons now, and I found that super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see, because like if you brought up a separate example, I was gonna bring them up. Let me grab an image of this. Oh, you got the exact image I was gonna post.
Yeah. Osprey do it as well, which is quite neat.
I was gonna say as well.
Are surprisingly common in birds, I have to say.
Oh, I just found another example.
Good for them.
Oh yeah.
In stream materials.
So the whole weird thruple thing might not even be far off.
North and Robin.
So maybe it is 2 buff moms and their little dad they bring along for occasions.
Yeah,
Moral
he's
support.
still big enough to like. I mean, he's still big enough to probably like sit on both their clutches.
Yeah.
I
was gonna say,
Yash, you could make the male even a little bit smaller.
Yeah, probably.
Because it's also a little bit further in the background.
Well,
I was gonna say with the perspective, it just looks like 3 females. But
yeah, I was thinking.
What if you move him between the females, so like he could be standing in between them?
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking
That is difficult.
move him up like towards us a little bit more to where he's essentially right next to the walking female and looking up, so that it's clear that he's right next to her.
So he's like, oh yes,
I
very
think that
delectable
becomes a little bit
branch.
tricky with like the terrain here. Like he's right next to the water. He would
have
be
to be
like
wading
sliding
in the water.
into the water from these logs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be kind of
He's
cool.
sliding away, and his 2 girlfriends don't care.
Yeah.
They're like, they can't be fussed. Like, oh, it's just him being silly as usual. And he's like, no,
where's Harold going this
no,
time?
Oh, always something with you.
Yeah.
I was going to say
There's
as well,
no
if you
answer.
want to put the crest on, you can, because as I mentioned, you can have a little crest.
True.
A little crest. Could be a little like palish yellow. Could be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I like how they blend in here.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I was just meaning like a crest could just be like just longer feathers along the back. It doesn't need to be flamboyant.
Yeah. No, I just mean
Depends on what you
overall, like how they are becoming part of the composition here now.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Also relevant for the front-facing one, doesn't Dinornis have a comedically flat head?
Yes. Yes.
Very
Yes,
flat.
Robustus does. Robustus does.
Very wide. Yeah.
Okay.
And the eyes are
Yeah,
very
they had the anvil to the head there.
Like
Beautiful.
this.
Yeah.
Oh.
I looked at
Mr.
enough
Daffy
more
Duck.
skulls to do this.
Literally looked like Sid the Sloth.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, yes.
You're right.
Okay, yeah, his
Oh.
name is officially now Sid. End of story.
Her,
Yes.
please.
we go.
Her name.
Did the sloth meet Mo the mower?
Mo. I like
There's a
that
very
composition.
I found a very curious more skeletal mount from a topo.
Oh no.
Topo, and it's just really it's like no ribs and like the neck is just like completely bent to the ground.
What?
And the legs way too straight. Hold on. I must share it.
I'm concerned.
Yeah, you should be. I'm shocked. I'm flabbergasted.
Bewildered even.
In here. Get in here.
Perhaps
this mower.
dumbfounded.
I do not like it at all.
What the heck?
What is
No!
okay?
What
did they do?
function?
Wait.
The legs
This
are
guy-
broken.
What happened?
That's
guy.
that's cooked. That's cooked.
That is one way to put up a skeleton.
That is like
what happened?
overcorrecting for the usually way too erect posture.
Oh my god!
I think they bent the knee the wrong way, though. I think that's
That's
the
the
least of our
ankle.
problems.
No. The knee too. The knee too.
Oh,
The
true.
knee too.
Oh yeah, the knee as well.
That whole leg is
That's
going the wrong way.
a jello in
His
the
left leg is-
joints.
This mower is
I do
broken.
love.
I think it's like that
Isn't like-
that one bird that can bend its ankles like backwards, but every joint.
Yeah. God.
Unfortunate.
And then the neck's awkward. Was it even he's sniffing? Oh, those are the cartilage rings around like the neck. That's what he's looking at.
Oh.
The neck rings.
Mm.
Very interesting.
Hang on, I need to draw this guy.
Oh yeah.
Because I think once you put the feathers on it, it might actually not look that terrible, but
Not nearly as bad. But it would still be very weird.
Oh, we have a
Especially with the
hamster
legs.
appearance.
Hamster.
Oh, hey.
Hamster.
What the hamster
Hey.
do?
The hamster's
What the
having a
hamster
drink.
doing?
What
This
the
is a bit
Hampton?
interactive.
Hampton.
Yeah.
The hamster from the Hamptons.
The hamster from the hamster.
Southampton.
Yeah, there he is.
Unbelievable.
Surprise
It's
hamster.
some
appearance.
more.
Oh yes.
Need some
Give me easy.
more.
When
When
the
the-
New Zealand.
Yeah,
When the
what would
moon hits
be
your eye.
the song text for a Moa in this case?
When the moon hits your
When
eye
you're-
like a Maori campfire, that's Samoa.
Ah! No.
Where did you get that song from, James?
Too early.
Yeah,
Too
no.
early.
Too soon. Far too soon.
Also, I will be right back.
Sure.
I like how you did the foot on that one because it looks like it's like really awkwardly climbing on a lean. I like that.
Yeah.
I did it. I finished it.
The card?
Is this your card?
Yeah, well, the design for it anyway. I'm going to post it here, and then I'm going to delete it after like I don't know a minute or something.
Yeah, make sure cat.
Oh,
You-
that's
you better.
cute.
Oh, that is good. That is very
Friends.
good.
I like how it's all curled up.
oh
Yeah.
wow.
Oh, sweet.
Got the big. Ideal. I like that a lot.
Thank you.
Very, very good.
Very good.
Now
James. I like that.
Now I need to go and make sure that the pencil doesn't smudge. I do that by sticking it in the bathroom and covering it in hairspray.
Hairspray is always the best, and it's cheap,
Yeah.
Indeed.
and it smells nice.
Indeed.
Speak for yourself. Although it is better than the usual fixatives you can buy. That is true. In terms of smell.
Yes.
I have some stuff here at home, and yeah, oh my god, that stuff reeks, and for hours too.
Yeah,
I usually only do
leave
that
them
in
st-
summer, so I spray it on there and then lay it outside for a bit.
Same.
Ooh. Ooh. I thought I was going to drop it from there. Need to put everything away. Everything away. Oh no! I put the black colour pencil back.
Sea doggos have been spotted.
Sea doggos. I'll be honest, with how you painted the head, that does remind me of the skull crawlers from the new King Kong movies.
You've hurt him. You've pained him.
I'm sorry, but I had to mention it.
Yeah.
You will now be banished to the Shadow Realm for your crimes. Your
Josh,
insolence.
roll a d20.
Usually good.
It will land on 20 anyway.
No, I'll roll it for
I
him.
felt-
Psychic damage, right?
Psychic damage.
Yep.
Look at the friends. I like that.
They are roommates.
How much psychic damage resistance do you have again, Josh?
Nothing in this case.
Yeah, it
You should
just
take
like,
six damage psychic.
yeah, mine too. Is he
I'll roll a
he's just got
constitution check.
another. Yeah, I think it's actually a malus for him.
Cry, Draco, no! No!
Oh. There, it is sprayed. I'm just going to leave that for a bit.
Spray.
gonna-
Cry Dragon. What has Rick done?
What
What's
is
happened?
this? What is going on?
Rick got fricky with one of the pteranodons.
Oh, exactly.
I mean that beak don't lie.
Yeah.
I like big beaks and I cannot lie.
No one else can lie.
Those other tarots can't deny.
No, there's the mower.
The mower.
We got
They are
highlights.
mowing.
Yep, that's a moa.
On the mower.
Wait,
That's
I
a
have an
mower.
idea for the not what I'm called. Hold on.
And then we
Yeah.
got another. We got two more.
Two more.
Two more.
Yes. I also found a good reference for the Kereru, if you do decide to put one of them in. This is a photo I took a year ago.
Yosh, can I get a little
Shit.
zoom out and then zoom in on the other one of the other moas that you made? Like specifically the one in the middle.
That's nice. We've got one
that
at work that is
the
trained, that likes to come and land
elephant
on you.
elephant boy.
The big boy.
The one down in the
Oh, yeah,
middle that's directly adjacent to the swan.
Oh, the
elephant
kicking one.
Otis.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what was that you were saying, Joe?
We've got one at work that likes to land on your head, and he's trained. So I got video of me sitting there with him sitting on my hand.
Oh, hell yeah. That's
He's my
really good.
friend.
I love Kereru. I missed
Might
them
have
when I
seen
went
it.
to the UK. Should. That'd be a good idea. Because it's interesting because I went to the UK for 3 weeks in May, and it was interesting seeing all like the wood pigeons because they are largely similar in size, but they don't have like the wing beats and they're not wing beat sounds,
Nah.
and they're not nearly that.
No,
Yeah.
that kind
I
of.
missed the cat. Yeah,
I was gonna say.
I missed the cat.
Well, that bit there, that picture, you could literally directly say because the moa's coming in and disturb the keridu, you could have it.
That is true. Yeah.
So it'd work
That
perfectly
would-
with the composition.
Yeah, that would work out really well.
Because a
Yeah,
big
I
moa
think-
sticking its head up at him, it's like, oh no, I gotta get out of here.
He's like, yeah, oh geez.
I'm not gonna stick around to see if he fancies some protein.
Yeah.
Some parrots would work
Yeah,
too.
and then all you hear is.
Right, it is
Yeah, 'cause
now
that's not
time to
very
do the last thing I gotta do. It's frog feeding night.
Yippee!
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Feedeth him.
And then Billy, who's gotten so excited, she just stuffed a leaf into her mouth.
Nice.
And she just spat it back out again.
I'm
pretty sure.
yes.
I'm pretty sure she hasn't slept for about 24 hours.
Damn.
What's happening here?
And now she's
Feel
going
free.
to have. Oh, she's very excited. She's just jumped up the glass. And
Oh.
this is it. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, you're feeding some worms.
Yes, we are feeding some. Well, it's not worms, it's cockroaches, but same effect.
Okay.
Bob, try not to fall out. There we go.
Yeah.
He took it a lot more.
Yeah.
He took it a lot more gently.
Oh, good. I do have a pet Japanese fire belly newt, which I should actually share. His name's Jasper, and I just fed him recently, and he's all keeping nice and fat. Where is Jasper? Where is my boy?
There you go. I think I'll give him just the one tonight.
Yeah.
I like this. The mowers in the background chilling.
Hmm.
We got
Many
mower
things.
vibing.
Yeah. Let me find Jasper. Jasperino.
Ah, I just shut the window and Billy threw herself at the glass again.
Oh.
As one does.
As you do, yeah.
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
was gonna say you gotta add some boys because
Exactly.
I like they're all hanging out with their girlfriends.
Yeah. Or he's in the red. He's at the nightclub.
Imagine it's just like the ladies are all just there in like their corner, just chatting and stuff, and their boyfriends are basically put into the kiddie area.
Yeah.
It's that's what it feels like.
Like
and
real
when they
life.
have yeah, pretty much. And when they have to go, they're just like, "Honey, time to go," and just put them on. They just catch the leash and go.
I was going to say, I'm sure we know at least one couple.
Yeah, he's not in the. Well, from the looks of it, he's not in the club. He's in the red light district. Wink, wink.
Okay, Zach, that's enough Paleostream for you tonight.
He's in the Croclight district.
Yeah. He's
Oh,
got his
Hampton
webbing
again.
out.
Look at the boys in the back.
Hey.
Yeah.
Collate some pictures of Jasper.
He's a friend. You got a friend in me.
Oh, that's a good one, Jasper.
I like Jasper. Oh, you're putting Lancewoods. Nice.
Hey.
Hey.
I do what I must.
Where are the Jasper pictures?
I'm
I
collating them because I've got like 3 years worth of photos to sort through.
Ah, nice.
Where is
that's right.
Yeah, I think it's about 5 years old.
No.
He's roughly about that old. Let's see in albums. I've favorited him.
Okay, so we got to have some little things.
Yeah. We
And I did
added
some
the
op-
largest possible thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless
Now we need to have the smallest
surprise
possible thing.
whale carcass
This far inland.
brought in by a
I think
tsunami.
that's
Yes.
the joke, JW.
I know. I was. Did you not?
You sounded incredibly genuine.
I didn't mean to.
It's just his tone.
It's just though it's
Intonation. Intonation was off.
I'm going to say now you need to add the smallest possible thing.
Anyway,
Wrens.
Josh,
bush wren.
Yeah.
Bush
Oh,
wren.
the flightless wren. I don't
Yeah.
think we can fit it.
Where is it?
I think you can.
Where
I
is
think
it?
we can
It's so
fit
small.
It's,
I
it's
don't
above the
find-
Masanga. It's above the Masanga.
Oh, wait.
Lyle's wren. Yeah.
No, but there's also this guy.
Dendros Kanzor.
Yes.
The long-billed wren. Yeah, that's a cool one. There's a couple cool, really cool species of wren.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
You literally just
Yeah.
need to draw like a green circle with a long beak, and then you're done.
Basically, yeah. I don't know if you remember that, Joe, but at some point I made a upland mower with like a bunch of little wrens on its back, like picking out feathers
Yeah, I
for
remember
nest
that.
building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I suggested that one.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yes, that might be. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That was
thought
a
about
while ago. That was back when I was much more prominent on these streams. Yeah, I remember
Indeed.
that.
Sorry, Ness?
I thought about starting the stream at 10 on the Saturdays.
I have been thinking about that.
As long as you don't have someone procrastinating the scaling again, that could be a good idea.
Tim.
I mean,
I've just
we can very easily finish the scaling at 10 because usually Josh spends an hour and a half
That is
on
true.
the landscape.
I'm back in a second. Need something to drink.
Okay.
Good. Yes,
Aw.
Jasper has been shared.
He's so
Jasper is quite
cute.
epic.
He's absolutely tiny.
Ah,
He's not
nice.
even like a little finger. A wolf.
Oh my god, a rodent.
A rodent.
A little rodent.
An ominous rat.
He's a sauropod carcass. It's pretty good. Oh, delicious. It looks pretty good.
I do
Crummy
like
looking.
I do like the composition of this piece very much. We need frog. I think we need frog.
Yeah, we do somewhere.
I think the
We need frog.
composition is not made for tiny animals.
I think you'd have to like put him either on like the rock or on like near like those logs.
Like,
Yeah,
on,
that's
like,
what
the
I
right.
was
see where the frog could fit if the.
He'd be so tiny. He'd be like 3
the frog
pixels.
one is literally elephant seals. No, first
Yeah,
seals.
he'd be like a speck of orange.
It's way
Yeah.
too small.
Alright, pardon my meminess, but I don't think it's even that funny, but I had to make it.
No, I like that. That's good. More.
Not what I'm told.
Just taking offense.
I don't
Oh, I
think,
love that.
yeah, the
On the rock there is a rat.
Yeah.
And on
A
this
rock
rock,
rat.
I will build my wren.
That's pretty
I was
good.
thinking a Tuatara would actually basking on that rock wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Or even
Yeah.
hiding in a little burrow in the corner.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they're the biggest
The-
reptile in New Zealand, so it's the best one to put on this piece.
I think Yash put a little puddle in the bottom left. That might be a nice place to get some of the wading birds in.
Yeah, definitely.
That's true.
The silt.
Maybe the one of the swamp hen type animals.
You could do the pied stilt. You could do a black stilt because they're quite rare.
Nick absolutely wants
Yeah,
to
true. Beautiful colors.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I'd amazing work with them.
I said that Nick wants the Takai.
Gotta do the black stilt. That's quite a rare one.
Vinax, you don't have to keep raising your hand.
He never took it down.
I've taken it down at least 5 separate times.
Phoenix, go to
I
bed.
mean, if he wants to come, if he wants to come on stage to say goodnight, and then go, I don't see how that's too much of an issue.
Is that what he's wanting?
Yeah, it could
Well,
be.
not exactly say it.
I don't think.
Here, let's
kick him
ask him.
Yeah. And we'll know.
Do a test.
Come on up, buddy.
Now he's not even gonna show up.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, I grant him his request, and he's not even showing up.
I feel like you gotta get
Ungrateful.
rid of it now. I feel like you gotta cancel it.
Just give him a second. Let's see what happens.
If it's again, beat of the next day.
1.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Tim.
2.
We don't need to bully anyone, ever.
Yeah.
Of course not. This isn't bullying.
Bullying is for
We're just
small
being
people.
silly.
He says.
Bullying is for people with small peepees.
Regardless of what's happening with
Yes,
VDEX,
agreed.
I am going to need to head off now anyway, because I need to get up early and I slept like shit earlier.
There we go. So
Get,
for the show.
get some sleep.
Okay.
night.
Good night,
Night,
folks, and nice to see
Good night.
some of you guys again.
Yep. I think we need at
Nice.
least one larger bird still in here.
Oh my god.
He's here.
It's
What about
possible.
the
don't
time?
It's the bill.
We don't yet have a
So-
Takaho.
Yeah.
It could be good.
I am,
Wait.
but now that I've finished, I think I am also going to go to bed.
Alright.
Alrighty.
As far as anyone's
James.
concerned, I was not working on a secret wedding card.
Of course.
You would never.
You were never
Sounds-
here.
Well, I was clearly here because I posted photos, but
I think we should add Takahei.
Yes.
I think Josh is going for the.
I just said that, yeah.
all right. Good night, guys.
Night.
Oh, we got Ed's bill.
Right.
See you.
All good.
Hmm.
So yeah,
So you have
Having a
chosen
tab-
that my presence is worth your time, I see.
Vidax, please.
For now.
What?
You got the bill of the ads.
The ads bill?
Yeah, the question is where to put it. This little freak.
Maybe by the sea, by the few seals.
Yeah, why are the first seals agitated?
Because of the swan.
Because of the swan.
Like you see one of them looking back as a commotion.
Like what the heck?
What
An
the
absolute
heck?
horror.
Big swan?
The great evil.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's Saruman coming from his
Yeah.
tower.
What if you
could
put-
these orcs.
This army of orcs.
What
is
if you
going
put
back.
him in? Is there enough space in the bar near the like the corner where we had the burrow? We could have him investigating a toot or something. I think it would be enough space for him.
Could be like.
We were just
I mean, what you
talking,
could do
by
is.
the way, Joshua, that maybe you could do some of the wading birds in the bottom left in that puddle.
Oh yes, that's
You
why I
could have,
put
like,
the
a
puddle there
mustard
too,
dust.
like so to have like potential room for more.
And don't forget
stuff like that.
that you have plenty of ducks that still need including.
Yes,
somewhere.
I know. There's so many ducks. I think I can like
So many
plaster the foreground here with like several ducks. I mean, they
Oh,
like to
100%.
like congregate together in multi-species groups. So
Wouldn't be neat to have them
There's
around the
some-
rock, yeah.
Yeah, you probably also
like
need
around
to
the
have
rock
some
here, and
extra-
then little wrens on the rock.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
Wait, we
will,
could
I was
gonna
have
say-
like Adspill like here on the logs, like coming towards the water, and then like the mergansers like fleeing into the water.
Yes.
That'd be cool.
It-
Yeah.
You could do the Adsbill with like a Takaho, and like the Takaho's just kind of like observing
wait,
like
wait.
this and causing chaos.
Do the blue duck. Blue duck. Because we don't have
Yes.
many modern animals in here yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we don't
True.
know.
Yeah.
No. Well, that's why I was saying to do Takaho.
Yeah.
Because also very bright.
Plus, this is the perfect habitat for blue duck.
Oh yeah.
Duck.
So nice and
Because they-
fast flowing. Clean.
Oh wow,
Hmm.
those are very pretty.
Yeah, blue ducks are beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Also
Their
very
molded name
intelligent.
is Feel, because the male makes a whistle sound, and it sounds like he's whistling. We have a male. We have a couple at work, and they are very cool. He's one of my favorites.
I posted an
Yeah.
image of it in the stream materials. It's got an
You-
interesting beak. Is it?
Yeah. So it's got
What?
PHIO. Yeah. So it's got like these kind of moose lips that allows them to push around in like the
Oh.
braided rivers and waterfalls.
Oh, that's
So they got kind of like
beautiful.
moose lips.
It reminds me a lot of like the pink-eared duck, but less extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This similar in that way.
Yeah.
So you got to have a blue duck, and their babies are so adorable. Have you ever seen a baby? Oh my god, it's so cute.
Oh, I love the babies. Babies are wonderful. I've got a book on them too that I got from a secondhand bookstore as well. which I'm just getting through. It's a really
Oh,
interesting
I
deep
should have
dive.
expected this. I googled baby blue duck and I'm getting like AI generated.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I got you a
Oh.
real one. Don't worry. I'm gonna post it in the group chat.
You gotta cleanse them.
Put it in spree
Alright.
materials.
I
Just do add a
finished.
name.
I finished the one
It's
more.
very likely you gotta eat a duckling.
Oh
I put it in other talk text.
And
Yeah,
they've
this
got
is
the
a real
moose-
animal.
Oh.
Totally normal animal.
True.
Uh-huh. Totally.
Yeah.
I think you should do the
Yeah.
Espel trying to get some ducklings.
It's-
The
it's-
parents
it's
are like,
dancing.
"Oh my god, run!"
It's dancing.
Maybe you could have
Yes.
the ducks and the Meerganser as well.
Well, yeah, that could work.
Alternatively, Joshua, if you zoom out, maybe the uppermost branch of the tree is a good place for the Meerganser to sit.
Yeah.
Like slightly overhanging the water, ready to plunge. I don't know if Meergansers plunge, actually.
No, they
usually.
No.
My bad.
They usually just sit on the surface and then dive down and start swimming.
Maybe more of
Yeah.
a cormorant thing then.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, you can put
Yeah,
a couple cormorants there.
yeah, we do have extant cormorants that could fit there.
They're a very pretty one as well.
In New Zealand we call them shags though, so often you gotta call
Yeah.
them a shag if we're gonna keep it fair.
Shagging away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should give this piece a good shag, Josh.
Oh, see you,
Uh-huh.
Ghost, by the way.
Shag.
Who also headed off.
Hey guys.
Alright, see ya.
So yeah.
Wait.
You gotta do a blue duck. Blue duck is a beautiful animal.
Yeah, very, very lovely.
The
Wait,
thing,
who did we lose?
Ghost, I just said it.
No, like I got a little bit confused.
Is there any
I'm
plans to
confused.
do like Holocene South Africa or something? Because there's like a few instinct
Ooh.
species there, but you could do mostly modern ones. I think that'd be
Yeah.
kind of cool.
I think we have it. If we were to do a coordinary, Lingabawang would be sort of the best option.
Well, to be fair, that's early Pliocene. I think if you wanted some recently extinct stuff, it'd be good to lump it in with a late Pleistocene site because then you also get a few
Brucigorax.
additional things.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
Pubiflora at the moment.
Oh wow, we have very
Yeah.
pretty. You have very pretty cormorants.
Yeah.
Yeah, got quite a few. Auckland
like
Island
fa-
shags are beautiful.
I like
Purple eyes.
Phalacrocorax, which has like the blue around the eye, the minty blue.
Yeah.
Like a Pet Island shag.
I'm not sure what the common name is.
Oh, wait,
Punctatus?
Phalacrocorax is just all cormorants.
Yeah, no, Phalacrocorax punctatus, I think you mean.
I just think of the
Punctatus.
species as describing. It reminds me of a Pet Island shag.
Also,
There's quite a few very interesting species.
Yash, have you considered still including white-faced egret on the moa, maybe in the background?
I would like to. I just don't know in the moment how, because the way they are now included in the composition. Like I don't think the egrets would like to have like all that trees above them.
Yeah. Hey Tim, look in other talk text.
I already saw it and chose to ignore it.
You of all people?
Yes, me of all people. I've changed, JW, and it's 4 a.m.
I don't entirely believe that you've changed.
I'm a different man.
You just
Are
say
you?
other things
You should have never
repeatedly.
said that, Tim, because now I feel like the meme has ripened enough for my old ass to use it.
Oh
I
God,
was
no! He's
talking
taking
about
over it.
the spotted
Definitely
shag,
Pet
by the
Island
way.
shag.
I can
Tim,
cause enough
you're-
psychic damage by using it.
Tim, you're a different man until your Hypixel ban runs out.
Oh, that's true. Yes. That's
No.
very healing.
You will immediately go back to it the moment you get access to duels again.
As soon as he opens that game again. Chicken jockey every 2 seconds.
The brain rot
Fucking
returns.
Lord.
Oh god, no.
Lord.
You know, when I start Hypixel, I turn into like a 10-year-old.
You do.
Rain
We
do rot.
noticed.
Don't
I
worry about
revert
it.
to the ancient state.
Also, where is this on the South Island? How south is this?
Otago,
Pretty
so
much
pretty
as
south.
south as you get.
Pretty south. So no Tuataras here, right?
No,
No.
there would be.
Would have been.
The
They would
Tuataras
be.
are everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
used to be.
today they are quite limited.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's not because of
Tuataras always
habitat.
been much bigger.
Tuataras are a bit more cold liking than the squamates, if I remember correctly.
To be
That's
fair,
correct,
there is
yes.
also some
Yeah.
things from.
Yeah. Used to
Yeah,
be
they'll be
found in
perfect.
Otago.
Yeah, they'd be perfectly fine up here. So.
Yeah. Wonder
Yeah,
Haze,
no issue at
welcome
all.
to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
And there's lots of skinks and geckos that are alpine as well. And if there was the right amount of space, you know, skinks
Yeah.
and stuff if you wanted.
Let's give it a check, shall we? Hello, Hypixel. How many days do I have left? 20 days, 14 hours, 2 minutes, and 38 seconds.
So that's how long we have of the healed team before
You
he's
have
gone.
20 days of my healed self before I return.
Wait, they only.
Wait,
they
wait,
only...
Tim.
They don't give you permabans, yeah.
They do if you're like a repeat offender, or if it's very blatant. Which makes me scared that
look
I'm
at
gonna
those
end up
funny
with a perm ban anyway, but you know.
Wait, Tim. This is when you do your Argentavis. This is when you finish it. While you're healed.
True.
I did actually. It is linked because I did post the sections that I finished like last week.
Wait, Tuataras are only currently on islands.
That's
Yes.
because of introduced predators, so things like rats and cats. So because of that, they're really only found there because of competition, but also they eat their eggs and a lot of that stuff.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Is
So
anything? My question is: anything not endangered on New Zealand?
We
they're
already
not-
went
they-
over this.
Like fucking.
they aren't endangered per se. Like they're considered. There's still
Mhm.
like 100,000 of them left. They're just very much range restricted.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Tuatara are doing okay.
Yeah.
They're just nowhere near
Yeah.
as common as they were.
Just
Yeah.
need to de carnivore in most of New Zealand.
Yeah, and they'll be fine.
Memo.
Yeah.
They'd be all good. They'd be
Memo.
everywhere.
You know, I added so much content to Argentavis that my ownership bumped up from
Blue
like
duck, blue duck, blue duck. That's
8
that's that one there under the shag.
to 50%.
I know.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Josh.
That's very impressive. That is.
Something we talked about.
Hmm.
Couldn't it be nice to have
Couldn't it be nice?
some
No.
white
Big,
rocks
beautiful.
on the moors?
I just said that.
We had a discussion
We're starting to repeat each
5
other.
minutes ago.
Yeah, we are entering the 4 a.m. mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out because
am
I
quite
have
awake.
I have a lot of travel to do tomorrow.
Hi.
Before
Oh yeah,
then,
I have work
JW,
in 5
before
hours.
JW, before you go, I will make a brief commercial interruption to bother you in the auto talk and things.
Okay,
I suffer from success. Tonight was really good.
Has to be quick, Vidix.
Yes, I'm being as quick as I can. I'm the fastest man alive.
As squeak
Wait,
as
what
you
the
can?
fuck?
You're not
Where's
the
my
Flash.
image?
His image is gone, people.
Get the modern animal. Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know
They
if
shouldn't have to
you
think of the
showed
colours.
yours. No, I think the pattern suggestion is not for the blue duck.
Or
It's
Sphinx
for
moth, not
the.
Hawkmoth.
It's
I mean, it is a
for
moth.
the person. It's for the little friend disturbing them.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
And one of the mossy ones.
Yeah.
And this is the
A
sheet
musty
at
boy.
the end.
Hmm.
And there's more on the other side.
Fun.
I'll probably get going in about 5 minutes. But regardless, does anyone have any like New Zealand centered questions to ask me before I go?
What is your favorite bird?
Favorite bird? Off the top of my head right now, if I had to bring up one, I'd say the South Island saddleback.
That's a good one.
Nice.
Really like little
Outstanding
saddlebacks.
choice.
Yes, I love their calls. Probably some of the best calls.
For those not aware of what it looks like, I will post an image in Supreme Materials.
Yes, you
Corey, question: what birds do you think will be the most important one next?
Most important to add. Let's have a look. Actually, I'm gonna have a look at the species list again, just so they're all in one spot. Want to add? Yeah, I don't think we have any bellbirds yet.
Here's an interesting
I do-
question.
Oh yeah.
What do you think conservation for New Zealand wildlife is going to be in the next decade?
And the next decade is quite interesting because of a lot of the trapping technologies which are being advanced. There's a lot of good drone technology that's being done on the west coast that I've seen that's pretty promising because that's quite cheap. It's quite cheap to do.
Yeah.
So I look forward to seeing that. Same thing. Yeah, so that's good for like eradication and all that. I know in Dunedin, South Island saddleback have been reintroduced, and the main thing with that is trying to keep them in like the boundaries of the reserve, because Dunedin's not too far from Dark Valley. Actually, it's just like kind of to the east. But it's interesting because a lot of them range really far out. Like there are ones that are found like 20 kilometers away. And so they've only just got there at the start of this year. And so the goal essentially is to make sure they actually stay within the predator-proof fence and they're not all like spreading about. So hopefully this winter they start to pair up more. And then they'll have their home territory set up within the sanctuary and then they're not going to be as likely to move about. So that'd be quite good. Because otherwise they're locally extinct on the South Island.
Do you think ever we will destroy all the invaders and repopulate New Zealand?
I think that'd be very, very difficult. With what we have now, like technology-wise, we wouldn't be able to. But I think in the future that's a possibility. It'd be very, very difficult and very, very expensive. Like there'd have to be
There's
a lot of fun effort put into it.
There's a lot of very interesting technologies in the works that could definitely make that possible.
Yeah, like Zip does quite a lot of good stuff.
And they're starting to work on AI traps, so traps that actually can tell the difference between what is a kiwi and what is a stoat or something. So it allows.
Finally
means
a
that they
good
can
use
really...
for AI.
Exactly.
I was actually just about to say that.
So it can actually tell the difference, so it won't even set itself if it sees a kiwi. So that's like the ultimate in design.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is we're worried about catching, because most trap designs are always worried not just what we want to catch, but what we don't want to catch. So things like kiwi, things like weka, things like kia, they can often get into these traps. So to kind of balance that out, now that's a non-issue. So they can basically create as many open.
Yeah, and they'll like fire like 1080 pellets or other like poisons onto the fur, and then of course with a possum, it's going to want to like groom it off, and then of course then they ingest the poison. So it's a very, very effective thing. Really good technology.
That's an interesting way of getting rid of invasives.
Yeah,
very, very nice thing to see. Yes,
It's quite a painless one as well, like that the animal doesn't even realize it. With like how you said that it fires the poison on their fur, so they just ingest it when they're grooming.
Depends on how
Yeah.
long it takes to kill them, I suppose.
True.
Yeah. Most of the ones we have like kill them within like a couple minutes, especially 1080.
Oh damn.
I love these paintings. I love the little blue ducks. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, a little question that is New Zealand related, but we ask you always on the stream is like, what would you like to see next for a formation piece?
True.
Yeah, and like in terms of like an animal or a formation or what kind of thing?
Formation usually, or locality, or maybe or time
Or
frame. If you don't know what.
Ooh, true. I'd have to have a think. Have we done much? What's the formation that was where Ankylosaurus is in? That could be quite a good one.
Already done.
Done already.
We did Ankylosaurus, at least one of them. The Tapinocephalus assemblage zone in the Karoo.
Yes. Yeah. Ooh,
we have that.
That's quite. Check that out.
Mm-hmm.
Think of. Yeah. There's probably a lot that I'd think of, and then you've probably already done.
Yeah.
No, I mean also at the same
There's
time we have a
also-
lot of stuff that you would think we had done, but have not because well
Okay.
the wheel is a fickle mistress.
This is true. I will actually have to consult the wheel. Does anyone have an image of the wheel?
The wheel.
I can consult.
Where's the list?
Consult the wheel.
That'll be real good.
Yeah, I can consult.
All right, that's it. That pun's good enough. I've been here for
know.
5.5 hours.
night.
It's time to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah.
Same.
Guess what
Good
I
night.
get to do in 3.5 hours?
Waking up.
Wake
Oh,
up.
what?
Sleep.
No, I already have to be at work in 3.5 hours.
Jesus
Get
Christ.
outta
Oh no.
here.
4.5.
What are
sorry,
you
my
even
bad.
doing here?
4.5.
God damn it!
Just pick.
4.5.
Having the fun.
He's truly living the adult life of
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah. I
five
I
to
cut
4
his
hours of
connection.
sleep.
Thank you.
Tag it. Pisco
How's the
would be
movie?
an amazing one. Some Holfin is
I will
amazing.
now.
But yeah,
I'm
in chat
consulting.
is the current list.
I
Ooh.
think what could be worth.
What about
Uh,
Pleistocene Sicily? Has that been done yet?
Ooh, no, it is not.
Ooh.
That'd be a
Wait.
good one.
Oh, we haven't done the Pisco formation.
That is true.
Yeah, that's on there.
Yeah. Well, I definitely like to see that.
That would be a cool one, especially with Leviathan and everything.
Yeah. Well, I like that. Yeah. That is
All
what I would
them
go with.
whales.
That I mean, I'm like.
It's always fun to see the combination of crocodile, penguin, and sloth all in the same place.
I
And
say
also
yes to
dolphin.
Pisco,
Yeah.
by the way.
Tim, go to sleep.
Be gone, Timothy.
We know how this usually goes. It's gonna be like 2 hours later, and we'll just see a little jab in Twitch chat. It's like, ugh.
Well, I don't think he has any perks on Twitch chat, so I could technically make him disappear.
Yeah.
I think
I mean, if you
something
needed to,
that
yeah.
might be worthwhile would be the Blue Lias formation. Been
Blue
talked
Lias,
about
Blue
being
Lias.
interested in doing.
Oh, Burgess
the,
Shale's always a good pick. They haven't done that yet. That's a very rich formation.
Blue Lias.
Yeah.
What's the one with a lot of that Ediacaran fauna, like Emu Bay? Have you done that one yet?
Diacra Hills is actually on here. Yeah, on the.
Oh, okay.
We
Yeah.
have
okay.
not done
Yeah, that one's
any Ediacra in itself yet.
Yeah.
Any fauna from that time
Mm.
Ye-
It's
I think
super
that would be
underrated.
cool.
hasn't come on
Mm.
yet.
I would be
No.
quite curious if we get a Ediacra one, if we can bring any actual people that research Ediacran stuff,
the few people that
given
have
how you don't really get that discussed at all these days.
Hmm. That's very,
I
very
quite
true.
like that.
Hmm. I like that quite a bit. Yes.
Got to do the Masanga. Got to do one.
Yeah.
Also, besides the blue duck, Yosh, have you put any other extant birds?
Oh no, there will
Not
be
yet.
not yet, but there will be lots of ducks here.
There
and
must
stuff.
be multitudes. Also, just the
We
little.
need to have a take, I think.
Yeah. Also, any pigeons that would be here?
Oh,
New Zealand
Yeah,
wood pigeons. Yep.
We have the
Any of the small parrots?
There's multiple different species of like parakeets here, and then you got Kia
Yeah.
and Kaka and Kakapo.
Yeah. You can have the moa disturbing the kerru on the left.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be cool.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. Reference already. I still do.
Sorry, I just thought of, since the moa is reaching up with its mouth open, what if it was about to grab like the drooping tail feathers of a smaller bird, like a parrot, that's just in the middle of screaming at someone else and doesn't notice? It's just gonna.
I do like the idea of that branch of a Kia and a Kaka having a bit of a scrap, because I know in the wild they don't like each other, so you could have like a couple.
And is the moa's just trying to help?
Yeah, just like break it up, guys.
He's trying to be the. I mean, she's trying to be the mediator.
Trying to be the bigger man, you know.
Yeah.
Just yank one of them out of a tree.
That would be good.
Hey, I'm trying to be the bigger man here. Shut up, Janet.
Hey. We don't want to deal with you.
Sam, leave.
I am very curious what a hybrid Kia and Kaka. I'm not surprised no one has tried that.
An angry nuts.
It would
You
be.
kinda
It
get
would be
that-
just a small angry man. Yes.
I mean, you kind of get that with reconstructions of Heracles, because a lot of paleo artists tend to kind of mix the colors up together.
Yeah.
True.
But I mean, like a genuine hybrid.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because I know no zoo would try and breed that, and they don't really do it in the. So
Also, Yosh, I fear you may be posturing them like a Hesperornithian. When they're on land, they just stand like a normal duck.
I think they're just sliding.
Sliding into the water, yeah.
Fair, but also their legs are not that far back. They're not like a grebe.
Yeah, not quite.
They kind of just look like a normal duck.
But maybe these are
Yeah.
different.
George just like, nah, I'm gonna ignore that.
I will not consider.
Nah.
No, that's all good. Don't worry about it. They're just sleeping.
Yeah.
Just
They have a
gesticulate
discipline.
a little bit. They had a rough
They're a little silly.
Just the goober.
Yeah.
I love getting disarticulated.
Yeah.
It sounds like a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyways, I think I will get going. But it's been a very fun time, guys. I've definitely got to pop
lovely
it.
to have you.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. All good. Have a good one.
Yep. You too.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Look at that grebe. Look at that Masanger.
It's
a
duck.
He's surviving.
It's diving.
It's
I'm about to
hungry.
dive.
Some more Merganser photos.
It's gonna dive.
We got someone with raised hand in chat.
You got to do a brown teal. They're one of my favorites, and also New Zealand's rarest duck.
Impossible.
There's only, and actually, I was just reading up about. Apparently, there's a reintroduced population, not very far from Dart River. So.
Oh. Nice.
Well, Keyboard Gerbil, thank you for being here.
We have quite a few main birds from here too.
I feel like we could like put a few small birds like sitting on these branches of these fallen logs in the background here.
Yeah, maybe some of
Oh,
the
definitely.
Yeah, more like
the
silhouetted
girls.
against the background. What do we have that would fit there? Let's see.
You could have the pew pew. I could imagine.
We also have some
Some small stuff that can
the cuckoo.
easily get away from the Adspill.
yeah, we have some
Cuckoo.
girls,
Bellbirds.
Yeah.
tilts.
Lots
Come
of
on.
extant critters.
Yellowhead.
Yeah.
Stuff like swallows, South Island robins. Stuff like welcome swallows.
Oh, you gotta have one of the robins.
Yes, gotta have a robin. Oh, tomtit. Tomtit would be a really nice one because they've got a really
Those
bright
are
color,
maybe a
so
bit
they'd be
too
quite
small.
noticeable.
Yeah.
Those are too small to
Go
have.
back to the left. You can see there's the one with the yellow chest is a tomtit.
Oh, that's what that is.
So that's a
Yellow
tomtit.
chest. Oh, you mean here Petroika?
Yeah, so
Is it
the
you?
one that's got the yellow chest is a tomtit, and the one that's Australis is a South Island robin. Yeah, that's a tomtit. Yeah.
Adorable.
And it's very obvious. I was just thinking because if it's dark, the grey bird would get hidden, but that's a little bit more obvious.
Yeah, although it's
And I think that's
it's
the
also
male.
so small.
Yeah, you would have
And like
seen it.
against the
Yeah.
light here in the shadow, it is the nice yellows wouldn't really come across. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's
Maybe
something that could, for example, fit really well on the other side here, like sitting on the
Yeah.
rocks, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, something because it's small and
Something
colourful.
with a that isn't too colorful but has a distinct silhouette. I think.
Yeah.
Tui?
Like that. Gotta have a tui. Tuis are one of my favorites.
Do
We have one
have
at work that can actually mimic people's talking, so it's quite funny.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's
So they are able to mimic people talking.
that's spooky.
What about? I was just thinking, what else you could have. Go the other way.
Oh wait, these little
go-
guys here, Ripidura. I don't know what they're called otherwise. With a long tail.
Fantail.
Oh, that's a fantail.
Yeah,
Yeah,
little
fantail.
fantails. I think in the background because of the long tail, they would have like this distinct silhouette.
Or
I think that would.
Or the one next to it is a South Island saddleback. That would probably be also quite good because they are a little bit bigger, but they've also got like the characteristic
True.
big.
But yeah, low
Yeah.
contrast coloration.
I mean, both work.
Yeah, no,
The fantail would just be a
honestly,
dot.
like the these guys here look like they would be a little bit more bolder. Maybe.
I think if
Yeah.
you want to do something,
They are very bold birds.
let's say Prostemadera, I don't know what it's called. It's probably better, honestly. With its little
Yeah,
kind of on the chest.
So that's a South Island saddleback. That's what Henry just said was one of his favorite birds.
Yeah.
They're quite a cool one. They get their name. Their Māori name is Tieki. And they got that because, and they got the name Saddleback is partly because the story. One of the stories is Maui gave them the saddle on their back, to put like water on. They had something to do with bringing water. So it's kind of where they got the name from. And they're actually related to the kokako.
Oh yeah.
They're in the same family, so they're related to the huia and the kokako. So that's kind of their closest relatives.
Fun.
Wattlebirds is what they're called.
Yeah.
Speaking of kokako, you've got to have one.
Oh, for
I love
sure.
that. I love those guys. And they've got nice bright orange wattle. And the North Island ones have a blue wattle. And they've got the most beautiful song of any bird. They're honestly like up there.
Yeah.
Like very haunting. They're sometimes called ghosts of the forest.
Ooh.
Actually, I should.
You just need a little bit of yellow. A little bit of orange, I mean.
Also, I imagine you could have one of the little smaller parrots that's just
Yeah, no, actually
trying to
works.
fit in, standing right next to him.
Yeah.
Just checking his size.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah.
Especially since
Oh.
it looks like it's going to be a lot further back.
Yeah.
Okay, I made a low effort meme that will only be funny to me. Let's go.
Yippee!
4 a.m.
What
moment.
did you-
I'm sending it to Fang.
What did you do?
For quality control? Or cringe control?
Cringe control.
Yeah, it's very cringe. Do you at least get it?
Yes, dearest.
Were you thinking of putting a kiwi in this piece, or were you thinking because they're not strictly nocturnal, but
Yeah, I just don't know where really. So far, nothing really has like come up where I think, yeah, that's where I can put a kiwi.
Maybe the journal ones were killed.
But also, I think at the end of the day, it's more important to focus on the extinct genera overall, because it's a piece of paleo
I mean, the
art,
South
and
Island.
these can be still observed.
I mean, we have Apteryx eastern from Pyramid Valley that is extinct.
Well, a lot of these species were very close to being extinct, like Takahe, the saddleback, the blue duck. So I think there's a lot of precedent to have them. Brown teal.
Yep.
Wait.
I think you could. Idea. That little crevice hole thing next to the puddle, that could be a kiwi burrow. Because kiwis make very deep burrows. They could be up to 5 meters.
Although, to be fair, I'm not sure if that'd be wise that close
so close
to the water
to the
table.
water, yeah.
That's true. Fair
That stuff will
point.
get filled in immediately.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a big permanent burrow like they use. Could be a small burrow.
Yeah.
Or just like a resting for the night kind of thing.
Wait, so other than the Hast eagle, were there any predators on New Zealand before the arrival of invasive species?
We have other
Well, there
birds of
was
prey.
the Eris. Yep, there's the Eris harrier, the New Zealand falcon.
Several
Yeah,
owls,
there's the
I
Eris
think.
harriers you got there.
Also,
Yeah, you
of
got
course,
the
the
laughing
Edsbill.
owl and the moorpork. Edsbill, yes.
Yeah, Edsbill also being predatory, largely.
The cairn.
Tuatara were actually considered probably eating small birds.
Yeah.
So those are your predators.
So
raven,
yes,
the
but
the
still all
herons
birds plus
and
Tuatara.
stuff. Yeah.
Not a lot.
What was that?
The herons and stuff. I mean, you could also say Kias.
Yeah. Yeah, somewhat.
Halfway
But yeah,
there.
halfway there. Living on
Is
a
it a-
prayer.
Is it a Kia or a Kia?
Idea. Kia.
Kia. So like the car.
You could do a Kia scavenging, yeah. Like IKEA, but without the I.
Yeah, my car is a Kia.
Has it tried to drain your blood?
No, not yet.
Surprising.
Also, what the hell did you laugh at, small man?
I'm sending you right now. I'm surprised this hasn't happened already. No, given our track record.
I'm just thinking how you could put a kiwi in there. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I'll post it in other talks.
Perhaps it could be. I was just gonna suggest perhaps it could be peeking around from the back of the dead tree on the left.
El gato mascoleggiare. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
Welcome.
looks Spanish to me, but I don't speak it.
That could work. Yeah, the
bitter
Polywampatina
also.
snails. Those are bloody cool.
New
Wait,
Zealand
what?
Coot.
There are carnivorous land snails in New Zealand.
How
nice.
carnivorous?
Oh,
Like
true.
they eat
These guys,
worms.
yeah.
Okay. I can never be
They
sure
split
with
them up like
invertebrates.
spaghetti.
Okay. Because if you told me this thing was specialized in hunting birds, I'd believe you. Because I can't be surprised by invertebrates at this point.
Oh, cool! You do have the Polywampatina snails. I think I'm just thinking you could definitely add a kiwi somewhere. Got to.
Math? It's not here? Never mind.
Happy Tokes, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
Should I? I'll probably go to sleep soon. Should I release the cringy meme into the public?
What about a kiwi skeleton?
I'll post mine first.
Okay.
Just tell me if it's fine, in case I need to delete it. I think it's fine though. We make this. We have a track record.
Indeed.
If you had it as a skeleton, you could have it on the ground, and it'd
Yeah,
be
true.
kind of like the reverse. Because you always think, oh, they've got moa bones, but there you got kiwi bones.
What's happening?
The species on that chart is the wrong one for down here.
What the hell is happening? I think are you good?
Don't worry about it.
Yes, I'm just laughing at something.
Bro's laughing at his own jokes.
No, I'm not. I'm laughing at this.
What to put best in?
Maybe it might be a good time to introduce the coot.
Oh, the coot, true.
We have tons of coots.
I like coots.
Tons of rails.
Yes, Takeh's probably the best one because he's a funky guy with funky colors.
Honestly, New Zealand coot could go in.
Tim, be gone. Stop it.
Tim, you have to wake up in a few hours. Shush.
Apparently, it's its size. Oh, the kiwi. The kiwi's the wrong one. So, Awenai is the great spotted kiwi. I'm pretty sure. The species that would be living here would be the southern brown kiwi.
Okay.
This is surprisingly large.
Is correct.
Hey guys.
Yeah, apparently it's closest to the giant coot in terms of size. No,
Where's the one?
Awenai is a little spotted. No, that is wrong. No, little spotted.
I'm having a brown and owl moment.
Nice.
No.
What is that?
Because I looked over to the side as I'm sitting here and well, come on.
It's just there, isn't it?
Other talk text. Yes, it's just there staring at me.
Menacingly.
God.
Yeah.
The creature.
The goober.
Looking at you and saying, "You will not survive the winter." Yeah. Also, I'm about to leave. It's almost 5, and I want to be normal tomorrow. Goodbye.
Good night.
Good
Goodbye,
boy.
dearest Videx.
I need to fucking wake up like at 7:30 the day after tomorrow, so that's gonna be
Ooh.
it's gonna be fun.
Good night.
That's like when I get to work normally.
Hmm.
That's all right.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Night, Vitex.
I like this coot.
Yeah.
He is friend.
It's friend-shaped.
Friendship. The fellowship even.
Yes. But also, circling back to a water bird we've already drawn, I don't know if I've mentioned this before on stream, but concerning the what is it? The Cape Barren goose?
Yeah.
Is it just me, or does this give fully cheeked ornithopod reconstruction vibes?
We did make the Petite Exoparia joke earlier, actually.
Okay, I didn't know if I remembered that.
I'm
It
not
looks
sure
so-
if you were there for it.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Look at his big goofy feet.
The feet.
Feet of a goober.
Is that the coots all the way back there?
Yeah.
Nice.
Some more.
Like the Moa coots featuring 10 Moa.
Honest. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look up giant coot for reference. Yeah, she might have done the thing again of making their necks super slender.
Maybe on purpose.
They got fair, but they got real
doesn't
chunky
have
necks.
that long of a neck. Honestly.
Don't worry, he can fix it.
The legs.
Oh my goodness! I'm looking at more photos of them. The walking stance. What is this? What is this man? What is my man doing?
Come on.
Something silly from the sound of it.
In stream materials. What?
It's what they call vibing.
Tim says leaving because you have to wake up early the day tomorrow. Weak sauce. He says.
At least we got a Kuden, so it's there.
Yeah. Oh, this is a cool photo of him.
Oh, that one has Terrorbird vibes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, that goes into the inspiration for it.
Also, can we do something about the little Dutch that refuses to go to bed?
I tried whacking him in the head with a frying pan. It didn't do much.
Perhaps we need to ask the man with the big stick.
Hmm.
Josh, hit him with a sticky hand.
It's a Moa.
Here's also an American coot. It's also very stupid.
All coots are stupid in the best ways.
Yes. And supposedly tasty, though I've not managed to try them. They're also small, at least the American ones.
No, I think they're just in generally kind of small. More hens are in the good family, yeah.
Yeah, and like I'm expecting
those
I'm
are quite
expecting I'm expecting a water chicken, but then I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's almost a quail.
Yeah.
Hey, itty bitty.
Itty bitty. All right, what other species should we do?
Tatara!
You know what? Bunch of ducks.
Ducks.
Starting with Scarlet's duck.
Yeah, that's a cool duck. Pink-eared duck, pretty much. Got to do a brown teal. I've already mentioned that a couple times, but he's a cool boy. Critically endangered boy. And then the musk duck's another really cool one.
Oh,
The
true.
Finch's duck as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 4 species right there.
So many ducks.
Better get cracking on them then.
And you know,
This year we might end up with
Hawaii is
duck
gonna.
sounds.
Holocene Hawaii is gonna be a fun piece because the entire megafaunal guild is duck.
It's ducks all the way down. Yeah.
Epic.
Is Yoshinawa on the list?
Nope.
That'd be another great formation to do, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient Hawaii or Holocene Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Or Pleistocene Hawaii, however you.
I mean, it'd just be Holocene. One that hasn't really gotten much attention in like just art or popular media as much as these two, like Hawaii and New Zealand, is Bermuda.
Yeah, it's another good one.
But there's a pretty rich fossil record there.
Canary Islands would be another good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe La Réunion too.
Chatham's would be another good one too.
There is quite a few stuff endemic from there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a duck. It's a 2 duck.
Mm-hmm.
The rule of 2 must be upheld.
Yep.
Oh. Also, Yash, this one is probably way far down on the list of interesting things to add to the wheel, but I did find a fairly interesting shark assemblage from early Pleistocene of Dauphin Island, which is the place that I went birding a couple of months ago. Down in coastal Alabama.
Coastal Alabama.
The main reason I think it's interesting is because there's wolverine sharks there.
No.
In the early Pleistocene.
Oh wow. That's pretty cool.
They did survive later, but before that, the only Pleistocene records I'd heard of were from Southeast Asia. But nope, they were in Alabama too. Yeah, along with more typical stuff like tiger sharks and nurse sharks, the small coastal stuff.
Ah, the usual.
Yeah.
How are you going to make these scarlet ducks a bit more distinct?
Yeah. So, I'm basically using the base of the living species here.
Pink-eared duck.
And then working from there, like
if you want to add another extinct duck, there's still the Finch's duck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a cool one.
And the musk duck.
Yeah.
We've also got, for modern ducks, you've got brown teal, you've got grey duck, you've got... we've also done blue duck, so that's already done. That's a couple of ducks. It's got Scorp as well. Scorp's a really nice duck.
Yeah, you could also have a shell duck among the...
Yeah, paradise shell duck.
The geese.
The Australian one on there, that's another vagrant one, so I'd probably want to use the paradise one instead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those species on there are vagrants, so you don't need to worry too much about including them, because a lot of them have only been really recent arrivals.
Yeah, the paradise one would be ever.
Yeah, that's the one that you'd use. You've got a bald head.
Oh,
Just completely
wait.
white.
Wait a second. Hey, Yash.
Yeah.
There's another fairly well-known, pretty large New Zealand animal that you could illustrate here. Long fin eels.
Yes.
Oh.
They're
I love
all in
longfin
this
eels.
chunk of New Zealand.
100%. Yeah, no, this is perfect habitat for them.
And they're huge. They could even eat one of the birds.
They're about 2 meters long.
Yeah.
Damn.
Big. And they travel in
They live-
sizable groups.
And they live for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
So they're nearly as old
Got
as
a whole
you.
bunch of work. Yes.
Almost.
Dang.
Oh, you could do one eating a duckling.
Yes.
Because they have been known
Just
to
a
do
vacuum.
There's iNaturalist observations of them all around. Wait, where is this again? Are all around Queenstown on this lake. And this is an example of what's going on. Come on, if it loads.
Do they try to
They are
munch on
sadly
people's
quite
toes?
threatened.
In stream materials.
Ooh.
Oh.
Do they ever try to nibble on people's toes?
I mean, for sure. There's been one of the early River Monsters episodes was on them, possibly
nice.
potentially devouring a child. Which they're generalist hunters and scavengers.
I
But if
like,
someone
you
threw
just draw
the
a
bodies,
line and put some lines on it, and then you've got your eel.
Mm-hmm. And also the fact that they will.
The eel.
Yeah. Honestly, you make the one in front a bit chunkier. They are thick.
Oh
with,
yeah,
like,
you definitely make them chunky. Yeah, that's way
Yeah,
too
no, I'm
thin for them.
yeah.
Just get him out.
Here's another image for reference. Oh, come on. There it is.
They're very chunky.
Thick with like 10 Cs.
We've got one at work. He's about just over 6 feet long, and it's literally like as wide as a dinner plate, like that big.
Mhm.
Just
My
chunks,
God.
chonkers.
Yeah. And
Like,
they're
Lord, they coming.
They're also very entertaining to feed, as large groups
Yes.
of them will regularly congregate wherever they get food, and they will tear into any canned cat food, pizza, whatever you throw at them.
Isn't that a funny little gif of eels shredding apart a frozen pizza, or rather like putting it back together with
Yeah.
New Zealand eels?
As part of my talks, no. Sorry.
No, all good. Go ahead.
I try not to talk over people. Well, it's hard to do that. But one of the talks that we do at work is about eels. We do the feeding as well. So we feed them like bits of ox heart and bits of our old Kiwi food and stuff like that. So we feed them a lot of leftovers, and they just chew it up. They don't mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
They
just
are
posted
friends.
stream materials. Those are definitely long fins.
They gotta be long fins. The best way to tell them apart is if they're enormous, they're a long fin. If they're not enormous, they're a short fin.
Ah, yes, there is a gif.
Yeah, those are long fins. Short fin eels are about 90 centimeters long, so about 2 feet shorter and way, way thinner.
And then, I forget, is the marmorated eel in New Zealand?
No.
I like this one more though.
So there's another rare species, but it's not. It's the main one you'll find is long short fin. It's basically one of them too. Eels make me pizza. Well, thanks. That's a good meme. Look at the little ducks. Quack, quack, quack.
Nom, nom, nom.
All right, now I know what we've got to do.
More ducks.
Finch's duck.
Finches.
Got to get quacking. And we got to do brown teal. We got to do muscat duck. And we got to do. We've already done blue
See
duck.
how
that's
much
too
we
far.
actually get done in the next hour or so. We're almost
Grey
at the
ducks
7 hour
are
mark.
pretty common around the Pacific, so I wouldn't worry too. Brown teal, grey teal's also from Australia, so they're very similar to the brown teal, so I wouldn't worry too much about them.
I wouldn't be surprised if this stream continues tomorrow.
Oh, it will.
Let's see. Do we have any information on when did this guy go extinct? In the 30s.
It would have gone extinct with everyone else.
Oh.
We don't know what it looked like in life, though, which is a bit sad.
I'm just looking if there's any information on the coloration. Don't see anything on Wikipedia.
Yeah, you'll have to come up with it on your own.
Yeah. Looking at close relatives.
They're very
I think the
adorable.
closest relatives are wood ducks.
Chanonetta. Huh. Dabbling duck.
Not the American wood ducks, though. Very different animal.
Australian wood duck.
Yeah. These
relative.
These fellas
Yeah.
that honestly look like, in body shape, like miniaturized, what is it? Members of that goose genus.
What do you mean?
Jenna?
Oh, the pygmy goose.
No, the goose that we have here. They just look like a very tiny chibi version. They look like they have the kind of the vibes of a shrunk down, adorable Cape Barren goose. Someone please whack Tim with a baseball bat.
Is he still in chat? My God.
Yes.
Yes.
Tim. I'm calling your parents.
Does anyone have a tranquilizer gun with a reach that's like a third of Europe?
I think Tim is going to not sleep tonight.
Probably not.
Tim, I hope you like caffeine because you will need it.
A lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit bigger than it.
Yeah, a little.
A little bit.
For our Kiwi friends, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
What time is it for you guys down there?
For me, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ah, okay.
A lot of
6
these
a.m.
streams
over
happen
here.
during the day. Quite like.
Oh my God! Is that what I think it is?
What do you think it is?
I
Is
see.
the question.
I see a Michael in a place I've not seen him in a while.
Michael?
Yes.
Mikael.
It's a Finch's duck, you go quack.
Yep.
Hold on.
Quack you go.
Thing.
He's a quacker.
He quite a
They
quacker,
have-
mate.
Here's an up close view of their face. They have adorable downturned little beaks.
Yep.
Look at the beautiful little guy.
Mm-hmm.
Little friend.
Yes. Also, considering some of the cool bugs that we brought up at the beginning of the stream, are there any insectivorous birds that would be good to draw up like pursuing a bug?
I guess like a moorpork would eat a bug. Like they're in that size range.
True.
They'd hunt like
something
locusts and
cicada?
things. Yeah. I mean, we were talking about weta as well. You could probably put a weta in.
Oh, for sure. I guess also anything like that would be chasing a dragonfly or a mayfly.
Well, blue duck, which is already drawn, they feed on mayfly larvae.
Hmm.
So how they kind of feed is that's why they've got those big lips, is that they use those lips to push around in rocks to get into and grab those.
Oh. Makes sense.
The one thing that's funny as well, there is apparently a population of kiwi that have learned to fish.
Oh.
Oh.
Interesting. That's a new to me.
So, and I remember was talking about it with, because this person was a kiwi keeper, telling me like that strangely makes sense because you think about a lot of the adaptations quite similar.
Yeah.
Because of how they go
I think
around
the only
probing in the
thing that
ground.
might be a little bit tricky for them is like having the nostrils at the tip of the beak, like getting
Yeah, that's
water
the only
into
weird
them.
thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, it doesn't not work. If they can do it, they've got a lot of adaptations that would work quite well with that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of overlap, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because, long beak to grab fish, you could argue as well, their whiskers would allow them to feel for movement in the water.
Yeah.
This feels like something
I mean,
we'd
there's
see
a
out of
reason why there
Serena.
is like aquatic mole species like desmans too. Like,
Yeah.
It works just fine.
we see it so often in evolution how like digging animals and swimming animals like have weirdly similar stuff going on.
Yeah, I guess there is a lot of overlap there, which is very interesting. Oh my god, he's sleeping.
Sci-Fi Pug is
Sleep.
asking if we should add kakapos to this.
Yes.
I mean, you can, but they're nocturnal.
True.
Like the kiwi.
You just see like one suspiciously green orb sleeping under the shade of a tree.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because they do like burrows as well. They don't dig burrows, but they have
It
like to
takes
get
them
into the
over.
crevices of trees and things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, that would work if you wanted to do that. Plus, kakapo are the best, and they are the roundest boys.
Mm-hmm.
And they were very common during this time. They were one of the
Oh,
most
yeah.
common birds in New Zealand at the time.
Oh.
Which makes their downfall all that more tragic. They were one of the major herbivores. Moa, and then you had like gooses, but then you also had the kakapo, which was quite a major herbivore.
Yeah.
We got a finch's ducky go quack. Quackity quack quack. At least you're like really trying to get the distinct colors. I quite like that.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking what others. Gotta have a kakapo. Gotta have a kiwi too, but let's just say that's gonna fit.
Just putting
There's
some
so many birds.
green blobs in the background.
You could do them in the trees.
Hmm.
They are great climbers.
The tree says speaking parrot.
Apparently,
A lot of the
the
kakapos are the stand-ins for the ants.
Yes.
Joe, did you just say apparently? Or am I
Yes.
going crazy?
No, I did. Well, even when European settlers came, there's stories of people like shaking trees and like 6 or 7 kakapo would drop down.
That's kind of cute.
Yeah, they are very funny. They're very adorable.
They're just little green orbs of whimsy.
They are. They just do their own thing. They can be quite aggressive, though. They'd be known to kill smaller seabirds and things.
Ah, dang.
Oh.
Whimsy has teeth.
What's quite funny is that there is a species of petrel that's recently been described on the island that one of the main breeding islands for the kakapo, called the Whenua diving petrel. And they're even more endangered than the kakapo. and the
Uh-oh.
kakapo have been seen killing them.
Has there been any thoughts about taking a couple breeding pairs and moving them to a place without kakapo?
I don't know. I think the description's a little bit contentious because the Whenua diving petrel is considered a subspecies of the South Georgia diving petrel. Sometimes, I guess it's the taxonomy being, oh my gosh, you never
Okay.
sort that stuff out beforehand.
Also, sorry, real quick, Yash. Considering at least the proportions in the extant ones, what if you shrank the beaks by half on the face of the finch's duck?
Yeah, I know.
Like just take the beak and shoot.
No, I have to make them overall a little bit larger. Anyway.
You are Whenua diving petrel. Based on some fossil remains listed on Auckland and Stewart Islands, distributed in the Auckland Islands. Formerly considered a unique population of diving petrels, different evidences indicate there could be distinct species. So yeah, it is sometimes particularly considered different species, but most of the time it's considered a subspecies. Which is a bit sad because that means there's less conservation effort between sometimes. Look at those little guys. I rate them 10 out of 10, guys.
Adorable.
Little friends.
Goobers, even.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even roommates.
Probably.
No, sneeze penguins are a little bit too south.
Yeah.
They got the Fjordland penguin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I doubt that'd be this north. Oh, this up.
Wait, what? What about the penguins?
There's the Fjordland crested penguin, which lives in Fjordland, which this is part of that area, but this is quite high in the mountains, and I don't think it'd be up there.
It's a little outside of their range, at least today, but by a little, I mean just a little.
Yeah, that's what I'm meaning.
Yeah.
Still a big walk for them, regardless.
Yeah, for sure.
Even for the sea lions, that would probably be pretty extreme.
Uh-huh.
But they still made it somehow.
Yeah. They, at the
Alright,
very
we've got to
least,
do
they
a
seem to go.
couple. Kakapo, the big round boy.
It's funny
You're a
looking
big
at
creature.
musk ducks. There is next to no image of them on land. They're simply too aquatic.
Yep.
Simply do it in the water.
Nah, and in the water, I don't think there's a good place for them now.
Put
I
them
don't
around
want
the
to
eels.
put them on top of the eels.
What about closer to the geese?
No, I think there will be a dedicated duck corner here. General, like
the duck corner. I feel like you got to have at least one duck in the water, though.
I mean, the blue ducks
What
are
if you have
going
them
into the water. So.
technically? Yes. What if you put them between the swan and the seals? That kind of little area there, hanging out in the water there. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Oh, I have never seen a male musk duck do the displacing. Behold.
That's nice. You could do the male doing that, trying to display. That makes it interesting.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow,
They are very silly.
that is goofy.
Also, weirdly flexible tail.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, close up.
I suppose feathers to help.
Damn. Yeah. So
Well, these
far,
guys
I
would have
only
had a link
found,
system.
I think, 1 or 2 images of these guys on land. Huh. Here, 2 or 3 females resting.
Yeah, honestly, wouldn't the New Zealand one be more terrestrial?
From what it said on here, the New Zealand species or population, New Zealand musk duck, it said is really only like 8% larger and has a slightly larger head. It was larger than its relative, with relatively bigger legs and shorter wings, more sedentary. Yeah, kind of, yeah, classic differences. It's the duck corner. The ducks around the rock. I like how all the ducks are just resting together, just chilling.
Mm-hmm. Just relaxing.
Just ducking around.
The duckening has begun.
I feel like there should be something in that little corner between the seals and the swan, though. I think that'd be good space for something.
I don't think they're. The thing is, I feel like these pieces need open spaces like this where nothing happens to let it breathe.
That's true.
Otherwise,
No, that's a good
if you
point.
that's one of my pet peeves with like these old formation pieces that you find in the literature. Everything is like spaced out evenly to like give
So
every to give every animal basically its nice little corner to like show this is our stegosaurus, this is our T-Rex, and stuff like that.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
Yeah. Honestly, I need to start collecting a few of these old examples because I will talk about that at DinoCon.
That'd be a good idea.
I need to show some examples of like how not to do it. Or is it maybe not formulating it that way. If you want to do it like that, all power to you. If it should simply show what was found in a spot, that is totally fine. But if you want to make it an interesting, engaging piece on its own, beyond just being educational, I think it's
I think this
important
one in
to-
particular could be a really good example, just because of how many species you're kind of featuring and how many little things. And
Yeah, but there's also like still like so many species I cannot include. I could include if I would just throw my principles out of the water and say, let's include everything. But yeah.
I feel like there's. Yeah, I'm just thinking there are the kind of things that you need to include, and I think there should be a couple more modern things as well, just to kind of balance it out. But the lucky thing is, at least a lot of the Oh, it's got a spot on it. I like that.
Yeah. I have to differentiate it somehow from its modern next relative.
Yeah. Gotta make it fun. Thinking what else?
Also, this way it shows. Having it on land shows nicely how wide and flat these guys are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a big round boy.
Very much so.
Honestly, I think you could just leave it to that one. Like,
Yeah, no,
I don't think you need it.
I want to keep it with just one.
One guy.
The dude.
One dude chilling.
He arrived at the breeding grounds early or late. You decide.
I like early. That makes it funnier.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just overeager.
Ugh.
I like this duck. Duck is good.
Duck is good. Duck is nice.
Duck is good.
Let's maybe
I'm
add.
gonna have a look at the chart and think of what else we could add.
I think you did all of the extinct ducks.
I think there might be another extinct duck, but yeah.
I think you've done pretty much all of them.
You know,
Pretty
I just kind of realized with New Zealand, we've done so far uplands and a wetland. It would be interesting if the wheel decides to hit us with New Zealand again. We do just classic fern forest, a la Walking with Dinosaurs. Because it's been a while since I think Josh has done a densely forested piece for a formation piece.
And there's still North Island environment.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking if you did that in the North Island, you could have another bunch of species. Like there's a lot of overlap of species here, but you could also have, you could have the huya, you could have the hihi.
Yep.
North
Basically,
Island, you
anything
could have the
that
Mantels more.
does. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I
Basically,
don't
a good
think
way
it's up in the
to.
list of priorities.
Yeah, it's probably not, but I'm just thinking like it'd be a nice way to show a bit of a more familiar side of New Zealand, I suppose, and also a nice way for any creatures that didn't get in this piece or the last one could show up there.
I was thinking as well, you could divide. You could say Holocene, New Zealand, North Island. That would be fun to do, because there is a lot of overlap, but not that much. There is some really cool species that could feature that,
Yeah. Yep.
because they just don't
Maybe
live in the
one
South
day.
Island. Gotta have it. Oh, is this a toot? I have a sensing it's a toot. No, just more. branches.
Need to save.
Yeah.
Let's put in the little wrens, I think, here.
Yes,
Wrens.
little wrens.
The little cotton balls.
There's so many little wren species. And you could be chilling next to the kakapo, having a sleep. Have it climbing around. Or a take. Gotta have a take. That is genuinely a really tiny boy.
Yep.
Itty bitty
Aw.
guy.
Just little dude.
He'll fit. He'll fit though. We'll make him fit.
Maybe this is the Tara just eyeing it. Oh, little yellow orb.
Mm-hmm.
He's around. The boy is around. Thinking in terms of extinct species, gotta add the kakapo. Harrier could. I mean, there's a lot of overlap with the wrens. Gotta have a kakapo. A lot of these seabirds, they probably wouldn't be around nesting. Open a new tab. I'll download. Good look. Size. Give me a word. One of those shags are pretty samey. You don't need to. Do want a woodwood here. Black stilt would be nice. There's still a few cool species, definitely. Gotta add. They look like little kiwis on the rock there. That's quite funny.
At first I thought, maybe let's have some fly wens and yeah, no, they were flightless.
The Lyle's wren was flightless.
Was this guy too?
But not all of them were. I don't think so. I know a few of them could fly. Like the bush wren and the rock wren can fly. Lyle's wren was definitely flightless. I know the long-billed wren is maybe, but there are a couple flightless wrens. That one down the bottom kind of reminds me of a tomtit.
Also, still absolutely need to have some parrots.
Yeah. I said Kier and Kaka are definitely in Kakapo, they're both. And I think we need the
Yep.
Kaka.
Yeah.
Wecker's a good one.
Maybe
Cool,
the
as I mentioned.
itty bitty one.
What do you mean itty bitty?
One of the smaller parakeet looking ones.
Oh, like the Kakariki.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be cool. You could have the orange crowned one. That's quite a rare one. They used to live in quite large flocks too. What's that one? What are you doing with that one? Are you adding like a little herd of them?
Yeah, it wasn't
The
enough.
flock.
That's cool.
There needs to be more.
Much, much more.
That works better. You know, I just like the geese here having this little group here didn't really quite work for me. But if you like extend the group like to the side here, they're forming this shape. They like fit better into the landscape.
Yeah, I like they feel a little bit more leaner, you know, into the.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
It just needs a little bit of adjusting to make them more, a little bit more individual.
So, here, Kaka, Takahei, Kako.
Yeah, I'm gonna look on iNet to see what exactly is in that spot in the modern day, birdwise.
Gotta do black stilt. Black stilt's cool.
Oh, for sure. Gotta have the stilts.
And plus,
The little
they're really critically endangered today, so.
Oh, there's also, you could have alongside them New Zealand double-banded plover. That's in the area.
You mean like short plover?
Tui is an option.
Yeah.
There's something
It's just that a lot
called
of these as well. I'm sorry.
No, all good, all good. I was just gonna say there's something called a Garrigon? Or Jerrygon?
Garrett?
It's a tiny passerine looking thing.
Put its name in the chat. I'll probably.
Oh, the Maori name is Riro Riro. I'm posting it. One screenshot, please load. This.
Oh, that's a grey warbler. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's in this little area. New Zealand falcon.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Of course, South Island robin, black-billed gull, weka. Oh. Not native, but someone in that area posted photos of a leucistic house sparrow.
Oh.
Huh.
That's cool.
Just chilling in New Zealand.
Vibing. Well, house sparrows are pretty
Flourishing.
common here. It's annoying how common they are.
Yeah. Also got yellowheads, another small passerine.
Yeah.
British chaffinch. Yeah, I wonder where that's from.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Hmm.
Can you tell me?
Actually
I'm
from the
guessing
Netherlands.
India. Maybe Brazil.
Clearly from.
Clearly
No, I
South
think they're from
Africa.
the Philippines.
Clearly South Africa is a prime candidate because it's former British colony.
Eh.
True.
Oh, there's also riflemen's. If you wanted another tiny dot with legs.
Yeah, riflemen's are pretty good. They're more forest birds as well, so
Mm-hmm.
like a bush wren.
Of course, the glorious New Zealand pigeon, the big plump drunkard.
Yes. I love them.
Adorable.
They are friends.
Very friend-shaped.
Well, we're talking about having one disturbed by the moa as it's foraging because it was perched and goes, oh shit.
Oh, true.
Yeah, yeah.
And I guess, yeah, you could have, if you wanted something else flying, either a New Zealand falcon or a moorpork chasing a cicada or one of the songbirds.
More porks are more nocturnal.
Fair point.
I'm looking at this piece in the moment, and the issue I have is that there's all these many little things right
not enough
now,
bigger things.
and it makes it like when you like switch off all the animal layers, it's very clean, and all these little itty bitty things like bring a lot of certain imbalance into the whole thing. So I'm looking, maybe even like include a third species of moa here, but not one specimen or two, but like a whole group of them that like brings a whole mass, a whole new shape into the whole piece.
I thought we had.
That'd be
I
nice.
think you had already added like a third moa.
No, we have only two.
Just two.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
See here in the background.
that
That's the
correct?
same. That's also Deinonychus.
Yeah, I do remember that bit. Right then.
Gotta have a.
So out of the how many do we have here? Like four
Yeah.
or five
We
or
can
so?
do the
Well,
bush
it's
moa
just-
and do the
yeah.
idea with a yellow butt. Maybe.
Yes.
True.
I thought you were
That'd be
thinking
nice.
upland more.
Isn't the upland one in already?
No, that's the heavy-footed.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's
true.
Pachyrhonus.
Well, given we are in an upland environment, I'd imagine there'd be upland moas here.
Yeah, I mean, there's all of them.
Yeah, no,
Probably.
there's this interesting in that study with the coprolites, they mapped basically the different like habitat preferences together based on the plants they found in the coprolites. And
How
like
did they map
in an ecosystem similar to this, it basically all overlaps.
Okay. I'm just thinking if you have if you want to have like a big flock of moa, wouldn't you want to use a species that more in the open? Because often, open habitats have more open species
Yeah, but
living in
also this
groups.
is like on the edge of a forest here, so
That's true. So I guess it's kind of like hard to do both, I guess.
Well, what
Yeah.
about a mixed species herd?
I was just
I
about
think-
to suggest that
I
actually.
think that becomes a little bit too hard to get in here. Yeah, I mean the Upland Moor is also still a little bit smaller, so easier to include maybe.
What if you did a couple like Tarkay on like under them as well, just to add like a bit of color?
True.
Yeah,
But they would have lived in very similar habitats.
I mean, as an image on its own, I like that, but I think it would make it like again. I want to create a big
busy.
shape with it, and like the Takayas would
Mm.
like rip that basically apart again.
Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. It's just
Let me just put in some blobs.
it's just kind of hard
Wait.
because the species that was mostly thought to be a herd animal is not in here.
Yeah.
Wait, idea. Yosh, what if we pull a dinosaur park and it's just one moa that is not like the others within this moa herd?
It's just a head poking up.
Then in the farm ground. Well,
What
I suppose.
about- Oh
yeah,
yes, I
that's a
like
lot.
this.
That's a lot of orbs.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so many. Oh, there's more. Yosh!
Well, he wasn't kidding. That is a shape, all right.
That's so many moas.
Oh my
Look at all
God.
those spheres. They're beautiful.
So many moas.
Oh, Momoa.
Mamma mia.
I'm just trying. I'm experimenting.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm just thinking it's just it's kind of weird. It's just yeah, it looks
Yeah.
Very
nah,
crowded.
Nah.
What about along the bank back there?
Behind the geese.
Yes.
To be honest, that's what I was expecting Joshua to put them originally before like the conga line started forming.
You mean like you're on the other shoreline back here?
No,
Yeah.
like I was thinking below the tree, like behind the goose herd in the foreground.
Yeah, but that doesn't really work with
Yeah.
the geese. I think.
I guess
True.
to the right of them, maybe? Like to the right of the tree tower?
Yeah, like,
No,
Just
I
more or
think
less-
it this big space here. I think it needs that.
Okay.
Okay.
So it needs to stay open.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
gotcha.
it
So where does one
What
put
if you
the moa?
did a couple flying birds in there, just to make it not super open?
Like a bit of a dense flock?
Not necessarily, but I'm
create
thinking
this-
like an Earl's Harrier, maybe something a little bit more detailed flying in that area.
Or-
conga line returns.
Yeah, I do think. Yeah. Oh, I like it standing on the little corner thing. I think that maybe
this might work better
idea.
because it like connects like the mass of Moa here.
Yeah.
Together. Otherwise these two like feel like out in the open. Or,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, no, I
disconnected
know what you
from
mean,
the
yes.
rest of the composition.
Yeah.
Yes. Because it looks a little too
This
open.
way,
Yeah.
What if?
this way you also get a holy moa triangle.
Yeah.
What if you use the Bushmower? Because the Bushmower would have been smaller, and you could do like 2 or 3 of them like running around in a flock under them, so they don't look. Just swap out the species because the upland mower would have been bigger than little Bushmower.
In the scaling here, the Bushmower is actually a little bit bigger.
Oh, that must be wrong then, because that if you look at my scaling, I'll just use it for example. The Bushmower is not that much even taller than a upland mower. Upland mower is definitely much bigger. So a bush mower is about like 30 kilos, if that. Little bush mower. Okay. I think that one's wrong. Let's see. Slightly larger than a turkey, and about 30 kilograms.
Oh, that's tiny.
Yeah. So I was thinking if you had like a little flock of them running under the giant heavy, that would be cool. Something just a little bit smaller, not something so big to mess up that piece. But I think like a couple small, 3 or 4 smaller mower like running down or something, just trickling down would be quite cool. Because that seems to be way too big.
That can't
Henry
really be
is
because like the
suggesting-
scale bar is here in the image.
Okay.
Huh.
Because it was 1.3 meters tall. That's like from. So the scale. Oh, okay. That's weird. Because
Or the upland
it
mower
might
is
have been
too
scaled
small.
opposite. I have a feeling that the bush mower, or the ad spill. But is that even actually a bush mower? Doesn't look like a bush mower. Let me check. I'm just
No,
gonna
should
go
be,
through and
should
check.
be. It's what also turns up on Wikipedia, and that is, I think, an image that was posted by the Auckland Museum to Wikipedia. So I would think they know what they post.
I guess maybe it's just.
There's something off about that because it looks too big. Because these guys wouldn't have been necessarily that big.
Maybe it's a surprisingly large female bush mower. If only
This isn't
Tim
even a
was
bush mower compared to
here.
a kiwi. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Or Nath, but
It
I
isn't
don't know
actually
how
even that much bigger
sentient
than a
Nath is at
kiwi.
the moment.
It's
Oh, here's a
not
good
much
one.
bigger
This is
than a
an
kiwi.
April. Yeah. Here's a picture. They did an April Fool's live action mower thing. I'm going to grab it for you. And this actually is a pretty good example. They're not very big.
There are
Yeah, they're definitely not that.
approximately 1.3
Here's
meters
another look.
tall.
I mean, 1.3 meters, that fits here, roughly.
I think they I think they mean from like standing like right up. I think that must be what they're meaning. So
I love it
think
when it's
how
not clarified.
Like the ones that I've posted, you can see they're a much more natural posture and they're well under a meter tall.
Weird.
Judging from the wiki size chart, they're also a couple centimeters away from even a meter in their neutral pose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what the wiki one shows. That's the more correct size, and you can see they're much smaller compared to Pachyornis, which is the species. So.
Curious.
Huh.
Maybe
No,
maybe
no.
that
Honestly,
1.3
like
measurement.
switching back and forth, I think it's just the posture.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe.
that's what I was about to mention. It might be counting it at as 1.3 meters for it, like just in the more straight up posture with the top of the head reaching that height.
Yeah, I think if you edit it down, it might look about right. I was thinking, you can see how much bigger the Pachyornis is to those guys, and they look just about the same size.
Mm. Mammoth 456 did suggest potentially having bush mowers drinking from the opposite riverbank, or like some kind of
That looks
mating
much better
display.
to me. Yeah, that looks better. Maybe even a little bit smaller, but that looks all good.
Remember, the thing is, I'm not looking for something really interesting to do with these guys. I'm looking for a way. It's not even that important that it's a different species of more. It's more about
Yeah.
the whole feeling of the image overall.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, because that area is a lot of weird dead space. Yeah, I think the posture looks pretty whack on that skeleton. I think that's the issue. Yeah,
I mean,
I'm looking at
especially
it
like
more and more.
now that I
agree with you.
flipped it to face the other direction, it feels very unbalanced.
Also, is it just me,
Yeah.
or is it very deep-bodied compared to all the other Moa skeletons in the outlines?
Yeah, it looks way too deep-bodied. Yeah. I would say even make that a little bit a little bit smaller. That would even fit.
It's itty bitty.
Itty bitty Moa committee. Yeah, that looks about right for the size. I think that looks pretty good because they're still quite a bit smaller than the heavy-footed Moa. But no Moa.
No more. Never mower.
Oh no. Is it screaming?
Yes.
Excellent.
It should be screaming.
Either
It's having an
screaming or
existential crisis.
yeah. It's the only bird on the island that understands the concept of a human-built fire. But it
It's like,
cannot
oh my god.
communicate. It can't tell anyone else about it.
I'm smart, so I must scream.
I must warn everyone, but I cannot. My brain will not allow it. That is a funny. Next weekend, I'm going on holiday. Yippee!
Ooh, nice.
I'm going to Australia.
Fun.
We're
Crikey.
going to the Ruland.
From the Kiwi land to the Roo land.
To be unruly.
Yeah. So that'll be a fun holiday. I'm quite excited.
Where are you going? We're in Australia.
So I'm going to do a snake handling course, which will be fun. Going to a couple
Nice.
zoos. Going to a flying fox sanctuary.
Ooh.
So it's all cool things.
Nice.
Do on a holiday. And then they got their butts.
The butt.
But why?
Yes.
It's actually a really cool color on them that fits them quite well.
Also, not particularly New Zealand related, but there's a new wonderful photo from the Tennessee Elephant Sanctuary
Oh, gotta show me that.
in other talk text.
Look at these elephants. That's epic.
Mm-hmm. Just
Look at that Takahe baby. He looks very cute. Oh, they look quite good there. I think they look awesome there.
It's such
Baby.
a Pleistocene vibe, seeing like African elephants next to pine forests.
Yeah, it's such a.
all the elephants in that sanctuary are living out their happiest Pleistocene moments.
Yes.
They've got acres
Honest-
upon acres of swamp and forest and grassland to roam and feed and just crash through.
I was just thinking, would anyone like to try and paint just a picture and like photo bash or try and paint over the elephants just to make them look like a mammoth?
I mean, for sure, and there's a lot of.
I mean, you could. It would be enough to like change it slightly so that you turn them into Paleoloxodon.
Well, in this case, either mastodon or mammoth, because North America.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but we have very similar forests over here as well. So.
That's true.
Let me see if the French sanctuary has posted any new photos.
France. Well, is this like a? I've never heard of the French one. I've heard the Tennessee and Pause and the Brazil one.
There's a small one that just
Florida
recently opened. It's got, I think, 2 Asian elephants at the moment.
Send a link. Link it to me, baby. Look at them shaggy bowlers with the yellow butts. I like it.
The butts.
The butts. Give it to me, baby. At least we managed to fit a bunch of moa in. We did a pretty good job.
Mm-hmm.
But there can always be more.
There can always be more. We could have a crested moa in the corner.
Yes.
And then we could have an upland moa. We could say one's on the mountain.
One.
If you look
just have like a little.
2 pixels.
Just have a little. Yeah. You could just have like a little grey dot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the upland moa.
Okay, I haven't found any particularly like suitable photos for photo bashing from the French sanctuary, but there is posting this one in other talk text. There is this one from Britain.
There could be a mammoth.
Yes.
Let's see.
Elephants in
that's cool.
conifer forest. It's a vibe. That is a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Elephants are so epic.
Yes.
How would you feel about doing a modern ecosystem in kind of style, Joshua?
I usually don't feel like it.
I was just thinking there is like, I kind of have a weird like in my mind, like a lot of people don't really apply that same kind of trying to fit every. Curious how that would.
You're cutting out quite a bit.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It'd be quite cool to see how, like, if someone tried to do Kruger National Park or something, and tried to fit in all the animals like they, like typical paleo art style. I think that'd be a very interesting thing to kind of explore.
I think I've seen something like that.
I mean, not necessarily like as a series, just as like approach it as you would a paleo art piece like this, and try and fit, all the animals from Kruger National Park as much as you can into it.
Mm-hmm. There's got to be some older wildlife pieces that do that beautifully.
Must do. And then I wonder if we looked at it and everyone would be like, okay, that's a bit weird out of context, because it's like, it never was suitable. More of a thought experiment than anything.
I mean, shifting baseline syndrome is a thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's something that I always try to remember with these things. Sometimes people are, aren't these a little bit too busy? And I'm like, yeah, in a few cases here, it's maybe a little bit unrealistic to have all these together, but also, like, we cannot comprehend having such busy ecosystems these days.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The only people that would get closest to comprehending that are things like, people like David Attenborough.
Yeah.
Things like that. So he was saying, like, in his lifetime, wildlife on this planet, like, just in general, has kind of decreased by half, so...
Yeah.
Literally double the amount of wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
And that's after a lot of extinctions. So... Valid counterpoint, I think.
Also, Joe, would you like to see some more photos from the Tennessee Sanctuary?
I mean, I have them on Facebook. I do love them, but to post them in...
Fair point.
I do like... Because they are very epic.
Yeah, I personally save just about every photo they've posted because, I mean, come on, this...
That's literally Pleistocene vibes.
Yes, and even though they are fed and get regular vet care, like, I guarantee you that they're having a good impact on the forest and just the entire property.
I mean, they're probably actually living in quite natural densities as well.
Yeah.
In that enclosures, like there's no more than a few elephants over like a few thousand hectares. So.
Yeah. And from the videos they've shown of like remote cameras throughout the sanctuary, the deer and the turkeys love to forage near them, which is fun. They have not forgotten.
They just know. I was gonna say it'd be nice to have like a few more just to pad it out. I was thinking if you move that mower on the far right, maybe I think that would look a little bit nicer, a little bit more overlap.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's why I put it on a separate layer. Test it out.
Oh, yeah. I just think it'd look a little bit nicer a little bit left, just to cover the other mower a little bit more. Like a little bit more kind of hiding out. Just drag and drop and see, of course. Gotta experiment, fuck around and find out.
Mm-hmm.
The literal scientific process.
Indeed.
Fucking around and finding out.
Yeah, there's lots of fucking around happening here.
What?
Cool.
Not like that. There have been a lot of unicorns spontaneously appearing in these chats.
Yeah.
Sorry, a lot of what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Elephants in the snow is a very interesting vibe.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
Taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Oh, also, if you were going to add any more small birds to this piece, we gotta have a bellbird.
100%.
Yeah, a plump little bellbird.
Yeah, I think having it. Yeah, that looks a little better to me. Yeah, that looks a little bit better.
Yeah, 7 hours. Nice.
Gotta add a Kedadu too. Yep. Gotta add some. Just litter some modern birds around this, just to make it feel a little bit more
Also,
naturalistic.
maybe some herps. Tuatara, a skink, maybe.
Oh, definitely a toot. Yeah, toot would be good.
Mm-hmm.
That looks really nice.
Yeah.
Suppose what those little changes do, just makes it look a little bit nicer. Because it's kind of coming down on a slope.
There's like more of a flow into the piece through this now.
Yeah. Like all the heads are like pointing down to take your eye to the confrontation of the geese and everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing Planet Zoo in real life a little bit, which has been quite cool. Changing some enclosures and things around.
Nice.
Random plant gets dropped somewhere.
Look at that. A bit nicer rock. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Just like spokes wheeling is a technique called where you create like you guide the eye with like lines or basically pointing arrows through the composition.
Yes.
And you can think they're all kind of trying to point down to the swan because that's kind of the focus at the moment. Yes.
In a way, yeah.
That's where your eye goes.
Which also like bugs me a little bit because the like when you zoom out, the swan sticks out quite a bit. And on the one hand, I like that. On the other hand, I feel like it's taking itself a little bit too. It's a little bit too load bearing.
I guess it's kind of just because it's so dark.
Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe I can lighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's just the only issue because it is so dark. Because like even a black swan is not necessarily quite that dark.
Yeah.
You look at them. So I was thinking maybe just grey it up a bit, and that that would make it less harsh.
Yeah.
Look up a black swan. Black swan. Not the bloody movie. Shush. I want to watch ballerinas.
True. That's a movie too.
But like, if you look at pictures of them, they're not that pitch black, really. Like, they're more of a...
Yeah, it's more like a very, very dark brown. Often kind of like a...
We have a pair of New Zealand falcon at work, and I do quite like them. But they're obviously like dark, but I guess it's the saturation of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, I keep checking iNaturalist, and I found a very amusing photo of a New Zealand scarp.
Scorp, yeah. I love Scorp. I have a couple at work. Names are Barry and Betty. And they just chill. They're good vibes. They're wild birds. They just come in.
This one looks demented.
They're a type of diving ducks. They can dive 3 meters underwater.
Ooh.
It's impressive for a little duck like that.
Mm-hmm. This one dove a little too deep, methinks.
Yeah, he's like, what have I done?
I have seen
The
things that
things I
no
have
duck was
seen.
meant to see.
The Lovecraftian horrors it's witnessed down there.
The hardness of the deep, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that swan just is just so dark. It kind of that's what you guys' eyes gravitate towards.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm wondering, would there possibly be a way to have something's head poking up, just barely poking up above the line of the hill to the right of the tree without breaking up the big block of negative space?
I mean, depends on what.
Like, just the head of a Takahe poking up, like, what the heck is going on over there?
I did see Henry suggest that we did some big fat bellbirds.
Mm-hmm. But bellbirds are still really small.
Yeah, that'd be like a little passerine to put in the tree.
Yeah. Yeah, that now looking a lot better. Yeah. Isn't quite so dark and bold, but it still keeps that color. It just doesn't look so bold. Breaks it up a bit.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, that definitely helps quite a bit.
Okay, but I think here is where we stop for tonight.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
Thinking of continuing.
I sadly
tomorrow?
might not be here for a lot of tomorrow, but if you got any
But
questions,
I mean,
about
it's
anything, you can ask
it's
me.
80% there, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here done for most of it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Any suggestions or anything, feel free to ask me though, if I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, if you have any suggestions for us tomorrow, feel free to put it all in chat. I can probably not remember it all if you tell me now.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think now with a few of these changes, like adding the Moa herd here, lighting up the swan a little bit, that helps a lot. And we'll continue to improve upon this tomorrow. Maybe adding like some kakapos and kiwis, and pigeons in the
Okay.
trees, and I'm thinking there could be like a wool, like swarm of parrots being used here to like point towards Isengard.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to use the orange, either because you're probably not going to tell from the distance, but you could give different types of little like a little kakariki. That would be like orange fronted. That would.
Yeah, using the orange like to like stick out against the darker
Yeah.
hills here, which I think might work quite nice because like the ravens here I think work well here as silhouettes against the sky.
Yeah.
And there's not much going on in terms of color with them anyways, that would be lost. But
Yeah.
having them against the darker hills with the orange sticking out might be quite effective.
Or even if you decided to do like bigger birds, if you need a bigger bird, you could do kaka instead. And kaka, because they do flock, and they're a big brown bird opposed to a green kia, so you could potentially do that.
Yeah.
It's just I'm just thinking if the kakariki doesn't work if it's too small, but if you need something bigger, a kaka would work.
Yep. But that's things
I
to
still
figure
think-
out tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Okay.
This has been really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Always a good one.
I think we know what this means then.
Mm-hmm. It's time.
True. Yeah. No. Let me open Tehuil, because we still have to figure out what to do in 2 weeks.
Next time.
Because not next time, because in next time we will do Cerro del Pueblo, our first Mexican formation that will take us into a coastal Cretaceous wetland, a deltic
that's cool.
environment. Let me share screen if it lets me. Floop. There we go.
There it is.
Also over.
The wheel. I see the wheel.
The wheel. Yes.
wheel.
Yes.
It'd be very interesting if they do agate.
Yes.
Agate would be great.
There is a ton in here. Who knows what we will get? But we shall find out now. Wheel.
The wheel.
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 Wheel. Wheel. Wheel. Wheel.
Come on.
Wheel.
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 Oh.
Ooh.
Oh,
boy.
so close.
I guess
almost the Ekron Hills. Damn.
I'm very, very happy that we don't land on Montebulka.
Well, I suppose we won't be
Just too much
traveling
from
too
here,
far
but
away.
it will stay fish heavy. We are going to look at lots of placoderms with this. Gogo is Devonian of Australia, if I remember correctly. And yeah, one of the big
Not going
classics
very
that
far
has been on
geographically.
this wheel from the very start.
It needed to happen, and it's happening now.
Indeed.
Very fun.
So.
Yeah, hold on, what is the SMB?
From New Zealand, we will not swim too far, but much further back in time. I think we actually did like 1 or 2 pieces that were very Gogo heavy on stream before. And certainly quite a few animals from here as well, like Onychodus and
yes,
certain other fish, especially some placoderms.
Yeah, it looks like a very rich formation.
There's a lot from here. Should be interesting. But yeah, we shall see what we can do with this one in 2 weeks. Okay.
So a bit of research.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and with that, thank you all for being here. And see you potentially all tomorrow for the completion of this piece. I will probably do a little bit off stream tomorrow as well. Already refining a little bit, but like adding new species, I will probably do on stream. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, everyone, and bye bye.
Bye bye.
I'll head off as well.